Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Pause the shit. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Pause. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun down. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun down. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling.
But Ish, what can't be fleeting?
And then you're letting him lead you. It doesn't matter how you feel.
Saying he's led by God, but you feel like God is not telling y'all that. Do you still follow him?
You said something interesting, Ish. You just said like men don't think the way that women do. So it almost sounds like you don't fully trust their expertise. So how could you successfully be led by
So the
women?
majority of men don't have kids. Y'all are picking wrong. Y'all are literally picking the minority.
Every man that's on this panel, y'all have more kids than all of us women.
51% of black men are single and childless.
Excuses for the statistics. The statistics don't bode well in your favor. So you say things like, okay, are they shooting blanks? Or they
because men, I don't feel like men are overall passive aggressive, the majority of men. Do you think that silence is that passive aggressive? Because we will do that.
Yeah, because there's niggas that'll use that as a way to trigger a woman. Like, because a lot of time a woman will tell you, like, when you're silent, it makes me feel like I'm ignored. So a nigga will do that intentionally.
Yeah, no, I'm just, because I didn't agree with the passive aggressive part until Mary said that. I'm like, okay, I can see men and be like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing else. Will unsubscribing from the Democratic Party help fix Black America?
Let's just unsubscribe. No, you got to know why.
I don't think so.
That's the only thing that get black people together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
Wow.
that.
What I think will fix is if black people truly understood politics.
Because for a guy, because listen, it's so many different reasons for a man to want to hang out with his friends.
Adrian, I'm not gonna let that slide. I heard you. Why do you think that it's older single women who share that opinion?
Sometimes that's the case. There has to be
Explain
balance.
what White History Month is.
It's honoring the achievements of the greatest ethnic group in human history.
Wow.
I think all of that shit deserves a put them in the bathroom.
Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son?
Let's see here.
bruh.
Because if she's a hoe, that ain't my problem. Hell, she just be a hoe. Shit.
That's a whore. Definitely. Like,
yeah, is going to college a waste of time?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't say for biology.
It's ridiculous.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Read this for me, Q.
Okay, $5 super chat from Omega Green. Depends. Go for STEM, medical or law. However, if you go for BS degrees like communications, is that supposed to be policies? Or
Poli-sci, political science.
Poli-sci, okay. Yeah. Or criminal justice, it's wasted time.
Final thought.
When you take a man's time, it's like taking his money. When you take a man's money, it's like taking his time. Simply put, we want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
Age.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. The benefits don't outweigh the cost.
but it's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose them.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you, could you and your wife switch roles in what you do versus what for that person hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
This might be risky. DJ Hampton Stampede in the building. Angry Man was popping.
What's good? What's good, Hemp?
Everything, my G. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
Yeah, can't complain. Who gonna listen, right?
Ain't nobody gonna listen.
Indeed, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me check who in the chat real quick, man. All right, we got 132 people in the building already.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Perfect.
Uh-huh. My brother Carlton became a member. Appreciate you.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't.
Best in the lobby.
What up, buzzing, bird,
I like playing this.
Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't.
Hakeem, salute.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't.
Salute the Shrine for the upgrade.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't.
Appreciate y'all. Welcome to the family, man. C was popping. Steppenwolf, good morning, my brother. I mean, it was good. I missed you yesterday. I ain't see you. The Real Books, appreciate you.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't.
Salute. Welcome to the family, Cuzzo. Vet Life was good. Lionel, we see you. Great tea in the building. RE was popping. She said, oh, yeah, Beano Nation, stand up.
Shit like that.
Chocolate Bunny in the building. Salute. Rock solid. Appreciate you. Of course. Hey, man. Just put a battery in my back every day. Squad TV was popping. All Minaj, how are you? Ramel was popping. Homeboy, I see you. Sun Kiss, Shalom. Rum, salute. I ain't gonna get to everybody. UFO was popping. CC, I thought you was gonna be late. I was getting worried. Vivian, salute. Mel, you already know. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Perfect. Angry Man.
It's good.
Everything and nothing, my brother. The book. Can you tell everybody who been under a rock and hasn't read the book a brief synopsis where they can find it at and shit like that?
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Well, the book is basically five different standards that I live my life by. And you know, at first it started out as just 5 different rules, and everybody that heard the rules on the show, they was like, yo, you should write a book on it. So I wrote a book on it. I included female nature, I included the vetting process, and really all it is a book to show dudes in this day and age that may not know how to do it, how to get a relationship in a more traditional way, and to be able to maintain a relationship in a traditional way, how to vet the women that they are trying to get into a relationship with, and how to navigate the relationship. And it's available on Amazon in paperback and hardcover. I'm probably gonna have before the year is out, I'll probably have the audio version available. But all you have to do is type the Angry Man Standard in the search bar and it'll come up.
Indeed.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Great read, easy to navigate and understand, you know. And it was seamless in transition, you know, all the principles and points. They make sense, they go together, you can actually attach them to one another. And I think if somebody employs them properly, they can be successful, you know. When I read it, the link is now in the description. And we're gonna pin it to the top of the chat as well. See one of the moderators when you get a chance, pin it to the top. Let's get the purchases of the book popping, man. And salute to the effort. That shit is not easy.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, man. I used to do blogging, Angry Man. You know, they like Blog Spot. You remember that?
Yeah,
Just every day you trying to post something that you just like, man, typing is for the birds.
Shit like that. Shit
You
like
know?
that. Shit like that.
Word. Yeah, it took me a little minute to write it. I ain't gonna front.
Yeah. No, 100%, man. Well, that was awesome, man. I think the people that want to learn from it can and will, you know. That seems to be what you think about this. That is the one unfortunate thing I see about information today. Depending on the source, people may or may not consider it based on how they feel, not what's being said or the facts behind it. What you think about that?
Well, it's information overload. There's too many options available. So now that we live in like back in the day when, you know, before we really had the internet popping, if you wanted to learn something about something, there may have been 3 books on it, maybe 5 books on it. So you would have those choices and it was easy for you to pick one and just run with it. But now we got the internet, we got the information age. So you got so many freaking options. It's like when you go to the grocery store, looking at the lotions, like you're like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just want something to make me not ashy.
Yeah. Then you just look for things that you remember or, you know, that are familiar, right?
Yeah.
That can be slightly problematic too.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Interesting. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Mr. Walker. He said, let's go.
Perfect.
Indeed. Rock Den was popping. He said, let's go. Loco with the $2 at work and listen.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Angry Man, nobody don't even work no more. Nobody.
We all at the crib.
Yup. You know, you pinned it. Oh, I gotta pin it. All right, hold on. Let me do that first, Angry Man. Let me pin it. Make sure. All right. C. Good job. C. There you go. Done. All right. Like, share, subscribe. Get the book. Travel One. What's up? Yes, we do, Lady D. Jeez Louise, man.
brother.
Salute. So, Angry Man, you know, I've definitely done my due diligence in terms of just internet, the space, whatever space this is, right? The sector. I'm seemingly starting to understand that Black YouTube is its own space. There might be sectors within it, but a lot of it aligns, you know, whether it be good, bad, or indifferent. What made you get started? What was it, 10 years ago? 9 years ago?
Almost 10. It's like 9, yeah.
What was the catalyst?
The catalyst was I was chilling at my sister's house, and it was Father's Day, and the apartment complex she lived in, there was a lot of single mothers in that apartment complex, and they was coming by her crib, and every chick that was coming over there, they was wishing each other happy Father's Day.
God damn.
And I was like, I'm sitting there listening. First, I'm shocked. I'm like, wow, really? That's what we doing? And so I got so heated about it. You know, I started talking trash, and they wasn't trying to hear nothing I was saying. So I just went out to the car, recorded a video, and posted it on YouTube. And that's how it started.
Really? So you like, was the Angry Man moniker, was that from like childhood growing up, or was it like, okay, this makes sense based on my, like, the messaging, so to speak, delivery of it?
That was from my homeboy's younger brother, who gave me that nickname because I used to always like preach about stuff like that. So like I would always, anytime I saw something that was bothering me, you know what I'm saying, I get on my soapbox about it. So he's like, man, you angry, bro. He just started calling me the Angry Man. You feel me?
Okay.
Shit like that.
That's how names be coming up, you know.
Yeah.
You know, like shout out to 50 Cent. You know, his nickname growing up was Boo Boo.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So okay, that's interesting. And then that video, it did well, or it just you saw it got traction, or you saw people that had like-minded sentiments. Like what was like, okay, this has value.
I don't really remember if it did extremely well. I know it didn't do nothing ridiculous. It wasn't like it did 20,000 or 100,000. It didn't do nothing like that. But at that point, it didn't really matter because I wasn't really doing it for views or for money. I was just venting. So every day it got to the point where every day I would just vent. I would just do a video, post it, and vent or whatever. And, you know, there was a lot of people that identified with it and was really feeling what I was saying. So I just kept doing it.
Okay. Interesting. This is slightly off, but just based on what you said, when you fast forward to today and you look at the topics and the panels, etc., is it a lot of, is it more venting than solution? Like what do you hear nowadays? Like if you fast forward to today, people trying to get things right, or they just want to be heard? What do you think?
It's Frankenstein's monster. It started out as a good thing. It started out as good intentions, and now it's just become this monster that is ultimately going to be misunderstood and feared and all of that, like, because there's too many people with too many different motives, and their motives don't have nothing to do with what the original intention was, which was to give men a voice so that we don't feel like none of the things that bother us is going unheard. So that was really the purpose of it. So now, because you got money involved and you got, you know, clout and all of these different things involved, you don't really know what a person's actual intentions are. So, and you never know who's gonna pop. You never know who's gonna blow up. And the YouTube algorithm don't care about your intentions. It cares about your skill set. So you never know. Like I mean, it's weird to me.
Damn, that's interesting. See, now I got another question. So you know that there's been some speculation that healing and solution is not the motive. It's the motive is largely monetary. Have you heard that?
Yeah, I've heard it.
What you think?
Again, that sentiment has to be questioned too.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Because the people that's saying that it's just about money and is is, you know, the people that's saying that it's just about money and the people that's saying that it's not about healing. You got to ask yourself, do they authentically feel that way, or do they just want to shut men up? So even that has its own little pervasive BS that you got to try to navigate through.
Yeah, man. Damn. It's all it seems to be a lot of things are guided in a person's agenda.
Yeah.
You know? Is the truth is the least popular? You think lies are more popular now, or you think provocative? Like what are people's overall goal, if you had to say minority, majority? Like why do you think people do what they do? To be right, to be first, to be truthful, to incite something in people? Like what do you think people's agenda is overall?
I think the number one currency on YouTube is attention. I think everybody wants attention. So I think they want attention first, and everything else is beneath that. Like it's like a pyramid. So attention is the capstone, and everything else comes after based on priority. So some people, they want attention first, and the next thing they want is money. Some people want attention first, and the next thing they want is popularity. So it's a bunch of different things, but I think attention is at the top of it. I think most people just want attention. They want to be heard. They and, you know, and some of them genuinely want the attention because they want people to hear what they're saying. So that's part of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, because everybody wants to be heard. Everybody has an opinion, and everybody think their opinion matter thanks to Oprah. So like, it just is what it is. You feel me?
Indeed. What you think is more addictive, dopamine or dope at this point?
Dopamine.
Shit like that.
Damn. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Oh, go ahead.
Because the dope don't even work without dopamine.
That's it. That's a fact, though. Damn, that's crazy, though, right? All you gotta do is get 1,000 likes. You don't even gotta nod off no more.
I don't.
Golly, man. Salute. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So, ANGRYMAN, before we dive into just some of the, I wanted to look at the book a little bit more. And then, of course, the tagline we hear is I teach men masculinity. I'm sure you said it before. And then you remember a couple weeks ago, you were on a panel versus all the POV ladies and said it again. So I want to dive into that more. But I got a couple questions, because they were calling me a Neanderthal, and how some of my thinking is. So let me ask you this question, right? Do men cry from physical pain? Like, I tore my rotator cuff. I'm not crying. Like, I'm sorry. I'm just not. Now, if I get behind closed doors, right?
No, we don't. No, damn, that's a really good question. And now that I'm really thinking about it, no, we don't cry. Men don't cry from emotion. Men don't cry from physical pain. We cry from emotional pain.
Yeah, 100%. Somebody passed.
Yeah, like we cry from like that type of stuff, but we even try to fight that off,
100%. And of course, right, we're speaking in hyperbole, right, like an absolute, but yes. I've seen cats get a hole put in them and not cry, not shed a tear. Like, it just, like I just haven't playing football. There's a lot of terrible injuries. One big dude, he was on steroid. His shoulder muscle slid off his shoulder into his bicep. Just imagine that, because his tendons were gone.
Yeah,
and he yelling it, but he didn't shed a tear, at least in front of us. Damn. But the emotions. Do you think that's unhealthy that we try to hold back our tears even from emotional pain?
It's definitely unhealthy.
You think it's necessary?
It's definitely necessary. because as as a man, you're gonna be judged differently. You know what I'm saying? So like, if you're like, you can get away with the Denzel tear. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you at a funeral or something messed up happen, or like you watching a movie that's sentimental and you just got the one tear coming out, you feel what I'm saying? Just the one.
Yeah.
They might look at it like that's endearing, you feel what I'm saying? But if you start blubbering and stuff, like, man, you're gonna ruin your reputation for the rest of your life, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, like,
yo, your reputation.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Golly. Hey, now, Angry Man, you know I have to show this.
Go ahead.
Because you mentioned it. So I have to show, because if people don't watch movies, if you don't get it, you won't get it. But this is a must to understand what the Denzel tier is.
Yeah.
100%. This one?
Yeah.
So, and you got to have all this with it too, right, Angry Man? Look.
Yeah.
This part. Hold
yeah.
On. Oh, no. I
the one tier.
God damn,
one
yo.
tier, bro.
Yo, I don't care what they say, bro. He better than Tom Hanks. Fuck out of here, Tom Hanks.
One tier. That's why if your woman ever tell you should get in touch with your feminine side, you should show some emotion. You should say, yo, Denzel cried so I don't have to.
Shit like that. Perfect.
Yo, but yo, Angry Man, right? Now, everybody who go look at Shiesty. Shiesty, go to sleep, man. But yo, that right, and we, you know, when you first watch it, you know, you damn near in tears with him, right? When we first watch it ever. But the framing of it and how dramatic it is, how much does that actually resonate what men believe their experience to be today, though? Right? How it's not about the tear. It's more about what's happening around you, what you can and cannot show in terms of emotion. How real is that entire scene? Like, how can we relate that to like how men actually feel today? And I'm saying feel on purpose.
I mean, it's the same thing as when the dude is in court knowing he took care of his kids and they still railroading him. You feel what I'm saying? It's the same thing as Jonathan Majors getting convicted for, you know, something he really didn't do. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the same thing, man. It's all about being in a position where your dignity's being taken from you.
That's it.
You know what I'm saying?
That's it. Do you think that our women, well, let me ask you, do people in general empathize with men?
Hell no.
God damn.
Hell no. Hell no. You saw homegirl just now talking about yawn. She don't want to hear about men's pain and all of that stuff. She want to hear niggas curse each other out and see chicks throw drinks in each other's faces and stuff. That's what she looking for.
Damn, man. Damn. And so I had this question, or I had a statement, true or false, Angry Man, just along the same lines. If men can never be victims, doesn't that make them the biggest victims?
Yes.
You know, do you see what I'm trying to? Can you articulate out, like, because you said yes, quick. Can you paint of what I'm trying to convey when I ask that question?
Yeah, because if you're not allowed, if you're not allowed to express the pain and suffering and injustice that you're going through, you're being victimized twice. You're a victim of the circumstance, but you're also a victim of the people that do not want to give validity to what you're going through. So for Black men specifically, you have to ask yourself, are you really free? You still going through the same thing a slave went through.
Yeah.
Where you're being victimized, but you're not expected to, you know, it's justified because you're 3/5 of a human being.
Damn.
You feel me?
Wow. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Yeah.
Shit like
No,
that.
100%. That's literally it. Now, can you answer this question, Angry Man? Do we want to be victims?
No.
Why is that the rebuttal when we are secretly having a conversation about what the realities are at this current time?
Because Because the victimhood isn't the issue.
Mm-hmm.
The issue is the handcuffing. Take the cuffs off, and we'll be able to. The only reason men are victims today is because we're handcuffed from doing what we need to do to stop ourselves from being victims. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like we don't want to be victims. We're victims of circumstance. We're victims of a slanted system that uses men as cannon fodder. So it's like if you take the cuffs off, we won't be victims because we'll stand up for ourselves. But we're put in a situation where, you know, standing up for yourself is going to end up getting you locked up or put in some goofy situation.
Man. I'm gonna let that marinate. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me see. John Henry with the $5 says, a good question is to consider is, when does content become contempt? You want to answer this, or we let it marinate?
Bro, that look, for the men of today, it doesn't take long.
Yeah. Drew with the $5 says, y'all got me laughing while my man is getting beat.
That's messed up.
That is crazy. We was wilding a little bit. Hold on.
That's crazy. That
was but we not we seen it 1,000 times, but when we championing how he held it down. You feel me?
Yeah.
But if somebody zoom in, if they click on when we just laughing and click back off, that shit look crazy.
Yeah, dude.
Omac with a $10 says, we cry because of failure and repercussions of our actions to reputation, embarrassment, and long-term injury to the body. I could see that. And again, that wouldn't be pain, but like, let's say I lost a leg. Just understanding what my life would be like, that would, I could see that. John Henry with the $5 says, the more you're invested, the more emotional pain will eventually show itself. How you express it will be how you as a man will be judged. Men suffer. Oh shit! Embrace the grace was popping with the $5 says, men suffer in silence. Marcel Edge, appreciate you, my brother. Hold on, let me get to the right one.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen.
Salute.
Thought your cousin wasn't.
Angry man. Another question. Is it when men talking about being emotional around their women, you know, and they talking about you should be able to express yourself, even up and you know, leading to tears? Is it safe to do so?
Not typically, but it depends on what type of situation you're in. Like if you're a dude that's married, you got a wife, and the two of you have been through a lot together, and you've been together for years, and she's the type of woman that doesn't throw stuff back in your face, then I would say you could open up to her. But I wouldn't tell men to typically do that with a chick they dating or a chick they in a relationship with for a few months or something crazy like that, because you know, chicks had the ability to really damage your ego, you know.
So now is it more safe to do so if you guys been through something traumatic together? Are you saying, like, is that what allows that safe space to be safer, or can you get with a woman who's organically a safe space to that level? What you think? What's more probable, I would say?
No, I don't mean like traumatic. I mean like the two of you have actually went through things together, as far as, you know, you've worked as a team, you've been there for each other emotionally, you've supported one another. That's what I mean when I say go through things. I don't mean like you're going through a bunch of problems and you're arguing. Not that. Like if the two of you have a lot of history, that's what I mean.
Okay. So a lot of growth like together. Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Interesting. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Angry, let me show you this photo. So far, this is the 5th interview I've done. I like to show this same photo to everyone to get a baseline, to where they stand, and to some level. This is it'll kill you. I forget the name, but it says a man is not supposed to cook, wash dishes, or wash his clothes if he got a woman! Exclamation point. What you think?
I think that woman should get the Nobel Peace Prize. That's what I think.
Wow. Is that right?
Yeah, I think she should be celebrated, like, for real, because that, like, we have no problem saying definitively what a man's job is. But we've gotten to this point where, you know, we're sitting around debating whether or not a woman should cook and clean. We don't debate whether or not a man should work.
What do you think when they argue the sentiment that women are working now? So why are these tasks still predominantly hers?
Nobody asked them to work. They wanted
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Do you think, well, let's say women never enter the workforce in mass to this level. Do you think things would simply cost less? Like, do you think inflation wouldn't be the same?
That's hard to say because there's too many factors that play into that. But if women had never entered the workforce, men would be more gainfully employed. There would be a lot of things that are different as far as inflation and the cost of living. That's a little more difficult to say.
Okay. Yeah. But I guess, you know, there would be essentially the more people looking for the same job, you don't have to pay as much too.
Yeah.
You know, because the market is saturated, you know. One thing that I had that experience with is like lawyers in DC, especially black lawyers, are like a dime a dozen. So they paying them 86, 87, 90 grand, 100 grand, which, you know, your degree costs you $300,000.
Yeah.
From a Howard, you know, but there's a plethora, you know. Interesting. So
but I will say this, if women never entered the workforce, they wouldn't be walking around today with these funky attitudes.
Damn. Can you expound on that?
They would still need men for their livelihood. The only reason, part of the reason why women today have such a disrespect for men is because men have been put in a position where their role as the breadwinner is considered obsolete. Even though the women still claim they want a breadwinner, they'll also say they don't really need a dude for that. You know?
Damn. So which one is it?
Which one is it?
Yeah, like
is both to them. For us, it's not logical, but you got to realize we're not dealing with individuals that always deal in logic. Sometimes they deal in you know, subjectiveness. So for them, it's like, the best way to put it is the only thing a woman loves more than spending her money is spending your money. That's the best way to put it.
Wow. But that is the idea, and obviously all don't mean all, right? We're not saying every single woman in the world, right?
I'm not saying all of them, but
yeah, I mean, it's like majority. But why? Because when you know, just saying a statement, right? It is obvious cognitive dissonance. How is that allowed? How do you have two thoughts that conflict each other at the same time and that be okay and that be a norm? If it's true, would it be in the majority, like the majority of women with that thinking? How is that a thing?
It's a thing because if you tell them that ain't cool and that doesn't work, then you can't have sex with them. That's why that's allowed.
God damn.
Perfect.
So wait, is it? You know, I gotta ask this question. Is it our fault?
Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Damn, man. But why, Angry Man? Why?
Because we look. There's two things men prioritize above everything else.
I'm gonna have to start drinking again, man. Go ahead.
There's two things we prioritize over everything.
What's
and
that?
we'll do anything to get those two things, and both of them start with the letter P. One of them is peace.
Mm-hmm.
And the other is to get a piece. You feel what I'm saying? Like
brother.
God,
yeah.
Damn.
So we fight like hell to get the PUSSY.
Mm-hmm.
And then afterwards, we spend the rest of our lives fighting to get peace.
Good God Almighty. That sounds like a raw deal, man. Pause. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. KMO, go ahead.
It's definitely a raw deal. It's like tearing an Achilles heel. You ain't never gonna be the same.
Never. KMO with the $5. Big shout out to you, TMBR and OB. Keep drilling. Indeed, my brother. Drew Beast with the $5. Denzel had a goal and failed. Lost job, divorce, don't have money. The lash is respect. The world beating you for falling. Not able to show weakness to anyone. That is. John Henry with the $10. The essence of victimhood in itself revolves around a person becoming a victim based on acts of randomness, mugging, intentionality, bullying, or helplessness, bullying, shaming, intimidation. John Henry with the 20 balls. He says, I wash dishes, can cook, drop the Tobias Whale wannabe. What's up, OG Hant? What's up, AM? This is going to be a great show. Appreciate you, my brother. Always coming through, showing wild love and support.
Sends his regards. Yeah. You know how I love money.
Salute. Get the likes up. Let me remove this picture. Damn, AM. So, all right, you said a lot. You know, they had me drinking yesterday. I took like 4 shots. I tried to get on that Peloton and I almost killed myself. but my shot glass about to be warming up, man, with some of the gems you just dropped. So, in terms of the book, there was one story I wanted to dig a little bit deeper into. It's early on in the book.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned there was a shorty, you was feeling her, you felt like she was feeling you, right? And you mentioned that you were looking at TV like, okay, this is the methodology I'm going to use to approach her based on what you saw on TV.
Mm-hmm.
I know you said also you had a lot of male influences in your life, uncles, etc., right?
Mm-hmm.
But just to clarify, like your father was in and out or wasn't there just for the, you know what I mean?
In and out. Yeah, in and out.
And so I was wondering, right, just because you got the influence of how to approach a woman from TV. And so I know your uncles and the men around do the best they can, but I just wonder if your father was a daily constant figure, would you have needed TV to figure out the approach of women?
Yeah, I would have still needed it because my father was mad stoic. You know what I'm saying? He taught me stuff, but it was some things he would just leave to nature, like talking to girls and stuff like that. Like he really didn't, you know what I'm saying? He didn't really go into all of that.
Mm-hmm. Damn. Was that the norm?
Yeah, because he was like my pops was like a ladies' man. So I guess he just thought it would be natural because like every time when I was younger, like I would witness like women just go crazy over it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So like I guess he figured that wasn't really something he needed to teach.
So damn, you just made me think back to an episode. So I had a baby boomer, her name is Ask Ave, right? On the panel. And one of the ladies on the panel was talking about how she was playing basketball in high school. She didn't get her cycle until she was like 16. And her pad flew out of her shorts and fell out on the court.
Wow.
Because nobody showed her, like her mom didn't show her how to wash it, etc. Right? Wow. And Ask Abe was like, you know, that's regular shit. Don't nobody stand there and be like, hey, put the tampon in and shit like that.
Yeah.
And everybody was like, no way, Ask Abe. But with your story, right? Even when I grown up, you kind of figure shit. You know what I mean? You just kind of figure it out. Is that more normal than somebody be like, so you do this, then you do that, you know, like give you a step by step?
I think it's very normal. I was thinking about that the other day. When you think about it, there are certain aspects of our life that are major aspects of our life that as a society, we just leave it to nature. When it comes to having sex, when it comes to being in a relationship, when it comes to marriage, when it comes to a lot of things, we just leave it to nature like, oh, they'll figure it out. Damn. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's teaching. You know, when you go to school, you have like the little BS sex ed class, but ain't nobody teaching you how to stroke. You know what I'm saying? Nobody teaching you how to, you know, this is how you raise your child, and this is how nobody's really sitting down and saying this is what you're supposed to do.
Is that problematic?
Yes, very.
Damn. So what should happen? Let's say the world was perfect. Like, how should that happen? The birds and the bees and all that good stuff.
Well, they should, the same way they used to have, I don't even know if they have it anymore, but the same way they used to have home economics. I remember there was a class that we had in school that was legit teaching us how to interact with each other. You know what I'm saying? I can't remember what the name of the class was, but they had it for a short time. But in my age bracket, I'm in the age bracket where they started getting rid of stuff. So that was one of the classes they got rid of. So like, in my personal opinion, there should be a class in high school where you learn how to interact with each other as male and female. You know what I'm saying? Like, there should be a class on that, just like there should be a class on, you know, building a credit score. There should be a class on how you raise children if you're gonna have children. You know what I'm saying?
Functional,
all of that. Yeah.
But damn, that would be a crazy class, because how would it look in this day and age? He, sure, them, they.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. That's what throws it off. You feel me?
Yeah, man, that'd be a tough ass class to teach.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, one of the hardest questions I've heard asked in the last 3 years, maybe not to me or you, but to people that have to be in the spotlight, like, you know, politicians, is what is a woman?
Yeah.
Like, we haven't gotten a straight answer, I don't think. You know,
because they don't want to piss everybody off.
Yeah. Did you hear, and this is a sidebar, did you hear how there was a little bit of backlash from J. Cole album?
Yeah.
This is a song with Ab Soul on it.
Yep.
That verse was amazing, but they like, oh, was he being phobic of some sort? I'm like, this is hip hop.
Facts.
You know, so damn, man. John, my bad, John. I meant to say John the Baptist, not John Henry. My fault, John. He mad at me and shit. John Henry with the $2 says value has no worth unless it is agreed upon. John the Baptist doesn't. I am not John Henry. My fault. Sherelle was popping with the $5 says, don't pay ANGRYMAN back on no favors. He don't need it. Shalom, him. God damn. Okay, so that and so you think inevitably, regardless if your father was there like full time all the time, you were gonna have to figure it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Man. Okay.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
I respect it. We talk so much about money, Angry Man, you know, and how, you know, a man's value is largely tied to it. Do you agree with that sentiment?
It's definitely tied to it.
Damn. And then as I was looking in the book, I think when I was reading the chapter regarding hypergamy, my not my first thought, but as I was getting through it, I'm like, hypergamy sounds dangerous.
It can be.
Yeah, but because I don't know, that's just my thought. Why do you think I had that initial reaction?
Because it puts men in a position where they're always chasing. They're always chasing a higher level of success, which in some cases can be dangerous. Because there's the higher you climb when it comes to money and success, the more you have to like start to ignore your moral views and your values.
Yeah, no, 100%. And one of the young boys was saying, just in terms of that, right? Because his moral view and values was less important than how women seen him based on how much money he had. And so it came out, right? And I felt like he wanted to retract it, but he's like, why else am I working this hard if it's not to get women?
Yeah. And that's problematic, right? The reason why dudes feel that way is because they've never been taught to value themselves, because men are not valued in the world outside of the money they make or what they're able to do for other people. Which is why a dude will get serious about his credit score, will get serious about buying a house, will get serious about all of those things once he gets with a woman. But when he by himself, he's good with a 1-bedroom apartment, a milk crate, and a TV sitting on the floor.
Yeah, man. Yep, 100%.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
That's fucking crazy. That's So when we, how do I want to say? So just hypergamy, does it apply to, like, in terms of amassing money and wealth in order to obtain women? Do you think that applies to the majority of men?
It applies to all men. So
then what's the argument behind Pookie and Ray Ray having so much access to women?
The argument, like, the reason people exaggerate that.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Pookie and Ray Ray have access to women because there are a few things that women are attracted to based on their biology. One is always going to be resources, but another one is going to be the man's ability to protect them, right? Okay. So the appeal that Pookie and Ray, the other one also is a man's ability to procreate properly. Okay. So the biological urge to get with a guy, and I talked about this in the book, where a woman wants to get with a man who has good genetics. And when I say good genetics, if it's a dude that can fight, she know her child will be able to defend himself because that trait will probably be passed down to that child. Or the dude is good looking, so the child isn't going to be picked on because he's probably going to have good looks. You know, so and this is not something women are thinking of consciously. This is a biological thing. So whenever the women are attracted to the Pookies and the Ray Rays, these are the dudes in the hood that they might not have a lot of money, but they can fight. They might not have a lot of money, but they got a good stroke game. They might not have a lot of money, but they're attractive. You feel what I'm saying? So it's still a certain degree of hypergamy because a woman will be with a dude that's a pookie that don't look that good, and then another pookie comes along that looks better, and he snatches her away from him. That's still hypergamy because she's still climbing up. You feel what I'm saying? In terms of what she values.
Gotcha. So let's say, so just so just painting it out. We got 500 people here just painting it out, right? Not to say they haven't heard it, but what the hell? So he's 6'2", right? He's attractive, like what most women would deem attractive, right? Whatever stereotypical. He's making 60,000. A man who's 5'10", average attraction, he's making 100. Does Pookie still have a leg up?
Only if her self-esteem is so low that she thinks she can't get the other dude. You feel me?
Now when you point it up, is that the $100,000 guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because it depends on what the woman is prioritizing mentally. Like if she's prioritized, because you got women that make good money and they don't mind having a homosexual. They don't mind having a dude that don't make a lot of money because he can blow her back out, or he's attractive, he got good hair, or whatever little issue she got going on in her head. That's really what it's going to be based on. But typically women are going to go for the guy that makes more money. Typically, you feel what I'm saying? Because a lot of women, they're trying to live a certain type of lifestyle, and you got to be able to have a certain amount of money to do that.
Okay. So, question. So what is a gap where aesthetically, if he's aesthetically pleasing, right? He has a 6 foot, etc. Like, so 60 to 100 is a pretty decent gap. Same two guys, right? But he's considerably more attractive. If he's making 90 and 100, is that negligible to where his looks can supersede his money?
Well, in this day and age, the gap doesn't matter. In this day and age, if you really being honest, the way see, back in the day, the gap would have mattered because she would have had to pick one. But today she don't got to pick one.
What you mean?
Today she can the guy that looks better, that she knows is going to give her a better genetic offspring, she can have sex with that guy, get pregnant by that guy, be with him for a little while, break up with him later, and then get with the guy that got the 100,000. Wow. She can split the difference.
So wait. Okay, all right. So that you know, so it's false when niggas acting like they ain't dating baby mothers.
Yeah.
Do men know that that's happening?
Yes.
No, like she picks son because he had the green eyes, and then she come to you as a second fiddle to be with.
Yes. They know that's happening. They know it's happening, but it doesn't matter if the dude wants the chick bad enough. Dr. Boyce Watkins did this. The chick that he's married to right now was a chick he wanted to get with in college. And I don't mean to throw no names out there. It was just a perfect example. But it's a chick he wanted to be with in college. And she wasn't feeling him. And she got with some other dude and had kids. But now later on, he still wants her. And he's successful. So women, society and feminism has taught women that they can have it all. They don't gotta pick. They don't gotta choose. They can get pregnant by the dude that they're physically attracted to, that they believe is a physical specimen. And then I mentioned this in the book when I broke down how they're splitting the difference, how they're, I used an example of the Cosby Show when Claire told Cliff that if she wanted a handsome man, she would have got with a dude that had a smaller nose. You know what I'm saying? Like, she got with Cliff because he had the bread, because he was on his way to being a doctor. You feel me? But back then, that particular character in the confine of that fantasy she was raised a certain way. So back then she had to pick. But today she don't gotta pick. Today she can get pregnant by the dude with the smaller nose that's gonna produce the better looking children based upon what she thinks is better looking, and then she can get with the doctor later. Because dudes nowadays, even if they married, even if they get older and they a doctor and they married to a chick, and the chick comes along that they was pining over all them years, they're gonna kick their wife to the curb to get with that chick they was trying to get with since forever.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
They're gonna kick a
Brother.
They're gonna kick a wife?
Yes. It's going on right now. Another example of that is the attorney in Atlanta, Nathan Wade, with Fannie Willis. He wanted Fannie. He kicked his wife to the curb.
Wow. God damn. What is that in a man?
That is, men have a desire to get what they want. You feel me? And if they can't get what they want, it's viewed as a failure. So the average dude, if he likes a chick back in the day, but he doesn't have the looks, or he doesn't have the charisma, he doesn't have whatever Pookie has that gets him women or whatever, but he works hard, and as he gets older, he gains a level of success, he gonna spin the block if he can. And for a lot of guys, it don't matter if when they spin the block to scoop that chick up, she got some little crumb snatchers with her. They don't care. That's why when these dudes get up here telling these lies, man, I'll be listening like it's cap, bro. It's cap. These dudes talking about they ain't gonna date single mothers. They ain't gonna date a chick that ain't a dime. They ain't gonna, man, I ain't never seen no chick that was unattractive that didn't have some little kids walking next to her. Somebody having sex with her. You feel me? Plus, you gotta think about this too, because men are definitely leaders, and we definitely train women how to treat us. If these women did not know they had the option of getting pregnant by the dude they like and then securing the bag later by the dude that they didn't really like, why are so many of them doing it?
Man, oh man. So
you open the can of worms, bro. I'm telling you.
I gotta Angry Man, give me a sec. Say something to these niggas in the chat. I gotta go get a drink. I can't. Let me ask you.
Wow.
Let me ask you. So before, because I at least want to leave you with a damn question. I was about to walk off. I don't even got no pants on. That's crazy. I almost got up. I almost pulled up.
Like the ANGRYMAN.
Yeah, you feel me? Damn, I'm wilding, man. Yeah, look at Eli. Oh my goodness. Hold on, let me read these before I almost jumped up, man. I'd have been signing autographs, man.
Shit like that.
Black Wizard with a $5 says, if you take hypergamy the wrong way, you might end up feeling like you'll never be good enough.
Yeah.
John the Baptist with a $10 says, Angry Man, I know you mean well, but if it is up to the school to teach money, sex ed, or communication, let them niggas be uneducated because the results will be the same. Public education is done.
Nah, I disagree with that. I believe public education needs to be fixed. And the reason why I believe that, John the Baptist, is because even though I know you're the type of father that's going to teach what you need to teach, I'm the type of father that's going to teach what I need to teach. Our kids still got to live out here in the world with these other kids that ain't being taught right. You feel me?
Yeah, that makes sense. At least an attempt, right, of some normalcy or standard. That makes sense. Yeah. The brothers will be here next week. Single by choice is same time slot, man. Them niggas is crazy too.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Salute for the 20 ball says salute to DJ Hampton and Angry Man. Cook brothers, hit the like button and support the channel.
Come on, I'm broke, baby. I ain't got no money. Bullshit. I see you shining, nigga. I can smell a motherfucker with money. Even Ray Charles can see you got money.
John the Baptist with the $5 says the Cosby Show was the biggest feminist movement supporter in the era of the 1980s.
Facts.
So, Angry Man, there's one thing I was wrestling with. I think it's I think it's chapter 5, if I'm not mistaken. You know, you got the Patrice O'Neal quote in there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a king is a king. He can make a woman a queen. But when we talking and have these conversations, these women have so much control. You know, you mentioned like a lot of beef started. Maybe a woman didn't give direction, but because of it to an extent, you know, Helena Troy pops into or Helena Sparta first, and then Helena Troy later. And then in that chapter, it's like, but we're the leaders, and I'm wrestling with it. Pause, because they doing a lot of steering.
It's because of it's not really like it's not really the it's not really that they have control. It's just a display of a man's lack of control. So if a man is in a situation where a woman can easily coerce him into doing something, or get him to start a war, get him to engage in some sort of battle with somebody, then that's his lack of control. You feel what I'm saying? She can't make him do that. He's only doing that because he's not a sufficient leader. He's not a proper leader. You feel what I'm saying?
Okay. So, okay, I understand that makes sense. You think that the majority of men are leaders, or do you think leadership is innate?
It's not that they're leaders in the sense that they're proficient. It's that they're leaders in the sense that women tend to follow. They tend to follow regardless. So, you know, I think I might have said this on your show before, like, you got guys that's leading women, but it doesn't mean they lead them in the right direction.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Because even when they're not given proper leadership, they're still leading, because the woman is still, because how many times have we seen women that will be completely soured to men because of the experiences they've had with all of the men prior? If they were like, for instance, for me and you,
okay,
you could be, if you young and you single or whatever, right?
Yeah.
You could get into relationships with chicks. You could be dating chicks, and whatever type of man you are, you're going to still be that type of man, even if the chick do you dirty. So even if the chick do you dirty or do you crazy or whatever, a dude that's a solid dude, once it's over, he's still going to be him. He's not going to walk around and say, oh, well, now I'm sour to all women, and I'm going to treat all women like crap because these women acted like, no, I'm trying to find a woman that's better. But you'll have women that if they have 5 bad relationships, they'll be like, these men ain't shit. You know?
Yeah. Okay, I understand that. Is leadership innate though in itself to men? No,
not in the sense you're talking. Because I think the sense you're talking about is the ability to be an effective leader. That's not innate. That's
okay.
not.
Okay. And so are we thinking that the majority of us are ineffective?
Oh, today, definitely.
Yeah. From all generations, or like the men, like I guess just the black men existing today, the majority of us are ineffective?
From the boomers down.
Yes, sir.
From the boomers all the way down, ineffective.
Wow.
Like you got to go back to silent generation, greatest generation to find men that are going to be predominantly effective leaders.
Why is that?
Yeah, there's a bunch of reasons.
Give me two. That's easier.
Two reasons. The main reason is from boomers down, our society shifted into a feminist society. So it's teaching men to operate a certain way, think a certain way, move a certain way. That's one part of it. Another part of it is with each generation, the men are producing less testosterone.
Damn. Okay. Damn. Okay. That's a huge catalyst. Is there any scientific reason behind that?
It's the mental programming. If you're steering boys away from doing things that are masculine, they're going to produce less testosterone. The same way if you steer women in a direction to do things that are more traditionally masculine, they'll start producing more testosterone. You see what I'm saying? Because our biology is linked to our way of thinking and how we move and stuff.
So I have 3 brothers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So growing up in the house, we have 2 sisters, right? But it's mostly boys, 4 boys.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that we come up and our father was a Marine and he did construction?
Mm-hmm.
So do you think we just have a higher level of testosterone?
It's possible.
And I played football since I was 7. I don't even know if nobody asked me. I just know I had a helmet when it was time to have a helmet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Do you think that could be, just as an anecdotal example?
Yeah, it's possible. It's very possible. Because you're doing things that are traditionally guy type things.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me?
Mm-hmm. Okay, I can see that. Now my son in turn, he got 5 sisters.
Yeah.
And he the youngest.
Yeah.
So he always getting yelled at, you know what I mean? So I try roughhouse him. He always with me cutting grass, but he see his mom, he cry. You know what I mean? That nigga, he cry a lot too, Angry Man. I know he only 1 in 3 months, but nigga cry like twice a day. I'm like, yo, my nigga, come on, my G. Like,
he's around. He's in a household where it's mostly women.
Yeah.
That's gonna play a role. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we gotta acknowledge the fact that, back in the day when we talking about the silent generation, greatest generation, that were like sharecroppers and stuff like that, when you got old enough as a boy to actually be able to work, you was out in the field with your father. So you was with your father most of the time, your father, your uncles, all of the men, and the girls were with the women, their mothers and all of that. With us, with our generation, our fathers left and went to work. So we're at the house with the women. And then when we go to school, most of our teachers are what? Women. So we spent a great deal of our time around mostly women, which is why a lot of us don't know how to be men.
God damn.
Brother.
That is, and people would say, right, it can't be that simple. Why not?
Oh, it is. It is. It is, because humans adapt to their situations.
Yeah. No, man, that's crazy. Interesting. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So, Angry Man, you know how you said this one thing I want to just circle back to a little bit. The all men ain't shit because of this that experience. But the point would be challenged, right? So I want to ask you, it's seen as a lot of men, and I think we had this conversation before, but a lot of men are just complaining because of either one experience or no experience with women.
Yeah.
So is it the same now? Is it just that we haven't had a voice? Are we doing do we have the same sentiments from one experience or no experience and seeing what other brothers are going through?
Well, the initial problem is coupled with the second problem. The second problem is the fact that we don't have a voice, and that people ignore our pain and all of those different things. But the initial problem is we act like women. So of course we're going to have our experiences like women. So this is why you see most of the men today, where if they have bad experiences with women, after that, all women ain't shit. It's called red pill raging.
Is that, do you think that the red pill rage is the largest part of the red pill or manosphere space at this point?
Yeah, because they got stuck in that transition. They, like, the whole point, the concept of red pill before it got I guess converted, is initially you see the truth of what's really going on, how men are used spitefully and expected to be sacrificial lambs and all of those different things. And then you get angry about it. And that's the red pill rage part. But you're supposed to have another part after that. And I told dudes a long time ago, I said, you'll never stop red pill raging until you forgive women for being women. Because they're doing what they're doing because they're women.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
That makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Like you're expecting something out of somebody, but it's really you, right? In terms of just being, what is it, delusion or hopeful or grace? Like, what do you think the reason why men?
It goes back to the men having the same expectations as the women, which is the take me as I am expectation.
Yeah.
You know, the I should be able to get a guarantee expectation. Men have never lived in that world. We know there's no guarantees. We know that we're judged off of the merit of what we're capable of doing. So whenever a dude, you see it all the time when the guys start having conversations about money, they'll say, well, why can't I just make average money and get the baddest chick in the world? Because the world don't work that way. The same way a chick can't be a total scuzz bucket in the streets and still get a top tier man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Word, man. Damn. Do you think, and I want to get to the masculinity part, but I'm just interested in it, right? Just based on the rage part. Have people, like you said, they got stuck there. At this juncture, are they just comfortable there? Is it more satisfying to go, I'm going to use a strong word, but it's probably the wrong word, just initiate these attacks or fights with the women? Do you think it's just a comfortable spot? They enjoy it at this point? Or what do you think it is? Or are they still not seeing change? Like what's really going on?
There's, you ever see that movie back in the day, Swingers, with Vince Vaughn and Jon Favreau?
Yeah.
There's a part in there where his homeboy is talking to him because he's sitting up in the house, pining over a woman. And he's like, do you miss her? And he's like, how did you get over it? He's like, I just had to get on my mission. I miss it. He said, I even got to the point where I missed the pain of missing her. Right. Because I lived with it for so long. So what's happening right now is that dudes have been living with the red pill rage for so long that they don't want to let go of it, because it's just like having to let go of the woman that they wanted so badly. You feel me?
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Yeah, man. Angry Man, thanks for nothing, man. God damn. That's supposed to be a fake shot. I poured too much in that motherfucker. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I don't know if you drink yak, but that's that Branson, that 50 Cent one. It's pretty good.
Oh, for real? Is it good?
It's great. Like, great. Not that. Don't take that shot as is great. Like I prefer it over 1738 to give you like a comparison.
Word.
Yeah. Thomas with the $5. They have control because men desire peace, and when she interrupt that peace, we often cave into her wishes, i.e. Samson and Delilah.
Facts.
Good point. Black America with $2. Move to the garage with your son. No more chick shit. Yeah, he always with me, man, for sure. But you know,
word.
Goddamn, he got a mom. You know, damn. Oh, did I read this one? Oh, John the Baptist with the $10. AM, how can you fix someone that enjoys being broken? They enjoy teaching a man can be a woman and a woman can be a man, or I can be they or them. Stick a fork in it. Public education is done.
I mean, you gotta tell the men the reality that nobody's gonna make no excuse for you. Like if you continue to be broken, you're gonna continue to get broken results, and you're gonna continue to be miserable, and nobody's gonna care.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? If a woman is broken, everybody's gonna feel bad for her. Everybody's gonna go out of their way to try to console her and make her feel better and lift her up or whatever. When you're broken, they're just gonna ask you to get your shit together.
Yeah, 100%. And then just in terms of the schools, you know, John's kids are a little bit older too, but when I go up in the school, the whole vibes change, right? If I'm there for a particular reason, they treat your kids differently, knowing their dad is coming. They're accustomed to, and no shade to the moms, but they're accustomed to moms going to the school.
Of course,
you know, right? Because they just consistent with it, right? But when a dad is sitting there, it's different. They treat your child with a little bit more decorum and respect.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, it is what it is. You can be a catalyst, man, and you can change a culture. When I was coaching football, Angry Man, them boys, I gave progress reports during the season. At the very least, they had they shit in and they sat in the front of the class. Because I'd get off, work when I was actually working for somebody back then. I'd get off early, go to the school, before I had all these goddamn kids. And they be sitting right in the front. And you can effectuate real change by being involved. So I gotta push back on John with that, Of
course, it's so bad that when I was in VA and I was working at the barbershop as a barber, it's so bad that the boys that come in there, we have a degree of control over them. You know what I'm saying? Like I was at my sister's house and I heard a bunch of noise outside, and I looked outside and there was some teenage boys getting ready to fight. And the women were out there egging it on. And I went out there and got in the middle of it and kind of shut it down, because it was one boy that was getting ready to get jumped by a bunch of other boys. And I was like, nah, if y'all gonna shoot the fair one, it's just gonna be you two. And you're gonna do what you gotta do. And once it's over, it's over. Ain't gonna be no extra stuff, right? And the only reason they willing to listen to me is because they come to the barbershop to get their hair cut. Yeah. So like the people don't realize, like, just the presence of men changes things, like you said.
Yeah, real shit. Speaking of man shit, I got another. This might be a East Coast question though.
Word.
If a nigga say, yo, suck a dick, is that still fighting words, or are we too old for that?
Yeah, it's still fighting words.
Yeah, man.
Wow. Shit like that.
No pun intended. I can't take that shit on the chin. Pause. I don't got it in me.
That's still fighting words.
Damn, man. Oh shit. Here come Lauren. What's she talking about? Lauren Mack with a $5 says, if I didn't know Hemp was a nerd before, I definitely know now with that jacket. Not you matching Angry Man background. We buddy. Yo, I want you to get a slow leak in your passenger side front tire. That way, when you wake up in the morning, you'll be late to work. So salute to you, Lauren. Angry man, you know what them leaks you don't notice until you wake up? That shit on the rim?
Yeah.
That's what I want for Lauren, man. Most high. You know I don't ask for shit, bro. Let's make that happen. Damn, man. Get the likes up, get the likes up. So, Angry Man, last thing, you know, you said it before, right? Maybe you can go through the Angry Man standard, so to speak, but teaching men masculinity, right?
Yeah.
When you hear it, I'm like, what the fuck? You know, but then when you look in the earth, unfortunately, it seems like it's a necessary thing.
It is.
So how does it manifest when you do like consultations one-on-one? I mean, I know you accessible. Like if people respond to you, I know you answer and all that, but like in terms of like one-on-one sessions, do you curate like one-on-one sessions with men or young guys?
I used to do one-on-one sessions.
Okay.
But I kind of fell back because I'd be too busy for it. But yeah, like a lot of young dudes would hit me up too. They would ask some wild stuff, but there's a lot of dudes that's not they know something's wrong. They just don't know what's wrong. And that's the messed up part about it. Like they know that something is missing.
Okay.
But they can't put their finger on what's missing. You feel me? And I know what they're experiencing because as a young man, I felt that way. I knew something was missing, but I went on my own little journey to figure it out. And once I figured it out, I was like, oh, that's what it is. Like we don't have, you know, other cultures still have initiations into masculinity. We don't even have that. You know what I'm saying? We don't even have a point where you can say, okay, you were a boy and now you're a man. You did XYZ to become a man. We don't even have that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And so let me see. Can you break down the pillars too?
Of what, masculinity?
Yeah, like if you had to pillar it. That might be a kind of a left field, but I'm just, you know what I mean? Like if somebody needed to, like they needed to look at something they can see, define it, reach, try to go for it, you know?
Well, I would say like the first pillar would be responsibility. You know what I'm saying? Like as far as holding it down for those around you. You feel what I'm saying? So like if you know, unfortunately, a lot of dudes get pushed into that early because their mother might not have a husband.
Yeah.
And people look at that like that's dysfunctional, but I don't necessarily look at it like it's dysfunctional because as a man, you outgrow your mother. Women don't really outgrow their father.
Okay.
But as a man, you outgrow your mother because, you know, who knows when your father gonna leave. So once your father leave, you still got to look out for your mother. Like if your father passes away or whatever, you still got to look out for your mother, including your wife, including your daughters. Like that's the way I was brought up. Like if you got daughters that's not married, it's still your responsibility as a father to look out for them. You know what I'm saying? Until they get a husband. You feel me? So if you got women in your life that don't have husbands, you kind of got to look out for them, even if you don't really want to. And a lot of dudes nowadays, they don't really want to do that. But that's one of the pillars, in my opinion, because who else do?
You know what they're going to say? Pardon me. You know what they're going to say?
What's that?
That nigga's a simp.
Oh, of course. Of course. You know what I'm saying? But that's one part of it. Another part of it is honoring your commitments. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to being a man of your word, doing what you say you're gonna do, you know what I'm saying, and not being on no sucker shit. You feel what I'm saying? Another part of it is being able to physically defend yourself and protect yourself and your family. Another part of it is being able to provide for your family, provide for yourself.
Damn.
You feel me? So that, I mean, there's a lot of it's crazy because there's so much in it. We've been taught that it's simple, but it's really not.
It's not. And that's the thing. See, that's the
shit like that.
See,
shit like
you
that,
say it
like
right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because there's windmilling going on in the chat, right? But I wonder what's the reply to what you just said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whole people like, if you got a sister,
yeah,
like let's say y'all lived around each other, you know, maybe a few years back, like if your sister call you with something meaningful, are you going to check and see, make sure everything's everything?
That's what you're supposed to do, unless you got a man.
But you know, they say we Neanderthals, Angry Man. They told me I was wilding one day, right? I was coming home from DJing, you know, DC, everything open, right? It's like 3 o'clock in the morning. Excuse me. It was two older ladies. One was pretty old. One was a little bit older. They was like 60, 65, like you could tell, right? Like up. And they walking to I know they was walking somewhere. I'm like, y'all going to a car? You know, politely, like I made sure I had distance, you know.
Yeah.
They're like, oh yeah, we just parked right here. I said, okay, I'll walk with y'all. Oh, it's okay. I mean, you don't have control, right? Like I'm gonna walk up the block with y'all, you know, point blank. And just walk into the car. Y'all good? Yeah, we good. Thank you so much. They initially said no, right? Because you know the world is the world.
Yeah.
But the brother was advising me, Hamp, you wilding, etc. Like I still carry water. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. They like it. You can't do that type of shit no more.
I mean, do you want my honest reply to that?
Yeah.
Another part of being a man is not being a coward.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
What you?
Oh, Anger Man, let that one line marinate before you expound, because that shit. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I'm gonna read these 3 super chats.
All right.
Can you say the line again and then expound on it?
Part of being a man is not being a coward.
God damn. Lauren Mack with the $5 to sing it. Sweet dreams of this. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world in 7 seas. Everybody looking for something. Let's go. God damn. Big head ass. Steppenwolf with the $5 says, Hamp, I can't even get the young men to use the information to get to making 100K. They scared to leave home. Jesus Christ. Real unwoke was popping with the $5. You need men with force and spines. If you have entire community of cooperators and then you drop one cheater into the mix, one shark, he will eat it all. Pause. So a part of being a man is not being a coward. Can you expound on that?
Because you, like, a leader takes action. A leader doesn't ask for permission to do what he know is right. He just does it. You know what I'm saying? So in that situation, you were being a traditional man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna make sure they straight. I'm gonna make sure they get to their car or whatever, right? And who knows? They might have been women that had a negative view on men, but because you did that, now they got a more positive view on men. But you got guys that's afraid, oh, well, if you do that, they might say you did something to them and blah, 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 whatever. And it's like, bro, you can't live in the world like that. You can't walk through the world like that, looking at the world through jaded glasses all the time.
Yeah, man. It just, are men supposed to be more selfless?
We are, but the problem is today it's not appreciated. It's not appreciated. So it's, you know, you you do selfless things, and they're gonna give you props, but they're gonna give you props when you laying in that box with that suit on.
God damn. You don't get the flowers till you gone.
Yeah, so you gotta decide. And see, that's what I mean when I always say men always have to make the really tough decision. So you have to decide, are you gonna be that type of dude that's gonna move that way because you want to move that way, not because you want the validation,
Yeah.
but just because that's how you move, that's what your values are. That's really what a man is. You know what I'm saying? A man moves a certain way because that's the man he wants to be, not because he's going to get a reward or he's going to get it. But I get why the dudes don't want to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a really annoying thing because I empathize with the men because they should be appreciated for what they do. But we're caught between a rock and a hard place, because typically, traditionally, all throughout time, men have always been selfless. Men have always sacrificed themselves for everybody else.
Yeah, and the thing is, you know, I don't tie a lot of that stuff to validation or like wanting to get a reply. Like those ladies, I say, you good? They said thanks, but regardless, I would do it again if they didn't say thank you. You know, like when I see a bunch of waters and it's a lady, especially a little bit older age, I just go help, period. Like it doesn't, I'm not looking for shit, you know?
Yeah, because that's just the man you are. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm the same way when it comes to certain stuff, right? So like my sister could get on my nerves. She could say some crazy stuff that I'm not really feeling or whatever, right?
Yeah.
But if she called me up in a bad situation and she needs some paper or whatever, I'm gonna send it. Even if we hadn't reconciled, I'm still look out for her. You know what I'm saying? Because that's just the man that I am. You feel what I'm saying? So, and a lot of dudes in this day and age, they say, well, y'all wrong for that or whatever. And, you know, I look at that like, yo, y'all got to stop acting like the women.
Word.
You know what I'm saying?
And that's what gets lost in so much messaging, man. Can you articulate, Angry Man, your 5 principles? You know,
the standard?
Yes.
So the first standard is for these dudes out here that don't have no kids. They, you know, they're young. The first standard is to stay away from ready-made families, like stay away from single mothers or whatever. And in the chapter, I explain the reason why. It's not that I have anything against single mothers. It's not that I think all single mothers are horrible. It just, there's too many factors in there that's going to cause problems. And it's going to make it very difficult for you to have a traditional family, traditional relationship, right? The second one is the position of power, which is you can't be the king of the castle if you're not the king. You know what I'm saying? You can't expect to be able to maintain a household and have the authority that you need in order to make sure that household runs properly if you're doing 50-50. You feel what I'm saying? The third one is to avoid state-sanctioned marriage if you can, because there's too much in that where you're putting the state in your relationship. You know, I talk somewhat about personal contract as opposed to state-sanctioned marriage. I also talk about if you're gonna get the traditional type of marriage, you got to make sure that you structure things a certain way. So that's one of the big issues. What was number 4? Number 4 is reward punishment system. In other words, stop rewarding women that treat you like crap. You feel what I'm saying? You reward women that are good women. You reward women that do the things they're supposed to do, and you punish the ones that don't. And when I say punish, I don't mean physically. I mean punish by taking away your attention, taking away your presence, not being with those type of women. You know what I'm saying? Because there's too many dudes out here that's in relationships with women that are horrible, and they're staying in those relationships, which gives the woman the impression that she's not doing anything wrong. And then number 5 is absolute cratocracy. In other words, you the man, you supposed to run the show. Period. You're not supposed to be a dictator, but you supposed to run the show. Because anytime you see a household where the woman is running the household, if there's a man there, there's always some sort of chaos. There's always some sort of disarray. Usually when the man is doing all of the other things, handling his business, he's running the household, it just runs smoother. So that's the 5 standards.
Okay. And the award system, I just wonder if men are so guided by their sexual desires, like what's the balance there, right? Niggas is letting shit slide, niggas is liking pictures, buying shit, etc., just to get the box and then acquiescing. So are men willing to sacrifice box for conduct?
Well, if they're in a situation where the woman is using sexuality, if she's leveraging sexuality, they're already messed up in the game. Woman shouldn't, like, by the time you get to the point where you're in a long-term relationship or you're married or whatever, she shouldn't have that type of power over you. You should be to the point where you're not cuckoo for Cocoa Pops over box. You know what I'm saying?
I got you. And then in terms of the state sanctioned, what if he wants to have children? Do you think he should still avoid it?
Like I said, that standard is the most complicated, because there's certain ways you can do it and avoid getting the marriage license. Because there's a lot of people I know, they married, but they don't have the state marriage license. They just had the ceremony, you know what I'm saying? And they just structure things in a different way so that when, if they need to pass something on to the wife or whatever, they just got it structured a different way. But I don't know. Anytime dudes start talking about that, when you get into a relationship with a woman and you're talking about having kids, there's always going to be a risk there, which is why the first part of the book talks more about the vetting process, talks more about the picking a better woman. There's even a part in there I call the agreement.
Yeah.
Where you basically let a woman know, yo, this is how I move. This is how I operate. These are my expectations. This is what I think we should do in a relationship, blah, blah, blah. Do you want to rock with that? So that the woman does not have you're giving the woman agency at the very beginning of the relationship. So she knows what she's signing up for. You're giving her the choice. This is how I get down. If you want to rock with it, cool, we can move forward. But if you don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, so you're not later on saying I didn't sign up for this. You feel me?
Indeed. Okay. I see. Yeah, right. You can avoid a lot of the shit that we are having issues with, right? By thoroughly, vetting.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Because most people, they get into a relationship, they never have that discussion.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Let me ask you this one last question. In terms of vetting, if she doesn't come from a nuclear family, men are considering that a red flag. What do you think?
It's definitely a red flag.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because most people's temperament, behavior, and all of those things doesn't really come from what they're taught necessarily, as much as it comes from the examples they see. You know what I'm saying? So like if let's say, for argument's sake, that you're dating a chick that has a mother that's widowed, that's a different situation. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah.
I tell dudes like you got to pay attention to what the family dynamic is like. You know, was the father there? If he was there, because sometimes you can have a nuclear family and it's still gonna be a red flag. What if the father's there, but you went over there with her to dinner, and the mama's constantly talking trash to the father?
Yeah,
you know, that's still a red flag. You feel me?
Yeah, the dynamics certainly matter. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So, Angry Man, I wonder if we went way over time. I humbly appreciate you. I was gonna drop the link for a few minutes if you wanted to field some questions. If not, you got shit to do. I 100% understand.
Yeah, I can. What time is it? I can chill for another 30.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do it, man. I'm gonna drop the link. One of my bros, man, one of the biggest supporters of the channel, Dario. Usually what I do is when I get to a 3-hour mark, I say, hey, if y'all want to extend the show, y'all send the bread to the Cash App. He already did it just for the love, you know what I'm saying? So salute to Dario, man. I gotta play. Man, it's blowing me up. I gotta play this real quick. Which one I want to play? Oh yeah, let me play the little fat nigga.
I knew that we become one right away.
Sound crazy with me. You just sitting up here. Nah, fuck that, huh?
Weather outside is humid. She turned up her location. She must think I'm stupid. She wanna run the street, so let her ho, let her ho, let her ho. She doesn't show signs of stopping, so who am I to be cock blocking? I really hate to see you go. Let her ho, let her ho, let her ho.
Perfect. Indeed, man. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. Get the likes. I'm gonna drop the link. Come up. You have an inquiry. If you have pushback, want to get some additional understanding, that's all good, right? Civility is key, though. Once again, salute to my brother Dario for extending the show, man. I gotta make sure I share the pic with you with the this might be risky shirt on too, man, for real. TBE Trucking was popping with the fellas. Says, thanks for hurting these hyenas' feelings today. God damn, man. I wish some of the ladies that have alternative opinions would hit the link, you know. Shit. DT salute, you know. He said AM is the GOAT. Indeed, man. I'm gonna drop the link. Anybody can hit the link, come up. You got questions, comments. Angry Man don't mind no smoke. You know what I'm saying? The link is dropped. You know, the rule that we have on the channel is you got to be on camera. Angry Man, I thought like loosening it up at one point, but I'm like, nah. Body language matters too much. Like it matters way too much. You know?
And you eliminate a lot of the goofiness too, because a lot of people that be goofy, sometimes they don't want to be on camera.
That's a fact though. 100%. John was popping.
What's fam?
What's goody?
Uh-oh. Darkness,
on,
everybody.
Man?
Darkness is falling.
What's going on, Tobias? It was my day yesterday. I took over the world.
What's up, John? You got a question, comment, or smoke, man?
I got a question. You always saying pause, right?
Yeah.
You ain't think pause when you put that jacket on?
Wow.
Man, John's service no went out.
Put him in a fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Yo, I got this one. I was DJing a party on so-called New Year's. I had this jacket for like 2 years. I'm like, you know what it was? It might have been my subconscious because I know what his background looked like. So it might have been. John, what the hell you want to talk about, Negro? Leave me alone.
Hey, nah, you talking about what I actually want to ask able to talk about a little bit more about that being courageous. You know, like when we step up and helping out the women now in this day and time, and why men might not want to do it. And I think y'all was kind of encouraging men to be courageous and kind of do that kind of stuff. I guess the thing I think about now, because I believe in being courageous, helping women in difficult situations. But now that I'm getting older, and I'm sit back watching the world and see how women move and men move, do we still call that courageous, or can I use critical thinking? Like, should you actually think about the situation more now? Should you think more, or still just be courageous?
I don't know. It depends. I think you got to use discernment. Like you can feel the vibe of somebody. Like there's a difference between somebody that's like, oh, I don't really need no help, but you know they really do need some help, and somebody that just don't want to be bothered. So I think you got to use discernment. You feel what I'm saying? In that type of situation.
So it would be courageous, right? Though, because you say you're an Neanderthal, right? You just jump into the situation, right? That'd be courageous.
They say I'm a Neanderthal.
Okay, so they say, okay, so let's say, because I've seen this situation go down plenty of times. It's like when you're growing up, you see, the dude may be hitting on the woman.
Mm.
He's just hitting her, but then you step in. Now some shots being fired. Are we still, at that time, and even now, it's like, in this day and time, do I want to go home? Do I want to save your family? Do I want to save my family? Because I got a wife too. Am I thinking about this? I'm not saying all women don't. I'm not saying all women act like this. But if I see a woman that's out there and she's not acting like she's not listening to any man at all, and she's just being rebellious, why would I want to risk my life for you when I got a home that's worth saving?
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think in those situations when I'm seeing foul shit play out, I don't know how much thought I put into it. You know what I mean? But I think you're 100% on point. I don't really have any pushback. I think what you're saying makes the most logical sense. I don't know if you just ever watched a woman get mollywopped.
Oh yeah, I have. I'm sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
No, and you just have there's a particular urge,
Now wait a minute. You see John the Baptist.
Hold on one second, hey, man. Let me just make sure. Hey, Kenny, you can hear me? Give me a thumbs up and all that. All right. Go ahead, ANGRYMAN. ANGRYMAN, you out. My bad. Hold on. Kenny, you got a echo.
Me? Yeah, you gotta shut down. You gotta shut down your live stream.
Yeah, if you was watching it at the same time, it's gonna echo.
Yeah, I think
he'll get it right.
You kind of changing the conversation, John. Like, what are we talking about? Are we talking about helping a little old lady across the street? Or are we talking about?
Yeah, you still got echo, Kenny. Just do this. I'm gonna redrop the link. Drop rock. Come right back in. That fixes it usually.
Are we talking about helping a little old lady across the street, or are we talking about jumping in to defend some random woman in a fight? Those are two different things.
I would agree with you, ANGRYMAN. So if it don't take courage to help a old lady across the street, right? You don't need courage for that. It's just need kindness. But courage is like a lady getting jumped by a dude, and I'm walking down the street and I see this dude just beating on this woman. Now I got to be courage. This ain't kindness. No, this is courage. But now, do I jump right in this situation?
Nah, it's both of them. Like, from in the context of what we were talking about, dudes didn't want to help the old ladies because they was afraid of what the outcome would be. So that's why I said men need to not be cowards. Now, as far as the defending a random woman, that's a whole different thing, because now you're putting yourself in danger. You feel what I'm saying? And that's not wise, because you got a family that you got to take care of. So no, I wouldn't put myself in danger for a woman I don't know, because in a situation like that, you don't know what that situation is about. So you could mess around and lose your life trying to defend somebody, trying to defend a chick from a dude she gonna be with next week.
Correct. And actually, to be true to the point that you just made, because I actually agree with you, there has been a situation where I was trying to be kind to a woman who was in a strange predicament, and me helping her, she made accusations against me.
Word.
And the only thing that saved me was I actually picked up a dude that was in the car first, because I knew it was going to happen. I said, "Hey, guy, ride with me." Even with the guy riding with me, still tried to disparage my reputation, though.
Word.
So I mean, so it still takes courage in that situation. But I said, going forward, you're like, you know what? It's probably never gonna happen again.
I can see that. I can't argue with that.
And then when a lady is in an issue with a man,
when we call, oh my bad, go ahead.
No, just expounding on it, John. Like if I was confronting that situation, I'm not saying I'm running over there like you know what I'm saying, like the Flintstones, but I'm like, yo, playboy, it ain't worth it. Like, you know what I mean? You do some de-escalating, you know what I'm saying? Before you got to get too close, right? Because oftentimes when the men get that mad, niggas ain't thinking, you know what I'm saying? Or maybe you can de-escalate it in a way, right? But men talking to men usually has a different effect. So that's what I'm saying. Like, just, you know, just walking away, watching this shit happen or letting it happen behind me, that'd be tough, you know? But not saying I'm like, yo, my nigga, you want to fight type shit necessarily, you know?
Yeah, I'm dialing 911 as I'm walking away. Yeah, I'm shouting out, stop, don't do that.
I'm not even doing that much. I didn't see nothing. My name's Bennett, and I ain't in it.
And let's be real. You know, I get on and not mess with you a lot here, you know, but I realize I'm 50 years old, bro. If it come down to a tussle with you, I'm just talking.
Yeah, them bones, man.
I'm trying to talk my way out of it.
What's up, man? With that loud ass jacket.
What's going on, man? They killing my jacket, man. Let somebody with some sense talk. Kenny, what's popping? Everybody teasing me.
Like
Kenny, they hurting my feelings, man. But I'm gonna stand up to it, though. You feel me?
Listen, I hear a lot of men in here talking. You know, good afternoon to everybody, Hampton all. But your nature is to step to it. So I'm hearing all y'all talking. The quick response, you're gonna see about what's happening there. Most ain't gonna walk away. You thinking like I had time to think this out. Maybe the percentages say I shouldn't get into it, but on snap decision, I don't think any man in here would leave a woman in distress, because that's the social contract of how we're built.
You don't know me very well.
Hey, can I just Kenny 1 second?
Well, let him finish. Now remember.
Yeah.
Now, you know, like remember the premise, right? Angry Man came up here. You know, he was gracious enough to make sure we give it an interview, so we could definitely have this conversation. And then I want to make sure that if it is any additional points that Angry Man hit on, then I want to make sure we get to those too. For me, but go ahead, Kenny. Let Kenny finish, and then Angry Snowman, you can address him, and John, you can address, and then obviously Angry Man if you want to.
Me saying all that, even though I say your general nature within the social contract of being a man is to come to the defense of a woman. A lot of women nowadays need to get lumped upside the head. Give them at least 15 to 30 seconds to meet that out. And you come back, because a lot of them is out of order and they don't want to hear it. So I'm West Indian background. Who don't hear will feel. You understand? If you don't want to be under my covering or any part of my direction, and it's conditional, get a little bit of that hurt. Get back to your feminine. Look at me when I want to see your eyes say, I need help. Playing my plain name.
Say no more. God damn. Angry Snowman, you want to talk to that? Or you want to ask a different question? Kenny?
What's up, Ham? What's good with you? Shout out to everybody on the panel.
You
know, well, first off, like I said, he must not know me very well, because look, I'm not stopping and helping nobody that I don't know. I don't care if it's man or woman. I like I said, my name's Bennett, and I ain't in it. And the truth of the matter is even with my wife, I don't expect anybody to help my wife out if she goes out and makes the mistake of running her damn mouth. That's why I taught her how not to go out and run her mouth. And You know, showed her the proper way to conduct herself. That way she doesn't have to deal with that kind of that nonsense if she's out on her own. You know, now the women today and the social climate alone, it isn't the same as it used to be even 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you don't know what's going on. You don't know what started this altercation. You don't know what these two people are capable of. You don't know how quick those two are able to code switch and sync back up as one singular unit against you because you decided to interject your nose in something that wasn't your business.
Mm-hmm.
It happens all the time.
I've been jumped before.
You know, but I really came up because I wanted to ask, you know, Angry Man and all the men on the panel what their thoughts are of this latest trend that I've been seeing going around, the quote unquote red pill manosphere, you know, MGTOW, you know, spaces and shit. And this thing where you got men up here that have been through, you know, been through the ringer, whatnot, whatever, but are now going out and they're advising young men not to even engage with women at all, not to have families with women, not to work on trying to start a family or have children, and to just walk away altogether. What's your guys' thoughts on that?
Angry Man?
It's not gonna work.
That's crazy.
That's my thought. It's not gonna work.
You know, because I've been listening to him, and if you notice, and I'm sure you hear it too. A lot of you guys, you're in the same spots. You know, there's a lot of these same men are starting to come to the table with qualifiers that are necessary, a laundry list of things that they need, sounding like women. You know, I'm listening to these men that claim to be masculine in these red pill manosphere spaces, giving lists of what they need in order for a woman to mess with them, and if they even mess with them, and then telling men not to even engage with women. If they do engage, you know, just go out and whore around. And basically what it sounds like they're doing is they're advising them to go out and create the problem that they're bitching about.
Yeah. So basically they want to do the thing that the women are doing that initially caused them to be upset in the first place.
Correct.
Yeah, it
don't make no sense to me.
It's not going to work.
I don't want you all to confuse those ones speaking for the masses of men out here that don't wear cocoa butter, got their hair braided and faded. Nah. You understand? That's a different group. They're the exception to the norm. A man just wants just the basic things within a woman. The feminism, the peace, you respecting me as a man, which is long lost. Hello. I live in New York. Hello is a dirty word. A girl will prefer beer spray you than just say hello back.
Well, I'm just curious when men decided to give up on life, because that's what it sounds like is going on with some of these folks. Is they're like, it's like they're giving up on life altogether. You know, like life doesn't come with chances. You know, nothing's guaranteed. We can lose in every aspect of life, no matter how hard we work to win. You know, so why are they acting like the whole woman dynamic is something different than life itself?
So Snowman, the way I'm looking at it, hearing y'all talk about the conversation, I actually want to just say, well, feminism is one. It got what it was looking for. It's created a new breed of men, and now they're starting to get the result of it. So I mean, I don't know what we're talking about. So like the men that are my generation or close to my generation, that includes you too, Hemp. We just gonna die out. All the OGs gonna be gone, and then they gonna have this new breed of men. Feminism one. They got what they looking for.
Hey, and guess what? If that ends up happening, I ain't gonna be here to see it.
Yeah, we gonna die out. You right there with me too. You know, you want the OGs too. Yeah, you right there with me.
Like,
Hemp.
hey, if they wanna, look, here's the thing. It's not gonna work. The crap that the women was doing ain't working. So it definitely ain't gonna work when the men do it. And I gotta go back to the quote from Jurassic Park when the dude said, "So you telling me that a whole space full of females is gonna get together and mate?" And what did old boy say? He said, "Nature finds a way." So this is not our natural way of acting. So eventually nature is going to take over and it's going to have to get back to where it was. Either that or we're going to face extinction. If you really want to be honest, we're already at, and I know some people are like, extinction, that's a little much, ain't it, Angry Man? We're already at a 0 birth rate.
what is it? Americans right now are having 1.2 kids, while the rest of the world, like Muslims, they have 2.4 kids. So our 1.2.
We'll be all right. Immigration gonna fix that problem.
Well, then you got former Pookies like me that have 7 or 8 kids.
Them borders are open for a reason. They know what they're doing, bro.
Well, how that's gonna work out though?
It's a dumb move, but shit.
Well, do you think based on what Snowman's saying, Angryman, is that just a subset of men? Is that just a small? So, is it a loud minority, right? That are basically saying what Snowman's saying, or is Kenny more right? Is Kenny? Or I guess is what Kenny's saying correct? Like that's a group that's loud as shit, but that's not the norm. Or you think that loud group is the norm or becoming normalcy?
Nah, it seems like it's just like the thing with television, where every show you see somebody from the rainbow community. It makes it seem like there's a whole lot of people that operate that way, but it's just a small percentage of the population. It's like 1%. So with those dudes, it's a small percentage of guys. It just seems like it's a lot, but you got to recognize, like, those dudes, the problem is access to women. Mm-hmm. So they're only one blowjob away from tossing all of that out the window.
What's the percentage? You said it's a small percent. I'm not disagreeing with you either.
I'm not either.
What's the percentage when it becomes dangerous?
I've noticed
what's the percentage when it becomes dangerous, though?
Well, there's more people that we even know that are starting to push this message that we've even seen in a lot of these spaces that didn't used to, and it's getting weird.
What's the percentage?
I don't know, man, but like,
what's the percentage what's the percentage when it starts getting dangerous?
It's dangerous now, but
right.
here's the caveat: the percentages seem higher, but the people that wish to talk against it, they're curbed through laws, through code of conduct at work. Use your pronouns. Don't offend John if he comes in tomorrow and says he wishes to be called Jessica. You have to respect that. So there's a lot of voices that's getting shushed. That doesn't mean that's the majority of them. There's still a small subset. But you're being forced through regulation and public consumption to silence your voice and your stance of being a man.
Well, you got to realize the thing that nobody's really paying attention to, and that is the ways of the West, the ways of the Western world is imploding. We're watching it in real time. It can't keep going that way.
Okay.
It can't.
Yeah. Step, what's popping, Step? You can hear me, Steppenwolf?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's good? You been tuned in for the interview and all that?
Yeah, I've been tuned in for the interview.
Did you have something you wanted to address? A question, comment, smoke? What's up?
No, just comment. With the younger guys, you try to give them the information. Coming up, I had a lot of people that wouldn't give me the information. Where I could, do better. When I got to the point where I could pass the information along, and I thought that's what this space was for. Teach the younger guys about the things that they could run into in life to, keep them from having to jump some of the same hurdles we had to, coming up. That's all.
You say you thought the space was for that. What made you think the space was for that if you didn't receive that?
No, I'm saying I thought, some of the guys was about giving the guys, teaching the younger guys about being trapped with kids. I've been a stepfather, and it's a bad deal. Teaching the guys, what to look out for. Not saying don't date a woman with kids, but at least give them the information to show them that it's a hard thing to go through if you don't have kids. Try to find and make your own family.
Yeah.
When you go ahead, Angry, you want to expound on that? So I was going to ask him a clarifying.
No, I was going to say he's right. That is initially what the space was for, was to give dudes the information they needed so that they could get a better outcome and to have some camaraderie so that dudes wasn't thinking that they going crazy because they think they're the only ones going through what they going through.
But the sentiment is like it's not being given. It is.
Hold on, Kenny, let me see if Step just wanted to respond to that real quick.
Yeah, okay, now we're given the information, but you know, like yesterday we had the conversation going on, and then you have somebody come in and start trolling and derail the whole conversation.
Or what I've noticed that you
know,
have.
Wait.
When I came on,
say it again, Step. Steppenwolf, say it again.
Frozen.
Yeah, I still hear you.
Say what you just
said. I may have
again.
to drop out and come back in.
Can you hear me?
I think he's got a lag.
Yeah, I may have to drop out and come back in. I'm in a bad area right now.
Yeah, he's got a delay.
Okay.
You sound good right now.
I got a delay. I'm gonna drop out.
He has a delay. He sounds good, but he has a delay. That's all.
I got a delay. I'm gonna have to drop out and come back in.
Go ahead, Step. Go ahead.
See, he was about to touch on Flora. The same thing I sent you the DM regarding. Just that simple comment, derailing and trolling what men were trying to achieve, and her coming in with her sentiments. And it truly did derail the conversation to a point where I got what you were trying to do. Make her trap herself with her own sentiments. But men are tired of that nowadays. You're empowering certain women to come in with these narratives, breathing their cancer, and there are other women listening to that cancer while men are trying to have constructive conversations. And you got pigeons like that coming in on. They have a voice, yeah, but what's that voice pushing out? And when you don't like the responses coming back, you saw the video I sent you. I gave you the HR comment, then it made sense. If a woman cries a foul, if you're putting her in her place for her behavior, she has the powers that be to completely wreck your whole life. Just by saying, I'm uncomfortable.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, when I watched it back, unfortunately, the entire conversation wasn't super flowy. So one thing I don't want us to do as men, I want us to identify all the issues, not the issues in which we want to identify.
Yeah, but I got you. But she used that to gain power of the conversation when it wasn't going her way. That's how I felt, in my opinion. Because why did you drop that in there?
Yeah, feelings are 100% valid. In terms of how to walk something down, there's a whole bunch of ways to skin a cat.
Right.
And so different ways to skin it. So depending on what I want to do in the moment is what I'm gonna do. And if you notice, there were a couple of times she's like, okay, maybe I'm trolling with this and that, right? So you can get them to admit flaws in different ways, but interesting nonetheless.
Hey, what up, bro?
What's going
on, Beans?
What's up, Beans?
What up, y'all? Two things real quick to Kenny. The first one is I understand your sentiment on that, right? Because it bothers me, but it doesn't bother me as much as it used to. Because I realize we kind of need it, right? We need them to behave the way that they behave, particularly online and on cam, so that we have the evidence, right? That's what I'm starting to realize. We need it. You know what I'm saying? Now we can control it, right? We don't have to let it go on for too long. We don't have to try to monetize it. But at the same time, we do need to capture it so we can present it as evidence, because women will literally pretend like something doesn't exist until you can show it to them. You see what I'm saying? Modern Man said the other day that he keeps a journal where he writes down the things that his lady does that he has an issue with, like the date, time, and everything, so that he can bring it to her attention, right? I don't remember. Yeah, well, here it goes right here. I wouldn't have. She knows and respects him enough to know that he wouldn't have just wrote anything down, right? So that's kind of like what we have to go through to make sure we have the evidence to back up our claims about women, because they are some of the most denying people on the planet. right? It's like white men and then black women, right? So, but I did want to ask you, when you were talking about applying the hurt to women in relationships, I wanted to ask you for an example of a situation where you thought that was justified.
You being ANGRYMAN? Sorry, Beans.
No, I was asking Kenny.
I actually been in a situation where a woman was mouthing off and doing way too much with a partner of mine, and I was telling him, I was telling him, yo, chill. You see what she's doing? He's like, nah, and then she just was doing too much. Then here comes the mush. And he was like, Popeyes, 2-piece, no biscuits.
Right.
Then she fell into her femininity real quick. And, you know, other people was rushing in. They were like, yo, why you did that to such and such female? I was like, y'all didn't see what preceded that. You understand? Right. You bad enough to put your hands on a man, you're no longer a woman, you're an opponent. You understand? That's how women carry themselves now. After the two, I quickly make sure my brother stop.
Right.
Meaning, not my biological. I was like, yo, but I could have stopped it before it happened. But I was like, in my mind,
she needed it.
Yeah. So I was there, like, I saw the two. I was like, hey. I did my little thing. Yeah. Certain women need certain reminders that it's not too far off that men will protect themselves from changing of the times. Like when the brother said we 50. I'm 51, making 52 this year. I knew a time when men carried themselves as men. I have my nephew trying to defend that other lifestyle as being normal. I have my niece trying to say, I have certain friends that like that. I said, they're provocateurs to the point where now you have them saying that you can't say you're a woman if asked to define it. They're able to change their birth certificates. Now they're able to say they're better looking than you. It's all on YouTube. Oh, I look better than you and you mad. You're fighting with a transsexual that says she's more woman than you. You enable that to happen.
Damn,
I'm gonna fight.
Well, I just want to, let's rewind it back to Kenny's story real quick. You saying you let her get the 2-piece and you could have de-escalated the situation?
Further, yes.
I find that problematic, though.
Okay, watch this. When you touch somebody, I gave you the point of where it went off the rails. She was doing too much with her mouth, but once you touch somebody, that okay, you just violated the contract between man and woman because you were playing man all that while you're bumping your gums. I don't think it's egregious at a point where somebody goes past the point of putting their hands on you. Because nowadays you never know what people would do.
No, 100%.
You're with your guys. You know certain triggers or certain fellas that you hang with. You did something egregious. That constitutes assault by law. Well, I know I could have stopped him, but it got to a point where I was hearing her and it was just irritating me as a man. He did his thing. I grabbed him quick. He could have did worse. I'm not saying right, wrong, and different, but she got what she asked for.
So, okay. So, ANGRYMAN, what do you think about that scenario? You close enough to de-escalate it before shit pop off, but you feel like she need to be punched in her shit. Where does that land in terms of logic? And then, yeah, Tricky, you could jump in.
It is what it is.
Like that's the way of the world. It is what it is. Or when you talk shit to niggas, you get punched in your mouth. Is what it is. Regardless of your gender, is what it is. Like what you mean?
Is it justice?
It is what it is. At the end of the day, if you decide to physically assault somebody, you cannot dictate what they're gonna do.
Oh, my fault, Kenny. Let me just so I'm clear. You were saying you could have de-escalated before it got physical, right?
No, I said I was. And let me throw a caveat. She figured that nothing was going to come and she pushed it further by mushing him. Because she had comments prior. And I said, yo, and she went the mush. That's when I was like,
Okay.
Yeah, in the beginning he said something, and it was ignored.
Okay. Okay.
Hemp, like you want to save her.
No, I'm just trying to think through it.
So I'm gonna give you steps again. I told him, yo, chill, forget about it.
Maybe I'm missing
In
a step.
my mind, in my opinion, she took that as credence to do more.
Mm-hmm.
And what made her do that?
Yeah,
that came out of nowhere, like you saw.
Yeah.
I'm gonna disrespect you because I don't respect you as a man. I said what I said. Nothing came of it. I'm trying to de-escalate. Yo, don't pay attention to her. And then you felt the need to push it further.
Yo, Kenny's thoughts on, even though he's providing what his thought was at the time, his thought is irrelevant. It doesn't matter if Kenny thought she deserved it or didn't deserve it.
Yeah.
The reality is, the moment she decided to put her hands on a grown man, she could not control what was going to happen after that. Kenny could not control what was going to happen after that.
Yeah.
And it happened. You feel what I'm saying? So it that's what I mean by it is what it is. You feel me?
Yeah, I understand the sequence of events.
Let me
she
get
got
in there real
justice.
quick.
I think she got justice that day.
Yeah, because I think we have drawn so many false equivalents now in this society, man. It's crazy. Because men, when we say men protect women, that's a lie. Men protect innocence, bro. That we protect innocence. That woman wasn't innocent. That's why we can have a conversation about the nuance of it. She's not innocent. You see what I'm saying? Every group of men in history that have gotten compliance for their women were just as strict on their women as they were their men. They're protecting their culture and their values. That's it. So if a woman strikes a man, what did they used to do to women back in the day? Are y'all watching these period pieces like Shogun and shit? Y'all watching this stuff? They'll cut off a limb. You want to hit a man with your fucking hands? There goes that fucking hand. Like that's how they used to treat women. But now, if a man jumps in front of another man, like, you don't hit no female after that woman has struck him, we're making it look like the woman is sovereign to the man. She learned nothing except I can get away with this shit whenever I want to.
Well,
so we always used to protect. If something happens, that's why you usually don't see it. If people can focus on something happening to a child is innocent. Most people of any culture be like, children are innocent. That can't happen. And they'll stop it. But women today in America, they're not innocent.
Well, I'll tell you what, and nobody's thinking about this because they don't really have foresight. With everything going on in this country, as much as people think it's messed up, as much as people think it's raggedy and this country's so horrible and all of that, I tell you what, these women better get it together in this country, because if this country loses its position as a superpower, what's going to take over is going to make this shit look like a paradise. And I guarantee you that any of the powers that be this big enough now, they not going for that feminist crap. They not going for none of it. None of it.
So
and that's just real.
So Trig, let me ask you something. I know we're not supposed to have this conversation, right? But this environment that you're talking about, right? Where the women get to be unaccountable with their violence and their disrespect. Who created that environment?
Men did.
Which men?
Men allowed it. That's it.
Which men?
Men allowed it. The liberal nature of men. So really what it started with, if we want to like break it all the way down, non-conspiracy, it's basically a political agenda that went through the laws, right? It went through a series of laws to punish men for behaving in a masculine fashion. Okay, you can raise your voice at a woman. In fact, if a woman's beating on you and raising her voice in your own house, you could be the one that gets removed and got to get put out of the house. So we worked this over years through laws and statutes and standards.
What men?
It's difficult. It's difficult for them to say it. They can't say it.
Say it. You want me to say it?
No.
White men.
No, it's okay, Trigger. You gotta allow Trigger to give his answer. Go ahead, Trigger.
No, he. I think he been expounding on it. But what men?
It wasn't just white men. Just so you
I'm
understand.
saying liberal. I'm saying liberal men.
Liberal men.
Quit acting like there ain't people that look like you guys have been up in Congress since the 70s, man.
Yeah,
They've been letting this shit happen.
You know what? Let me say this too.
Go ahead, Trigger Mike. What men though?
When I
Trigger
say
Mike?
liberal men, there are more. It's not just political. It's
Do those
that
men
value-
have a gender?
Yeah.
Are they males?
Yeah, XY male.
Are
But
they
it's
white?
also men that value sex too much.
Are they
and
white?
allow it to dominate them.
Are they white men?
They're cuckolds. Yeah, like those type of men. They allow
The majority of cuckolds
You see
are
how
white
hard
men.
this is?
Are they
bitch
white
men. That's
men?
what they are. They're bitches.
Are they black men, Trigger?
No, I say liberal. I'm sticking with liberal-minded men.
Your job ain't watching, Trigger. You good? I'll tell him you all right. I'll tell him you know.
No, I really mean liberal men.
Like you gonna pay his bills.
Let's put some shades on. They said they can't say it's you if you're wearing shades.
Is it difficult for us to say?
Hold on, Kenny. So clarification, Beans. Trigger answer. What's the answer that you were looking for, Beans?
I wasn't.
Fuck
so
you.
to be honest with you, right, to answer the question that you just asked me, he
Kenny
gave
go?
me the answer that I was looking for.
Okay. What's the right answer in your
The
estimation?
ducking answer is the answer that I was looking for.
You expected it, but what's the right answer in your estimation?
Yeah, white people. Yeah, it's not even hard.
Kenny, where you go, Kenny? Okay. Did you want to expound on it for ANGRYMAN?
You're going to have to stop blaming shit on white people.
Were you along the same line of thinking, ANGRYMAN?
Oh, definitely. Definitely. I'm sorry. Hey, Angry Snowman.
Hey, you know what?
guy.
You guys can all eat a dick.
You my guy, but look, I got to keep it real. I did a show where I talked about this. I said, yo, white men have failed us in this country.
That's because you told us we weren't allowed to be supreme anymore.
Hey, that's part of it too. I ain't gonna front. That's part of it too. Like
you don't want the supreme part to come along with the greatness.
It's a goofy thing. Patrice O'Neal said that white men should sign over their rights to racism to him.
That's funny. That's funny, Snow. That's funny. I get that.
But no, but see, that's the conversation nobody wants to have though. And Beans, you intellectual enough to know that part of the reason that men in this country lost their power is because the men who initially had the power have been somewhat handcuffed when it comes to certain things because it's attached to all that other stuff in the past. So we kind of threw the baby out with the bathwater. So it's like, oh, anything that is associated with male dominance because of the history of this country is also associated with oppression and slavery and all of that crap. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, yo, you men. So nowadays, when black men make the argument that we should be patriarchs and we should be the head of the household, the liberals will say, oh, you just want your turn to be an oppressor like white men were, which is ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? It's a ridiculous concept, but it's like they're trying to throw it all out when the only thing you got to take out of it is racism. That's the only thing that got to be taken out of it. But the authority of a man, that shouldn't be tossed out with that, but it's being attached to it.
But ANGRYMAN, question: do you think the white men are the catalyst for the crash out brothers that'll murk you over their sister?
Nah, that's just a guy thing.
Well,
no, it's not a guy thing. It's a certain type of guy.
No, that's a guy thing. That is a guy thing. That has everything to do with males' propensity for what's the word for it? Territory.
Oh.
Yeah, but what if the sister was wrong? We don't have context. It doesn't matter. When you're talking about men in our rawest form, we're going to protect everything that we think is ours because we take it as a personal affront. we take it as an insult when anybody tries to touch anything that's ours. You see what I'm saying?
And that right there is why women should want to be a man's property, because men protect their property. They defend their property.
I do not support that message.
I'm leaning into that message.
Why not? Why not, AM?
Well, hold on. But if it's a guy thing, then how is it a white guy problem if guys are going to act like that regardless because it's a guy thing?
What's that? Which part of it?
Well, just like crashing out and things of that nature, right? Because when we talk about protecting all women, etc., if we're saying men naturally do that based on women who are around them, like I'm just trying to figure out where does it start with the white guys? How do we get involved if we're innately like this? Like, whose fault is it actually?
Remember that Sean Connery interview?
No,
I do. That was the greatest interview
with Barbara Walters.
Remember that Sean Connery interview?
Yeah.
That's actually where the time changed. That was acceptable then back then. White men and white women decided it was not acceptable, so everybody adhered to that. If you go to Africa,
I still got a hole in my backyard. I can't
certain places in Asia, they're not talking crazy like that. Go ahead, podcast. Go ahead. You got this. You got this. You got this.
What?
No, you're just shaking your head and saying no. Maybe you correct me.
See, one of these days, Fatty, you're gonna have to get over yourself.
No.
Fatty, I was shaking my head because I don't. Hold on.
No. Y'all hold on. I'm not doing it today. It's no reason.
I'm not doing it either.
Let's do this. Fatty, go ahead and finish. You good, podcast. You can shake your head. It's fine. Fatty, finish your point.
My point was white men, or like there's two type of conversations being happen. Everybody was simping for a woman. The wild west when two guys took their pistols out to fight for a woman because one disrespected her. There were no niggas there, right? This being happening throughout history. Wars being fought with women because of women. That Jesus Christ, that already happened for most part of humanity. The part when women can eat a man or disrespect a man and get away with that shit, white people popularized that shit. I don't know if they started it, but I guarantee you, on the 70s, when Sean Connery was saying, sometimes I need to slap my woman to put her in a place, and this is the last resort, I don't do that. That, if you take that and you put that in Africa, in Asia, in South America, everybody agrees. You put that shit in Europe, you put that shit in Canada, you put that shit in the United States, and now people are saying, I don't know if that's a good thing. So this is why I was giving actually reason to them, saying that white people popularize the fact that you don't eat a woman even with a flower if she eats you, which is ridiculous, but it is what it is.
But hold on, so him, because I don't even understand the question. That's why I'm shaking my head, because I'm replaying the question in my head and I don't understand it.
Mm-hmm.
The question that you asked, I don't understand exactly what you're trying to parse from that.
Yeah, so like just in terms of, we said white men started like the over, I guess I was thinking like the overprotection of women or letting them get away with X, Y, and Z. And I'm just
somebody
thinking,
must have said that prior to me coming up.
No, not necessarily. I'm just thinking that it all aligns, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. I didn't hear nobody say that. That's why I was like wondering why you was asking the question.
Well, because I'm thinking, I got you. My bad. I understand. Like, excuse me. I'm just thinking it's related, you know. But you're saying it's a totally separate issue?
Absolutely.
Okay. So
no, you're talking about fighting for women, not fighting women, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's kind of two separate things.
Okay.
So what the part that I was talking about that Beans is talking about is men being able to physically check their women back in the day. There was even a law called the rule of thumb. If as long as a stick wasn't bigger than your thumb, like, you know the rest, right? But the thing about it is this: we live in a country where for a very long time, white men were the dominant men. So everything that was attached to white men is viewed as evil, no matter what it was. This is the reason why in this day and age, a lot of white guys feel some type of way because they're having to pay for the sins of their fathers, right? But the thing is, we're all paying for the sins of those dominant men, because nowadays, all of the things that are considered bad, even the things that weren't bad, they were necessary, that were attached to the dominant white men of America in early America, it's now attached to all men in America. We're all judged by that standard. You see what I'm saying? So anytime a male shows any type of dominance, it's immediately attached to the worst of male dominance, which is why there's a war against masculinity right now. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See, and that's where my head spins at, specifically, because it's like, okay, if right now, if I say Hamp and Angry Man and Trigger Mike are the dominant men in society, they run the country, right? What incentive do you have for demasculating the country?
Money.
You say that again?
Money.
Wow, we finally starting to get some honest answers around here. I can't believe it. Congratulations, Trigger Mike. Thank you. Yeah, capitalism. This is what I'm saying. They sold these new narratives, right? These new narratives was bought and purchased. We understand that they doing this to undermine the country, to undermine the men in the country, to weaken it. Angry Man, what purpose would people intentionally weaken the country? What usually follows that?
I prefer not to answer that question on a public platform.
But you already talked about it earlier, right? When you addressed and said that the women they're going to see this as paradise, right? Because of what's coming down the pipeline, right? The takeover, the break's over, nigga. God MC, right?
Yeah, and they don't realize it, because right now, if you look at the concept of the superpowers, the next superpowers that are in line is either going to be Russia, China, or India. And neither one of those countries are feminist friendly.
Or possibly all three allied into one.
Exactly. So whatever. So if that ends up happening, like, that's why I keep saying that, people in this country, specifically the women, they don't have time to play this game. You got to get back right and get back to the nuclear family and raising boys to be men, because time is running out.
But Angry Man, remember earlier we were talking, I'm just wondering, I know you said women have less time than the men, but how much time do the men actually have, considering as soft as we've gotten based on what we talked about earlier?
It's running out for all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, this country's is doomed if it keeps going down this path.
Yeah, if it keeps going down this path, we out of luck.
It's already too late, man. Y'all know that.
As far as I can tell, the women are more safe than we are.
When I said,
well, they'll fall into their natural proclivity.
Yeah, exactly. They're just gonna. Y'all the winners. We on your side.
What do you guys mean with doomed? What do you guys mean with that? Can you guys elaborate?
Yes.
Yeah. We're doomed in this country specifically because sons, even like, people use that oversimplification.
Yes.
Strong men create bad time. All that shit is like an oversimplification, but there's a lot of truth to it as well. Now we're so focused on, like being said, capitalist agenda. It's gone way too far.
But isn't that
and sons? Like, yeah, I'm just saying there are too many sons that did not even get the teaching on how to replicate what their fathers did. That's the way you can easily say it. They don't have the and there are also too many sons that don't want to replicate what their father did.
Mike is kind of confused because the United States is the land of the free, and then you are literally promoting countries that are the most ruthless, no freedom. You can do what, like, the government decides what do you do, what you watch. It's kind of, in my opinion, irritating to see you brag for 100 years that the United States is the land of the free. You can pursue your dreams. Everybody can achieve whatever they want to achieve.
But we don't agree with that.
Now that the people are actually saying, I have the freedom to be this and that. Now you are literally bragging about countries that say this app is not allowed. You are not allowed to watch this. You're not allowed to say that. If you talk, you get murked. I'll make you disappear. Is to me is a gigantic contradiction. I have a question. I have a question for you. I have a question for you. I have a question for you. Would you substitute the Chinese system and the Russian system, and you know what happens there, by the American system? If you could.
Of course not. Of course not.
But everybody.
But hold on. You got to realize something. We're not. I'm not. I can't speak for everybody else. I'm not bragging about those systems. Those systems are far worse. But the one thing you got to realize about America has never been free. No. This has never been a free country. It proposes
it's a marketing slogan.
Yeah, it's a facade that this country is free. The problem with this country is that we regulate the unnecessary crap and we allow the necessary things to have free reign. So
what would you regulate? What would you regulate?
What mental illness being lifted up?
If you were king and not president, if you were king, what would you say? Like, what would you regulate? This is the law, and you guys have to follow this. What would you do?
I would regulate. I would regulate families.
How?
I would regulate that people have to have families, like, easily. But all I would do is I would cut out any type of supplemental programs for women who are having children out of wedlock. To incentivize actual marriage. In addition to that, I would have a different type of schooling. I would have the type of schooling where the girls and the boys are separate in their schooling, and the boys would not only learn, academics, they would also learn fighting. They would also learn how to handle guns. They would also learn military warfare. Like, I would do a lot of different shit.
So
can I say something real quick?
Hold on, real quick. Let him ask one more follow-up question, and we'll get Joseph in because he's been chilling.
I thought you guys were against indoctrination, and what I hear is I want it my way. Yes, I'm talking in general, right? Oh my God, we shouldn't teach this in schools, and we shouldn't push kids a certain way. These liberals are controlling everything. So my decision is I'm going to do things to control them on my way, which means that the left and the right are the same. You want freedom, but you kind of don't. You want big government and small government at the same time, and you literally want people to do some bullshit that is happening in Russia and China that is very detrimental to the people there. But because you are isolating one little thing, which is discipline, and you're forgetting that democracy has a cost, the same way as totalitarianism has a cost. None of those countries is perfect, and you can pick and choose when you have democracy and freedom, and then stop on the buck and says, "I want that from Russia." That shit is not going to happen. Pick a side.
Yeah, you can't cherry pick it. Let Joseph go ahead, Angry Man. Replying to let's let Joseph in. Beans, I know you want to reply to this specifically, Beans, as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, Angry Man, Beans, and then we'll get Joseph no matter what. All right.
Well, first
those
of all,
points were fair, by the way, Angry Man. The incentives, like to bring family and all that, those are fair points.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to...
and that's not a dictatorship, in my opinion. That's guiding people into the right direction, incentivizing them to do the things that I know would benefit the country. And when it comes to indoctrination, we always use that word like it's a horrible word. There's nothing wrong with indoctrination if you're indoctrinating people to do the right thing. If you're
school is indoctrination, so they are.
It's indoctrination.
No, there's no need to cut in. You let him get his complete thought.
Yeah, if you're like, indoctrination is just teaching. You know what I'm saying? If you're teaching the right thing, you feel what I'm saying? That's a benefit. But right now, what's happening is, under the guise of freedom, this country is being indoctrinated to be on some reckless BS that's not beneficial to this country. You feel what I'm saying? You cannot have a country state where the people have the freedom to curse the very country that they live in. That's not good for your country.
That's not good. That's how you stop tyrants. That's how you stop Putin. You are willing to talk about.
Hold on, Fatty.
No, that's
Yeah,
he right, but
go ahead, Bean.
Yeah, he's right. But my thing is, so look at it this way, because I don't think people actually think this through. When we talk about things like cutting off like government assistance and stuff like that, right? People pretend like they don't like socialism. You need socialism. You know why you need socialism? Because you need poor people. You need a poor working class, because everybody can't have it. Everybody can't be rich. Everybody can't be balling. Everybody can't make six figures. Everybody can't be millionaires, or there will be no millionaires. It would be worthless if everybody could have it. Therefore, you need poor people.
But
the way that you incentivize people to be poor is you give them handouts.
No, but the problem. Wait. The problem with that Beans. The problem with your statement.
Well, ANGRYMAN, if you don't mind, I want to get Joseph. He just been waiting. Then y'all could jump back in. He been waiting pretty patiently. Joseph, you want to talk about this specifically?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about it, but I actually wanted to go back to what ANGRYMAN was talking about the way schools have changed. I was actually a part of that. I was in high school from 1998 to 2002, and my freshman, sophomore, and junior year, we had small engine, we had wood shop, we had metal shop, we had botany, we had agriculture, we had home economics. They took all of that out of school now. So now you have men that's not working, that's not able to have utility to work with their hands, and you have a lot of women that don't know how to cook, right? Also too, when we talk about the way that this country is going to fall the way that Rome fell. You also have to read Fareed Zakaria. He talked about the rise of the rest. He was taught the rest is Korea, India, China, right? India has more technological advances more than America. All of the technological empire is over there. Every time you call somebody from customer service for your phone acting up, who picks up the phone?
That's Indian. You're right.
Indians, right? So they own all of that.
Real quick, is that technological advancement, or is that just
they have all that they have the monopoly on all the technology
apparatus? Yeah,
no, it's cheaper. No, stop that. It's cheaper.
Wouldn't it be cost based? Like for instance, when I was doing marketing, right, guerrilla marketing, I hired a lady from the Philippines, and I had to pay her $3 an hour, and she worked 6 hours a day and made 100 calls an hour. She had a phone just like we have phones over here. So is it technology?
But American companies are investing to build their IT apparatus over there instead of here. So they're paying. Americans are paying to build all that stuff over there
because it's cheaper, though. But
it is, but it's still expanding their economy.
Mike, but I think you jump just in terms of what Joseph is saying. The only thing I'm asking is, it's not technological advancements; it's cost, right? And you can get the service. They got so many people that are willing to do it for for nominal fees.
Yeah, but
it used to be. Did you know? Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, but in reference to China, he would be correct, especially when it comes to warfare. China actually has a submarine that is far more advanced than the subs that we have.
China?
Yes.
I actually want to add to that too, because I was doing some research. Do you understand that we're such in debt to China that they're actually taking our fresh water? Why do you think Michigan is going through the water crisis, and certain cities that's surrounded by the Great Lakes are going through water crisis because they're shipping our water out, and most of the water that they're drinking up in the Midwest is chemically treated. And I also wanted to mention too, have you ever heard of Caligula?
Yeah.
He was a noble and modern emperor during the first 6 months of the Roman Empire. What happened, the reason why that civilization fell is because everybody because not only was he harsh, but he was also self-indulgent, cruel, sadistic, extravagant, and sexually perverted.
You breaking up, Joe.
Oh, can you hear me?
It's going in and out.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
His empire on people being indulgent, selfish, cruel, and sex.
Yeah,
breaking up.
I wanted to quickly address what Beans has said. I get what you're saying. You're always going to have a lower class because, as somebody once said, the poor will always be with you. But the thing about it is, it's possible to have a lower class, middle class, and upper class without those type of welfare programs.
Mm-hmm.
That can exist, and it has existed before that.
That's what I'm saying, Angry Man. People don't play this out in their head because they have their idea. Play it out. You create a country where everybody has the opportunity to rise up. What happens when they start doing that? What happens when they say we're not going to have 10 kids, we're only going to have 2 or 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the most. And we're going to be carpenters, electricians, all this other stuff. We're going to have all these other jobs. There's not enough of that to go around for everybody. So
but everybody's not going to. But
naturally, everybody doesn't rise
everybody's
up.
not going to rise up.
So, let me give a rebuttal to.
Y'all not playing it out.
Wait.
Hold on. Let me give a
but how about this though? Let Beans run down the line of question and answer the questions, and then at the end rebuttal it. You know what I'm saying? Because he kind of saying let's play it out. So let's play it out. So Beans, you saying 10 to 2 and 3 kids? Go ahead.
Right. So we had that though, is what I'm saying. Like you can look at the country. What was the point of them installing the welfare program? Think about this. The same cats who come on these platforms and say they did that to undermine black progress are the same cats sitting here now telling me, nah, that don't happen because you're still gonna have people who are always gonna be poor. Not in a country where you're being incentivized to not be poor. Not in a country where they're telling you everybody can make it, everybody has the opportunity, you have everybody growing. Specifically, now wait, Angry Man, if you make the argument, right, that on a macro level, there's always going to be enough poor people, then I would ask you, why do we need the immigrants?
Hold on, no. See, there's a caveat that you're leaving out.
Mm-hmm.
That was done to undermine the black community.
Absolutely.
The black community was rising at a rate that they didn't want them to rise. So just because the black community, which was a smaller percentage of the rest of the country, rose to prominence, it didn't mean that everybody else in this country was going to rise to prominence. You would still have the whites in the Appalachian Trail. You would still have, the whole thing is the reason why it's difficult for there to be a level of lower class and lower middle class is because of the fact that we don't have manufacturing jobs here. We don't have those jobs that's at the base level here. So if those jobs were still here, you would still have a lower class. It just wouldn't be a poverty class. You feel what I'm saying? Like that would need welfare. You understand?
Would you know, right? If I forget, I'm blanking on how to say it. Fatty, how do you say it when you're saying the is it like the gross development or whatever they be talking about, where they say if the wages would have been on track with the gross production of the country, right? If that stays the same, right, and then you have all of these people who are following the nuclear family model. So you got a husband, wife ain't working, right? You see what I'm saying? So you taking them out the picture. So now you just got all these men. At some point, you're gonna have way too many people who are outgrowing what we need from the quote unquote poor class. I heard somebody say this the other day, some conservative douchebag. He said the reason why we need the immigrants is because they're going to do the jobs that Americans are not going to do, because in their mind, they're Americans, right? They're supposed to be high class. They're supposed to be living the good life. They're supposed to be getting to the bag.
I get what you're saying, but what the point that I'm trying to make is that you don't have to have a welfare program to incentivize that. You're always going to, in a capitalist system, you're always going to have people competing, but it doesn't mean everybody's going to compete at the same level. So regardless of the fact that the cream always rises to the top. So you're always going to have those that are going to excel above the rest. So even if you have Americans who have even to this day, the people that we consider in poverty in America still live better than the poverty of the third world. So
absolutely.
So we have to understand that even if you have a lower class that has higher expectations, it doesn't mean you're not going to still have a higher class than that's middle class, and a higher class than that's upper class.
But y'all made this point. Y'all actually made this point. If you are going to incentivize capitalism, which is incentivize winners and losers, you have to have a giant safety net to save the losers.
Right.
That's literally the point. If you are going to push the winners and losers game, you have to have what? Okay.
My bad. I'm just saying I'm not arguing that, Fatty.
Yes.
What I'm saying is the difference between the safety net. The safety net, the welfare system as the safety net is not beneficial to the country as much as the safety net being production at that low level.
So I lean more on Angry Man's side, y'all, because when you use the term welfare, that's where it messes it up. The country gave it during a time of war. Men were gone. That's when a lot of that stuff came in. Okay, we got to do something. These women about to lose their homes. Their children can't eat. The country gave it and never took it away. This is what people call Americans. They call them the land of entitled poor people. Nowhere else on earth are poor people entitled. They have a sense of entitlement. This is the land where that shit happens because of welfare programming. So the one thing that AM is saying is that you inspire. The cream is always going to rise to the top. If you let it happen naturally, people are going to be poor. Nobody wants to do the work to be Beans, Angry Man Hamp, or Trigger Mike Ali. Nobody wants to do the work to put not a large majority of people cannot do this type of work to rise to the top. They just want to be functional. So they just want to have enough money to feed their kids.
Wait. That's the point, though, is that it's not about the top. It's about the Hamp. I think maybe this isn't an important question, but for some reason I think it is. Why are they getting rid of the middle class?
Go ahead. What? Say it one more time. Why did they get rid of the middle class? Before we answer that, Fatty, can you break down, because I stepped away for a second, why they prove Bean's points, and then we can answer the question?
Because capitalism promotes winners and losers. If you have a society of winners and losers, you have to have a giant safety net for the people that lose. Because you know what's funny? Everybody is against safety nets until the homeless trying to put tents in front of your house. Now you want to spend the extra $100 to the mayor so they can clean the area so you don't have homeless tents in front of your shit. And Trigger Mike is wrong. Every country in the West is a mixed economy between capitalism and socialism. In Europe, we tilt more to the socialism, but we still allow people to thrive and to strive for greatness, invest in the S&P 500, open an Apple, in all that shit. The United States is not the land of the people that are entitled. Europe gives way more benefits. We have schools for free, college for free, education for free. You have hospitals for free. That's not what you guys have. You guys are wrong.
Hey, before you rebut, I just want to ask one question. Fatty, is there a level of reward though with not grinding that you think is problematic?
Yes, because it takes unnecessary stress from your life. Example, I twisted my uncle, whatever the name is, in Boston. I pay $400 for an X-ray. In Portugal, I will pay $15. I don't have, when my son is born, I don't have to gather $100,000 so he can go to college. The colleges are affordable. He can have a part-time job at McDonald's. The health system, the education system, the prison, like all of it is actually something that takes stress out of your life, because the big decisions of your life, your health, education, and things like that are a burden that you don't have to carry. So the United States do that, but they tilt more on the capitalism side, everybody for themselves. Europeans do that, and they tilt more on the socialist side. If my son is a genius and I have no money, he still can go to the best schools and become a biggest person of them all. And we don't have the George Bush type of guy that is a dumbass, but just because he's a son of the president and he has tremendous amount of money, he's going to climb, he's going to go to Duke University, he's going to be a big man just because he has access to resources. I don't know if you went to Duke, by the way.
Okay, I'm not disputing any of that. The healthcare.
Angry Man finish, Trigger Mike, you can finish your point.
not disputing any of that. The healthcare system in this country definitely needs to be fixed. The educational system definitely needs to be fixed. That's not really the point that I'm trying to make. The point that I'm trying to make, and I guess this is the best analogy. If you go to a store, you have tiers of certain items. So you might want let's say you want to buy a TV. Yes. You've got the TV that is a top brand that's going to cost you $3,000. That's a freaking 65-inch because of the components, because of the way it's made. But then you also have another 65-inch that you can buy for $500. The point that I'm trying to make is the person that is at the lower tier is going to buy the one that's at the lowest price. The difference is them having a job that's at the low level to buy that TV, as opposed to just giving that TV to them because you're extracting money from somebody else to give it to them. That's the point that I'm trying to make. The point that I'm trying to make is you're gonna always have the poor. You're gonna always have the lower class. What I'm saying is the safety net doesn't have to be free handouts. The safety net can be a job that doesn't require a high school diploma, that doesn't require a higher education, that pays a basic wage.
But your safety net is put on top. That's the problem. A safety net should put on the bottom for the weak. Your safety net is on top. Example, Israel needs money. Here is 7 billion. Ukraine needs money. Here is 3 billion. Your companies are going to bankrupt, and your banks are going to bankrupt. Here is 100 million. You guys actually believe in you actually believe in security nets. When is socialism for the rich, too big to fail? When they go bankrupt, they don't have to pay to nobody. They're going to get subsidies and all that shit. But when it's the poor saying we need socialism, no, that's capitalism for you poor people. Poor people are capitalists, and the rich people believe in social security nets. That shit is false.
In this country, but listen, in this country, no, the safety net wasn't at the top. The safety net was at the bottom. And the reason why the safety, I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna break it down.
2008 crisis.
No, listen. That's later.
That actually affects the bottom.
That's later. I'm talking about the way this country initially started, right? The safety net for the people that were in the lower class was their job security. The safety net in the lower class was people who had jobs that paid a basic wage, but those jobs were also unionized. They couldn't just get fired for something silly. So what I'm talking about is you're always going to have a lower class, a middle class, and an upper class. But the idea is that the lower class is not in a position to where they're not able to be productive and be productive members of the society, where they're just, consuming and not producing. That's the point that I'm trying to make.
That's not true.
Angry man, you keep saying you're always going to have those 3 tiers, but everywhere I turn, they keep saying that the middle tier, which is the middle class, is being removed.
You know why?
I would love to hear your take on this, but I would
because the middle class gets taxed the most, and where that money goes is for the safety nets.
No. So that's BS. Listen,
no, it's not.
You're telling me how. You're not telling me why. That's not the why, right? The why would be because we don't like you niggas, right? Like that's a version of a why, right? Not the how, right? So what I'm saying is this: if you just admitted that the very thing I'm suggesting is what they did to black people, but I know for sure that black people aren't even the biggest subscribers to welfare. How can you not see that the system was used specifically the way that I'm telling you? Because to make sure that you have to incentivize these people to be this. You do realize that countries need bodies, right? Not even just for working. It's like how you ever wonder how a car lot could be there and they can have all these cars. They don't seem like they ever selling it, but they always in business, right? Because they need the stock. Right, so human beings are America's corporate. They are the stock of America. They need the bodies
because you're leaving out. When you're talking about the why in reference to black people, there's a component that you're leaving out.
No. I was in reference to them removing the middle class.
Well, yeah, like the thing about it is it's so many different components to why that's going on.
Mhm.
It's not just as simple as, oh, we're going to get rid of the middle class. There's a number of factors. One
It is.
factor is what Fatty was just talking about, where you have labor outside of the country that's much cheaper.
Mhm.
So you have corporations that send their, put their plants and put their businesses overseas, and so those are jobs that the middle class doesn't have. So
Wait,
that's
but respectfully, right? This is why this kind of, well, I'm not gonna be disingenuous. It doesn't confuse me. But like when Fatty asked you, what would you do if you were king? I just don't understand why that wouldn't be one of the first things you say.
What's
right?
that?
These companies being able to send all these jobs overseas is probably more problematic than the nuclear family is.
It's definitely problematic. I just didn't get to it. That's one of the problems, that you can't have a country that doesn't build anything.
Mhm.
You see what I'm saying? Like what made this country the superpower that it is, and what made this country great, is the fact that we built so many things. And that right there was a bigger safety net for people in the lower part of the class system than welfare. That was better than welfare, is having jobs for people, because every job ain't gonna pay you $100K a year. You know what I'm saying? Every job ain't gonna pay you no ridiculous amount of money, but you still have the ability to have a job. Because let's be real.
Wait. Do you see? You just connected the thread, right? So you just said the jobs was better, right? But because of capitalism and they want more money, we can send a job overseas, like Ham said, and I can pay $3 for 100 calls an hour, right?
And that's problematic. I'm not disagreeing.
No, absolutely. But here's the thing, though. What I'm saying is this, though. But now, what do you do? The people who are still here, right? The people who are here, the people who are affected, the people who only qualified for those lower tier jobs, and now those jobs don't exist. Well, we can't just kill them. We can't just get rid of them, right? So what do? We stabilize them with welfare, right? Because we need the bodies. We need the stock. We need the bodies, and we need the numbers.
No, actually, if you're California, you don't give them shit. You just let them sleep in a tent on the street.
Yeah, but that's exactly the point. You guys are
talking on the macro level.
You guys are anti-capitalism.
You said what?
You guys are anti-capitalism. You guys don't believe in capitalism at all. It's not problem if you believe in capitalism, which is amoral. It is profit over people. Straight up. Money.
Absolutely.
And if I'm Apple, I have all the right to outsource my shit to China, so I can get more money than I used to if they was on the American soil. You guys,
but wait.
Why are you putting caps on freedom and capitalism?
Wait, hold on. Capitalism is just like these spaces, right? What capitalism has become because of greed is not the principal concept of capitalism. Capitalism is not meant to be something that is this destructive. It has become that because of the men who are greedy in capitalism. The entire point of capitalism, or a capitalist system, is to give people the ability to climb up if they have the wherewithal to actually do it. You see what I'm saying? The greed part, that's man in the system.
Okay, so
you see what I'm saying?
But we're leaving out one part, though.
Just one thing real quick. So if you were king, you would say Elon Musk and Bill Gates and all these people, they don't need $230 billion. Let's take 200 of them. Let's put them to the end of the people and let them.
Would you
do that?
No.
Would you do that?
No. See,
so if you don't do that,
wait a minute. And see, this is what y'all always jump to. Capitalism, economics is way more complicated than that.
That's a
very
fact.
complex.
I'm not gonna say I'm gonna take your money that you earned or whatever, right? No, what I'm going to do is I'm gonna have laws in my country to where you can't do stupid things that's not gonna benefit the country, like send your company to another country to get cheaper labor.
That's anti-capitalism. That's that's literally socialism.
Yes.
I want you here to spend money with my people because it's people above money. That's socialism. That's not capitalism. You
That's
are
a fact,
literally
Angry Man. You gotta accept that. That is anti-capitalism.
Property rights, and you are
We disagree on that
That's,
because
that's anti-capitalism, Angry Man. That's a fact. You're stifling the person's ability to grow.
No.
Can I ask a question?
That's how China controls their companies. Literally, how China controls their companies. You are going to make money for us, and you are going to be actually have a globe around you where as soon as you become bigger than the government, and I see that people on our country are losing, we are going to cap you down. Oh no, that's what they did with Alibaba. That's what they do with the law.
No, because capitalism is still about competition. Just because you don't have the ability to put your company in another country to get cheap labor does not mean you are not able to still compete in the world.
How can you Angry Man, the minimum wage in my country per hour is $4. $4 an hour. I'm not even going to go to China because that's ridiculous. You are going to be, that's not even close to it. How can an American company compete with, imagine that I had to put my factory in one place. If I put it in Portugal, I have to pay $4 an hour. If I put it in the United States, I have to pay 15, 20, I don't know. How can you compete with them? You can compete.
Because it's America. That's why. Because it's America.
Come on, Angry Man. It's been a dope conversation up until this point.
Hold on. Because it's America. Just because which dollar has been which currency has been the top currency for I don't know how long?
Pussy.
You love saying that word, bro.
Because he is kind of the top currency in the planet.
Oh, is it the dollar?
No, I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about.
So is it the dollar?
Let's go with that. Let's go with that.
What does that mean?
Okay. So do you mean to tell me that we don't have companies in America that produce products that people all over the world are gonna buy regardless?
Yes.
No. I agree with you. Hold on, Fetty. I agree with you on the point that you're making right now, Angry Man, which is that they can still survive, right? I agree with you on that. I don't think we can really disagree on that.
If Elon Musk, see, and this is the part y'all don't want to talk about. This is not anti-capitalism. This is putting your country first. My thing is, Elon Musk, if he's a American citizen and he has to have his company here, he has to pay people more money as opposed to sending his company somewhere else. Okay. He can
Angry Man, that's my idea. That's my take. What are you talking about?
Let me finish.
Can I bring my perspective to it, please?
No poems, Joseph.
It's not a poem. Do you understand that America is not a democracy?
You just gave it to me, Angry Man. It's karma.
It's not a democracy. It's not even a constitutional republic in that sense. It's actually a corporation. Do you know where the 5-day 8-hour work week came from? It came from Henry Ford of the Ford Corporation. The government actually listens to to people who own, like the DuPonts, the Rockefellers, you know what I'm saying, JP Morgans. Those are all, they monopolized the whole game. I think it was Rockefeller who said competition is a sin, right? If you look at any kind of there was a Michael Moore documentary that I had watched. The reason Iraq wasn't about imperialism, it wasn't about oil, it even wasn't about trying to establish democracy over in that region. It was about money. It was about money and what else was it?
Pussy?
Not pussy, no. Okay. Well, it was about money and something else. I can't think of it right now, but we went over there and we went over in that region for 20 years under the guise of imperialism, and all it was just about money, really.
Money,
you know what I'm saying, to keep people in jobs, like like Grumman, Northam.
Can I please
real quick
agree on what I was trying to
let Angry Man finish. Let's get Ali and then Uncle Jeff in. Right when Angry Man finishes, we're gonna catch up on these super chats, then we'll get Ali's opinion because he's been chilling, and Uncle Jeff just got here. Go ahead, Angry Man.
I don't think it's anti-capitalism, and I don't think it's problematic. And the reason why is because of the point you guys made earlier about dudes that have ridiculous money. If you are in a situation where you're going to be taxed more heavily because you put your company in another country, and you want to keep your company here so that you're not taxed heavily, and you got to pay more. Okay, Elon Musk has to have 2 yachts instead of 5.
Agreed.
Not an issue.
This is my take. You preach it to
Not
the
an
choir.
issue. Like, it's not the issue. The issue overall, when you ask me what would I do if I was in charge of a country, I have to do what's best for my country.
Absolutely.
Now, if you want to say that that's socialism or a combination of, let's be honest, every country is a combination of capitalism and socialism, like you said.
Yeah,
it is. You have to decide which part is the best part in each of those categories.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let me say this, because I think we simplified so much.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Sorry, Mike, I had laid it out, so I gotta read these now. Judas Shalom, my brother, with the $2 says, Shalom Hamp AM hitting on all cylinders today. Did he be wilding, man?
Did he do it?
I'll answer that question.
Okay.
I bet you will.
He said, AM, what you recommend to men to be stepdads like yourself? Well, here's the thing. Instead of you just saying that, you should have just said, you're a stepdad, you're a stepdad, you're a stepdad, because it's not a genuine question. That's number one.
You got a chapter on it. Just promote the book.
That's number one. First of all, I know I already addressed it in the book. See, here's the thing. Diddy. Here's the thing, Diddy. My contribution to mankind is telling dudes not to do the things that I did that were problematic. Okay? Now, as far as the stepdad thing, y'all love to get up here and talk shit about stepdads, but you simultaneously complain about the lack of fathers in homes. So guess what? There's no way around that. You're basically a person that's looking at a burning building talking about what should have been done to avoid it burning. No, it's on fire now. You got to put the damn fire out first. That probably went over his head, but it is what it is.
Yeah, Diddy, you got to chill.
So you recommend it? Okay.
Take heed.
Is that what I said?
I didn't get it. I think you didn't answer the question.
I did answer the question.
Apologize, my bad.
Take heed with the $5. Appreciate you. Hope all is well. Keep grinding. CC, thank you for the support. Perfect. Harold with the $5 says, love the real conversation. Way better than the let go fiasco. Rashawn Washington was popping with a $5. Shalom. He says, Ecclesiasticus 36:24 and 25. He that getteth a wife beginneth for possession, a help like unto himself, and a pillar of rest. TNB with the $2 says, how women losing something if women enforcing it?
I think that's white men.
I think.
Oh, white, my bad. How white men losing something if white men enforcing it?
Because you got two different. All of them are not the same. Some are enforcing it and some are against it.
The majority are.
Vet Life. Vet Life with the 20 ball says, salute fellas and AM. Salute. Fatty, it's in its love, but the brother's point is mainly because our situation is dire as of late. The way we have been operating in the U.S. lately is clearly not working. Extreme times require extreme measures.
Come on, I'm broke, baby. I ain't got no money. Bullshit. I see you shining, nigga. I can smell a motherfucker with money. Even Ray Charles can see you got money.
Perfect. CO was popping, my brother. He says, hand panel and the is that the Untouchables thing?
Yeah, that's the Untouchables.
Salute.
Damn.
Aaron Woe with the $2 says, y'all don't see the vids of the tech they have on IG. AL with the $2 says, the New Deal created the white middle class. Reaper Rel was popping with the $2 says, Like Michael Irvin said, we losing recipes. Salute to Desiree for becoming a member, man.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't?
Steppenwolf for the $2 says, John, chill out, John. It was the opium. God damn. Ali was popping.
Is you talking about Afghanistan?
There was on Afghanistan. There was not on. There was on Afghanistan.
Yeah. What up, though?
What up to the brothers on the panel, man?
What's up, sir? How are you doing?
Yeah, well, my brother. Obviously you heard what they've been talking about. I think they lined that out decently well, but obviously Angry Man hit on a bunch of different points based on that first hour. I'm not sure how long he's been here. You can address whatever you like.
Well, they went this way, then they went that way, and then they went this way. So the things I wanted to address, I think I could address later. It was I don't even want to bring women into this because I thought y'all was speaking about the power structure of men and women too. But we have come to the conclusion that men are the problem. But what I do want to say when y'all came to where we are right now, if you can divide people and make them each other's competition and problem, it's going to keep them distracted from seeing who's the real problem, who's in control. While profiting from all of it and profiting from both sides. This country helps the poor and the rich to keep the people in power in control. So they'll give you debt, long work hours, entertainment, and don't forget the American dream with competition to keep us distracted from the fact almost the entire world will always be slaves, financing the few people in power, putting it in your face, dangling it in your face, that you'll chase, but you'll never be that, and you'll sacrifice everything to achieve it. Being slaves to products you don't need, which is what the Marxist theory entails that people pretend to know. So ultimately, you got to be asleep to get the American dream. Shout out to George Carlin. But the safety net these brothers are talking about isn't really welfare. It's brainwashing and convincing people that they're poor and need the few people who's in power to survive. There's a quote by John Jacques Rousseau, I think, that says, "When the people shall have nothing to eat, no more to eat, they will eat the rich." And that's why you have martial law. For whenever we figure that out. So strong-minded men and strong men lead or rule the world. They lead when they want to be just, and they rule when they want to conquer.
Did you just promote Karl Marx?
Definitely. People don't know what Marxism is, and they keep thinking they know what it is.
Oh no, I know
the theory where people would be slaves to. Okay, so deny what he was saying is in regardless of the people would be slaves to products, and then it's inevitable for people to rebel.
Is this happening right now?
But Karl Marx.
I said the theory. I don't want to discuss his personal life. The Marxism theory, which nobody really knows, and you're a Marxist. You're a Marxist. The theory says that people would become slaves to the product, and they will rebel against the people in power because they will be slaves to the product.
Karl Marx was a fucking.
I'm not talking about the messenger. You're not talking about the messenger.
His theory was bullshit.
Why?
Why was it bullshit? Because it doesn't work. It's never worked nowhere in the history of the world. Karl Marx's theory always leads to totalitarianism. And the reason why,
let him get a little back and forth.
The reason why it always leads to that is because the concept of Marxism is basically balancing everything out, correct?
Yes. What's the problem with that?
Okay. The problem is in that process, you still have somebody at the top that is distributing the balance. And the problem is there's always going to be a situation where the person at the top, whatever they have that they're balancing out, they'll have 100% of it, and they'll take 10% of it, and they'll balance that out.
Sound like capitalism.
They'll divvy out.
It's the same thing, essentially.
Listen, no, it's not the same thing. It's not. It's not the same thing. You have someone who is basically the arbiter that is divvying out the resources,
like the government.
But the problem is.
I actually apologize. My bad, but you're talking about the government. Legally.
Let him just finish it out.
Y'all are filibustering because you don't want me to
apologize, ANGRYMAN. My bad. Apologize.
Yeah. We apologize, ANGRYMAN. Go ahead.
It's not the same as capitalism. There's a huge difference. Marx's theory was that people would end up becoming slaves and have meaningless lives if they lived a life where they worked in some sort of factory producing things that are identical. He thought that if people had individualized things, in other words, if you, Ali, you make a certain type of chair, you're the guy that makes that chair. You're not going to put them on an assembly line. Each of those chairs are unique. So because that chair is unique, your work has more meaning. That's part of Marx's theory. Your work has more meaning. Your life has more meaning. But instead of you making that chair for profit, you just make that chair, and whoever wants the chair gets the chair because all of your other needs are basically met. But there's only one problem with his theory. It sounds great in theory, but the problem is there's always going to be somebody that's in charge of the resources. And the problem is human greed. The problem with any system, whether it's socialism, capitalism, freaking Marxism, or communism, the problem is always greed. So what happens is when you have someone who is divvying out the resources, they're going to take 100% of it. They're going to take out 10%. They're going to tell the people that's all there is. And they're going to divvy that out, and they're going to keep the other 90% for themselves. That's what always happens with any system that is Marxist in theory, but turns into communism.
Right
so,
now,
hold on, let me ask my question. Let me ask my question real quick. Hold on 1 second.
1% of the 1% of the population has more money than the other 99% of the population right now. You literally condemn what we have right now, Angryman.
It wasn't divvied out. That's the difference. It wasn't divvied out. That is the difference.
Okay,
Angryman, can I ask you a question, please?
Let's accept that. That's the difference.
Angryman, I'm gonna ask you a question. What happened? What happened 3 years ago that's essentially affecting employment right now?
You tell me.
You're going away from
the Great Resignation. Right now, they just passed a bill in California that's minimum wage is $20 an hour. Most of those corporations have shut down the stores. 99-cent stores that shut down. They're gonna shut down Dollar General. All of them have shut down. There are people who worked at those jobs for years, and because I can't put gas in my private plane, you're not entitled to anything right now. Your job is done. Find another one.
Joseph, but here's the thing. And if I remember, if you were here earlier, you heard me say specifically that our country is messed up right now. Our country is going down a wrong path right now. What I'm talking about when I'm talking about capitalism, I'm not talking about where we're at today. I'm talking about how this country was built. I'm talking about people having the ability to climb up as opposed to resources just being divvied out. I'm not denying that greed is a problem today, and a lot of the goofy stuff that they're doing today is bullshit. I'm not denying that. What I'm talking about is the original American dream. The original American dream where anybody who lives in this country, based on their merit and skill, have the ability to climb that ladder if they choose to. That's what I'm talking.
Yo, I'm sick of these motherfuckers in the chat, bro. I'm just saying anything. I'm reporting the motherfucking news. Stupid motherfuckers.
Hey, Joseph. I'm not. Joseph, I got it. Hey, Joseph, they didn't pay to comment. You feed into the chat. That means you're not engaged in the conversation. So you actually made some good points. Continue. They can't hear you, Joseph. Nobody can hear you, Joseph.
You muted.
So you making good points that actually engage in the conversation. Just stay in the conversation. Don't worry.
Bro, they dumb as hell, bro. The truth will not be valid.
Yeah, but don't worry about the chat, all right? Because the angry man was actually replying to you. So you good, Joseph? You good?
So
bro, ain't nobody on here asking for a fucking job. Okay. Stupid ass niggas.
Joseph.
Literally.
So angry. Wait, I got a question.
No, it is actually Uncle Jeff. Uncle Jeff been waiting.
Oh well, then there you go.
Hey Beans, I shot you a text too. I think it was mad late though yesterday.
No, fuck your text.
God damn. Must be the jacket, Uncle Jeff. Go ahead, Uncle Jeff.
Yeah, well, it could be the jacket because you do look a little bit like the road manager for the Spinners. What
the fuck I get this?
Just a footnote, gentlemen. The rules are only worth how much we'll respect them. Number one, I believe this is a fantastic conversation. Angry Man alluded to it. It's a great conversation for 1988. Right now, and just mild pushback on what Angry Man is saying about America going down the wrong road. America's dead, bro. Remember Rocky 3 when Apollo Creed got hit by Drago and he fell slow? He was dead before he hit the mat.
That would be Rocky 4.
America has outlived its usefulness as a construct. This was a great place for the Industrial Revolution. This is a great place to take average-minded people and give them something that they could do so that they could be productive with their families, work in one place, go on vacations every now and then, and die. Well, that's gone. That's gone. And we have to figure out what to do with all these useless eaters. Well, part of it is we're going to let them eat themselves. This sending our work overseas. Nobody. It's not like the work that got sent overseas. It wasn't like me and Beans had a roller skate company, and we was like, Beans, bruh. If we keep paying these Americans what we pay them, we gonna go out of business, and we only making $500,000 a year before we start divvying it up. If we send our shit overseas, we can make $2 million a year. Those aren't the companies that put us here. The companies that put us here wanted more billions.
Yeah.
Billions. They didn't want to save their companies. They are making record profits in the face of abject poverty. There is no opulence without suffering. It is the yin and yang. If you have so much money, in order for you to have so much money that it loses context and value, somebody somewhere has to have so much on their back that what it takes to make that money loses context and value. That's how opulence is made, and it's been made that way for centuries. There's nothing new about opulence. Let's correct the 8-hour workday. The 8-hour workday started in the 16th century. Didn't start with Henry Ford. There's a litany of countries that started hundreds of years before us with the 8-hour workday.
So Uncle Jeff, let me ask you this.
I'm pretty sure he meant on this continent, though.
I don't want you to lose your thought, but let me ask you this. So, but you get what I'm saying about, I get that we're not here anymore, but you get what I'm saying about the concept of capitalism as it pertains to the Industrial Revolution.
Absolutely. And furthermore, to push back a little bit on what Fatty was pointing at, was that the government divvies shit out. Well, who else divvies it out? That doesn't differentiate whether it's capitalism or Marxism or communism.
It's the same person, yeah, the same entity.
It's the same entity. But that doesn't mean that Angry Man's point is not valid. This is another thing we need to stop looking at, is white skin as being outside of oppression. White men have been oppressing white men for eons.
Forever.
Slavery by skin is relatively some new shit.
Yeah.
So as a matter of fact, racism is just a function of economics. If I tell these regular white people that I don't want either, I don't want them around me, I'm the power elite. I don't want these greasy regular white folks around me either. But in order to keep shit moving, I'm gonna put them in charge of these people. And I don't give a fuck about the group of them. This is why we are seeing what we are seeing, because the white man is no longer hiding the fact that he don't give a fuck about his poor. That's where welfare comes from. Welfare was never meant for black people. Eisenhower went to the Appalachian Mountains and saw how bad them toothless, ignorant white folks was doing and started welfare there. He didn't start it with you. He didn't give a fuck about you. So what we need to look at, without, and then I got through all my shit. To land the plane, we need to stop looking at this like it's ever going to turn around. This is a plan that's well over 100 years old. This plan started before the Industrial Revolution got cranked up. Do you think that these people who are smart enough to build these companies aren't smart enough to figure out what happens when you put millions of people out of work? It's because we're going back to kings and serfs. There has never been calcified wealth like this since motherfuckers was riding horses with no choice.
And these are the true kings. And these are the true kings because you know where the king was. You could chop his head. Now you don't know nothing about them. Those are the true kings. The king that can literally use everything at their control, and they are literally invisible because if you had to kill them, you have to exterminate the whole family from one point. They're all intertwined.
I gotta add something to what Uncle Jeff was saying, because that was part of me and Bean's conversation, and it's important to add it. What Uncle Jeff, what you said is right. The reason why they started welfare was definitely not because of us, but the effect that it had on us was definitely an added bonus. So it was like a benefit to it as well.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. If you know that was done on purpose. Ali just said that whatever that guy Mark, whatever his name, Mark and the Funky Bunch. He said that the dude said when the people don't have anything left to eat, they'll eat the rich. Yeah. So what would be the smartest way to quell that?
Bread and circus.
Right?
The MMA.
Welfare.
NFL, NBA. How many of you here have an encyclopedic knowledge? An encyclopedia. I'm sorry, Beans. I'm sorry, Beans. Well, the floor is open now, so those rules don't apply. How many of you? Nice try though. How many of you have an encyclopedic knowledge of basketball stats that ain't worth a fiddler's fuck in the grand scheme of things? Congratulations, the shit worked. How many of you have a photographic memory for anything to do with broad level distraction? Congratulations, the shit worked. And that's the bread and circus. These little funky ass challenges on TikTok. What the fuck? TikTok. The Super Bowl. The Grammys. The Emmys. That shit is to keep you not focusing on the day to day. And it used to be easier because the populace had less access to information. And you would think more access to information meant more smarter people. No, it doesn't. It just means that the people who don't read are dumber and dumber and dumber. And because we have this group of people like right here, this dope ass conversation, I ain't never hear my uncles talk like this. This is the only thing that's going to move forward. If you're looking at anything from 1998, God bless you.
But here's the thing, though. I gotta point this. I gotta just say this real quick. Let me just
finish my thought that I had before.
Go ahead, you Chicago nigga. No offense, Uncle Jeff.
I'm about to say, wait a minute, shit.
Come on, let's not get distracted, bro. So, Angry Man, listen, because here's what I'm trying to tell you. When you keep trying to point back to what capitalism is, I think you're doing yourself a disservice by pretending you don't have the same power of hindsight that the rest of us do. It was never going to remain that. Nothing ever will, right? Corrupt. Nothing will ever remain the same, especially when you have people involved with it, right? Okay, so it's always going to go to the worst case scenario that it can possibly get to. At some point, that's going to happen.
But I'm not.
Right?
But I'm not discounting that.
So you're just saying that's okay. But let's put you like this. So let's say there was, because I agree with you on where you saying it should look, right? I agree with you 100%. Fuck these rich niggas. I don't give a shit about taking their money either, right? Because the problem we always have with not taking the rich people money is you okay with them taking working class poor people's money. Which is hilarious to me.
Not okay with that either.
Well, see, so we need more of you douchebags to say that shit out loud, right? That you're not okay with them taking money from the working class either, right?
That's what Ali is right, because of the Marxism thing. We have enough money, we have enough housing, we have enough supplies, we have enough food for everybody in the world to have a nice house with the white picket fence, the dog, and everything.
Yes.
Right. But the problem is what Angryman said is human greed, because people want more, and as soon as human greed actually starts up, for you to be a winner, there has to be people on the other side of the world that are losers. We just are here talking with fantasy quote and all that. I don't know what that is.
This is why
because they're a giant part of the population on the other side of the world that is literally either starving, getting minimal wages and all that, so we can prosper. That's the problem.
This is why Marxism is right. The lies are so complex and the breakdown with us that I believe the people that's on this panel can break it all down. If capitalism is a fair country, then it almost look like a barter system. You're going to have a lot of people open up business and we're trading with each other. We can't go back to the original ways things are. But what happens is when things monopolize, it starts becoming a corrupt socialism that becomes an oligarchy. Because if Hamp starts becoming in power and he hires all of us to work for him, the part you missed about Marxism is that it uses inflation and the cost of living to make us stuck in the same place while one person has all the power, and then they start monopolizing. When they get enough money, they start buying up all the businesses, they start buying up all the land, and then the people becomes the means of production and distribution, and people are making all the money for welfare, for everything. We finance the whole country for us angry men to sit there. I'm just using our example to sit there and do nothing while people control the means of production and everything. It's corrupt. It's oligarchy that we're living in.
Okay, but here's the problem. All of you new age
niggas,
hippie motherfuckers that keep screaming about Marxism. Marxism is not gonna save you.
No, we just say it's a good
thing.
The reason.
Wait, man, hold on, respectfully, you didn't address my point. Hold on, address my point. Main one I want you to address is the fact that the government does get involved and helps the companies because they're involved as well too. They use inflation and they use the cost of living to keep you in the same place. Now that we're at $20 an hour. Now the cost of living is higher. $20 an hour don't mean nothing anymore.
But Ali, you're talking to a conservative. I want less government.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
You on the beginning of the show.
That is the. Oh my God!
Just answer.
You Negroes just cannot let.
I asked you what can you do?
Unnecessary words. Hold on, Ali. Let him answer.
Did you just say unnecessary words?
Yes, answer.
Talk. Man can answer. He can answer how you want to answer. Angry man, go ahead and answer the question how you feel you need to answer.
This Negro said unnecessary words.
You can answer.
Yeah, I'm talking about that right there. This Negro said unnecessary words.
He felt the need to preface his. Hey, let's go ahead, angry man.
Right. And people become slaves to products because of inflation and the cost of living. That's what Marxist was talking about.
Let him reply.
Okay, but Marx is no different than anybody. Look, the point that I made earlier. Okay, every system we live under is about power. And that's the reason why, as Beans put it a little while ago, it's going to inevitably go into a certain direction. Why is it inevitably going to go into a certain direction? Because of human greed. Right. So this idea that Marxism is going to be some revolutionary thing, it's not. It's going to, what Marxism always does, the concept of Marxism, when it's applied to any economy, it always turns into communism. Always.
What? It turns to the American Revolution, respectfully. The Boston Tea Party, that when Britain was trying to control this country, when you're looking at what actually happened, they revolted. When the people can no longer eat, they go to eat the rich. And they'll start their own country. That's what happens. We rebel. That's what Marxist says. Marxist says that people would rebel. Angry man, hey, you got Google?
That's not what happened with the American Revolution.
Taxation without representation, angry man.
That's the romanticized bullshit they teach you in school. That's not what that is.
Yeah. Ali, generally speaking, communism is the next step. That's what they say, generally speaking.
America was always under British rule, bro.
Okay, why America? So what happened with I agree. But that's what I'm saying. It's an illusion of lies. The people in power use us to make money while they sit on. It's oligarchy. We keep bringing up all these
oligarchy.
What I'm saying is, you're repeating the romanticized version of the American Revolution and the way it was taught to us. That's not the way that went down.
Yeah. Okay. I can hear the flute in the background.
How did it go down?
Anyway, I think there's a little bit irrelevant, with all the respect to the conversation, right? But how can you be for small government when you 1 hour ago were literally saying, if I was king, I would tell him to do this, or to do this, or to do that, or to do this, and to control this, and the companies couldn't go out of the country. I would make laws so they can stay on the country. That's actually big government. That's literally big. When you promote laws,
that's not a great. That's not a great statement. You asked
question.
It's a question.
No,
that's a great question.
It's
not
easily answered.
It's not a great question.
Huh.
It's not a great question because you asked me what would I do if I was king.
Yeah, but that's the point. How can you be? No, how can you be? You before I ask you that, you were romanticizing, you and a couple of friends, what is happening in Russia, what's happening in China, how they treat their kids, how they actually educate them, how they allow things. Well, that was what was being talked. That was the conversation, and I asked, why are you glorifying things that is happening on these totalitarian countries? And I fucked up just like Ali. When you are for freedom and all that, right? I think that actually you guys are not for like big country or small country. You want free. No, sorry. You're not against big government or small government. You want big government when it comes to controlling what people do, social life, social media, all the wretched behavior and all that. And you are for small government when it comes to your money. When it comes to your money, you don't want the government in your pocket. You want nobody to see. But I think
first of all, number one, you got to contextualize what we're talking about.
Yes.
You asked me what I would do if I would be king.
Yes.
A king rule is absolute.
Yes.
A king is the system. A king says this is what it's going to be and this is what it's going to be.
This afternoon.
That is entirely different from government.
There's a fallacy.
We're talking about two different things. If you're asking me there, wait a minute, because we gotta be clear about this. We having a serious conversation, right?
Yes,
so
we have. Absolutely.
If you're asking me as a citizen of this country that operates in capitalism, I don't want big government. But if you then turn around and ask me what I would do if I was king, that's a whole different conversation.
There's a fallacy, because you could, as king, say, let live and believe, whatever the thing. I'm not going to intervene in nothing. I am against small. I am a king just in place. I want my citizens to do whatever they want to do as long as
you're not a king, man.
Yes, you are, because the king has the right to say. Absolutely, the king makes the rules. I can make the rules. I'm not going to intervene. Go at it and do whatever you want to do. That's what the king does. He does the rules.
No, but that's a non sequitur. If you're king, by definition, king has absolute power.
Did you saw Lion King?
So for a king to decree that he no longer has power, he's not king anymore.
No, that's the point. You saw Lion King, right? There was Mufasa, that was the happy-go-lucky king who let everybody do what they wanted to do, and there was his brother Scar, that was punitive, and he made action. No, yes, he did.
No, he didn't. Every time.
But wait, Fatty, when we
he beat him up and ran him away.
1 second, when we reflect back to how he answered, you remember he was saying like you wouldn't get these benefits if you did this wrong. And then he also said for school, he would structure school differently. So people were still operating, but they had autonomy, i.e. if you have a kid out of wedlock or something like that, you don't qualify for programs. So there's still that stuff out there.
Government. Me telling my kid I want him to know how to handle guns is big government. It's the biggest thing. Like, it's big government.
Isn't it just school though?
Me telling your kid how he should be raised, big government. Small government is taking your hands off and letting them do what they want to do. Yes, that's big government.
No, when you have a kingship, that's not the same as a government. So that what I'm trying to say is, when you're asking me questions, I'm logically answering the questions based on the language that you're using.
Is a misunderstanding. I want to tell you. I know, man.
Clipped.
No, I know. I just want to tell you why I said king. Because if I said president, there's forces that you have to answer to. You have to get the votes. You have to get the Senate and all that. So I said king because that's a way of you being like the president. You don't have to negotiate with nobody.
That's how I took it too.
That's how it goes. There's not the king. Is like a Vladimir Putin type of thing.
I get that, but for the sake of the conversation, I'm trying to answer it based on the concept that you're talking about. If you say king to me, that doesn't mean government. You see
I
what I'm
should have
saying?
said if you were Putin. That's actually what I should say instead of king.
Yeah,
Hold
that
on, but Fatty, wait, because the angry man still though the thing that keeps like blowing my mind is that when what's his name when Ali is when he's diagramming right this specific ideology that he's talking about, it sounds like he's talking about exactly what the country looks like. It sounds like he's talking about America. He's naming all these different things that's happening. It's like, yeah, that's happening here. Yeah, there's monopolies here. Yeah, there's this. Yeah, there's people at the top and many people at the bottom. It's like all the things he named, you can see it here. And it's like, for some reason, what y'all want to do is you want to keep looking at how it's different. But why it's different in one way or two ways, but it seems like it's the same in 8 ways.
Can I give a quick example?
You're not supposed to have monopolies in this country.
It's designed to have monopolies. What the hell?
Now it wasn't supposed to be. Now they can have monopolies.
They say they
That's
break
right,
them
they
up.
keep lying, but now they're making them. It was supposed to be against the Constitution, but now
you're not supposed to.
It's not supposed to. But that's what I'm. This is what I'm saying, Angry Man.
After Ali replies, let's get Uncle Jeff and then salute the modern Renaissance man.
Hamp is trying to get the American dream, and I got all the money. Joseph has a business, and he may not got that much. I'm gonna buy Joseph out. He's tired of working. I'm gonna buy Uncle Jeff out. I'm gonna buy Modern Renaissance out. I'm gonna buy Fatty out. Not only am I going to do that, once I see that, once things seem like they're fair, the inflation comes in, the price of living goes in. Then it becomes even harder. They keep doing the same thing over and over again. By the time we get to 2080, I have you see it happening right now.
Amazon, that's what
Amazon
and
Walmart. And I'm gonna let it go, and you got it. I have everything, and it'll be impossible for the people to ever catch up. That's where it seems like we're headed to. You know what they're doing in real estate? Let me tell you one thing. What's happening in real estate? They're going away. They make you think they want you to buy houses, but only a select people will be able to buy houses. They're buying houses in whole. The banks are buying houses. Yep. These groups are buying houses. The hedge funds are buying houses. They want you to know what they're doing to you. They're going, dang, that apartment looks good. You see these new apartments coming up where they putting the shopping marts and everything. They putting the gym in there. They putting the spa in there. They go, dang, that looks good. I want to live in an apartment. I don't want to take care of my house anymore. And then you lose all your equity. We're not having real food. The currency going to Bitcoin. And now we're getting to the point where people are not going to have no ownership of no land, no nothing, no equity for their families. It's over. They own everything. The game's over.
Own nothing.
Don't forget you'll have AC. You'll have the AC and the internet. You'll have DoorDash, and you have all this instant gratification the way you think you fulfilled, and it will have. What was the movie with the surrogates? You have a surrogate. You go, I didn't want to go nowhere no more. I'm about to stay.
Ali, don't forget about Ali. Don't forget about
Fatty already abusing it.
Let Uncle Jeff get in here.
Ali, don't forget about automation too. I'm sorry,
automation.
Jeff,
yeah. One last thing. I remember when I was a kid, I was walking through Walmart with my father, and you had a checkout lines. And then all of a sudden you saw the automation, right? You can go self-checkout. My dad like, don't go in that line. It's going to get rid of people. They did something to make it the lines longer, and people start going, man, I ain't got time to sit in this line. Now we don't even want to be in the lines. It's automation now, and it's put people out of work.
And guess what? They've started getting rid of those self-checkouts. You know why? Because people be stealing.
Yeah, they're still a lot.
So look, here's the thing. Ali, I don't know why you're going this hard in the paint. I'm not arguing against all of that being wrong. That was part of what I was talking about earlier when I said that the country was basically going to hell in a handbasket, which, Uncle Jeff came in and basically pointed out that it's already in hell. So I'm not arguing against that. The point that I'm trying to make is that any system that is created by man, even if it's Marxism, like Marxism is not going to save us. That's the point I'm trying to make. I keep hearing people bring up Marxism like it's a remedy. You see what I'm saying?
Like in theory, we're saying that in theory it would work. Like if the aliens come to Earth, Marxism should be what they should all allow. They know what they're doing. What we're doing right now is it's not going to work. But Marxism in theory is not going to work because people are going to get greedy. Sorry, Uncle Jeff. Apologies.
Go ahead, Uncle Jeff.
Yeah, like Angry Man pointed out, Well, again, as commoners, I won't even use black people. By design, we're always playing defense. We're playing defense. This conversation we're having right now is 30 years old. It's the wealth is calcified now. The wealth is literally the banking structure set up by the Federal Reserve, by the way, which is not federal. The Federal Reserve ain't no more federal than Federal Express. They set up the banking system so that people who can make, how do I put this? The banking system now is set up so that people who get loans to buy houses get loans as a luxury. They get loans as a luxury. 20 years ago, when I was trying to buy a house in Pasadena, I had, and this ain't even a flex, I had my little, I was ready, I qualified for $500,000. I had my 20% down, I had good credit, I was always in line. Here was my problem. When I would go to look at a house, somebody would pull up and go, not only do I have $500,000, I got cash and I'll pay you $525 just so I can get it. And what it started, that was the birth of the affluent being the only ones with access to property. Like right now, this little funky ass house I'm in right now, I'm telling you, this is not a flex. It got an upstairs, a downstairs, and a place to put some fucking cars in a backyard. It's worth $1.1 million. But it's not worth $1.1 million because of the increase in real estate value. It just takes 1.1 million of these things we call dollars now to buy it because it's weaker. It's not, if you don't put a helicopter pad and some rocket launchers on your house, it's not worth $60,000 more than it was 5 years ago. The dollar has shrunk by that much. So when I think when Angry Man is talking about government, you have to think training wheels. Most conservatives don't want the training wheels that comes with government because they can ride fast enough. Now, conservative and liberal, that's where we part company, because I believe conservative and liberal are just two terms white people use to describe each other. They ain't talking about you. That's to me. It's none of this. There's not a bill, there's not a law, there's not an initiative that's for the niggas whose potato salad tastes good. It's not. So I don't get into that. And Britain, be not deceived. Anybody who thinks that Britain doesn't control this country is exactly that. You're deceived.
I agree.
This is this one world system. Y'all remember hearing about the one, you didn't hear it too much with the black folks you grew up with, or the ones I grew up with, but we would hear in earshot, one world government, new world order. You'd hear it peppered. That's because by the time you heard it peppered, it had already been planned. How the same way and not to derail this, Angry Man. I mean, I'm sorry. Whispers Road Hamp. Not to derail this.
He said the whispers.
Whispers Road Manager. You look like this. All right, get Scotty. You twins, get the fuck on the bus. We're all familiar with the freeway system in this country and how the even numbers go east and west and the odd numbers go north and south and the blue. All of that shit was set up by Dwight D. Eisenhower, who conveniently turned his head while the planners set all these freeways through black houses and business developments. The routes of the freeways in America run through where your ancestors used to own property. The same way that happens is the same way that every city in this nation is being gentrified at the same fucking time. Do you know how many construction companies have to be involved to do that? How many grants have to be involved to do that? How many banks? How many decisions? How many bonds? How many? And this is a plan. And this is, and I'll land it here. This is my issue with most black people thinking they even know a racist. You don't know any racists, to include cops. They're active bigots. The racists make these 150-year plans, and the racists carry them out. And they get the bigots to do the dirty work. That's where you are. And you're only landing here. I think the only thing we should be looking forward to is what to do and how once this shit collapses under its own weight.
I gotta address one thing.
Victimhood.
I gotta address one thing about the conservative versus liberal thing.
Mm-hmm.
A conservative is simply a person who believes in family, who believes in God, who believes in the ability to protect themselves, and who wants smaller government. And I'm sorry, gentlemen, but white people do not own the patent on an ideology or a name of a particular group.
Okay. I'd like to respond to that.
Real quick, Uncle Jeff, let me read these. You can quickly respond, and then let's get MR in there. My bad. HQ with the $5 says, for all of y'all, 4 of y'all look lost. These 4 don't include fatty or beans.
Thank you, princess.
Diddy with the $2 says,
Shit look like peanut butter.
How did Saudi Arabia get more American money than America? Salute to Desiree. Atticus, what's popping? Atticus with the 50 pounds says, salute, Hamp. Please continue the conversation. Extend the broadcast kindly. P.S. I'm a capitalist till I die. Every man must bear their own cross. Even the Bible says you don't work, you don't eat. Salute Angry Man, Jeff, Beans, and Ali. High level combo. Appreciate you, my brother.
And when I'm feeling broke, E and J by my side, Henny like $40. This shit like
Appreciate you. Reaper Rep with the $5. Almost every idea is a good idea in its purity. It's human nature that corrupts it. Have to find the right one that builds the most equity is least corrupt. Desiree with the $10 says, are we as black people trying to save this country again? Who does the American dream belong to? Joseph, I appreciate your passion. No one can tell you how to express your message.
Let's go.
So what country you gonna live in when this one fall? That's my question. Because let me tell you something.
I can answer both of those.
Let me say this, because I keep seeing that same sentiment, and it's sad. And I'm gonna tell you why it's sad. Because you literally have forebearers that fought and bled for this damn country, for the right to actually say that you are part of this fucking country. And when the shit fall, where the fuck is your black ass gonna go? Because I got news for you. As much as you think they don't like your ass here, they don't like you a lot of other places too.
But how is that said? Because every empire is supposed to fall. Before the Americans were the British, before the British were the French, then it was the Portuguese, it was the Moors, then it was the Romans, then it was the Egyptians. Every single one is supposed to fall and reborn again.
But guess what? All the empires that you just named lasted a hell of a lot longer than this one.
Really?
Yes.
Dion, let me get through these, y'all. Dion with the $5 says facts. Check.
You good?
Dion,
You good?
Okay, I thought I had to echo that show. Dion with the $5 says facts, Uncle Jeff. John with the 20 ball. He says great conversation, fellas. Salute. Red Pill Ranger with the $5 says I love capitalism. Do the work, create, innovate. We can all be the next up. Financial upward mobility is at its best. Something to nothing in the day. Red Pill Ranger with the $5 says people that hate capitalism wouldn't if they was the one with the money. It's not that they hate it, it's that they hate not winning it, aka projecting. HQ with the $2 says the romantic version is a loss for no cap. Desiree with the 20 ball salute. She says I don't think I'm where. What is it saying? I don't think we're
weird. The weird is an accident.
All right. I don't think I'm prepared to have this conversation. Let's learn how to manage our household / kingdoms before we start talking about outsiders. Everything starts from within, from the base, from the structure.
I already manage my household. We not dysfunctional over here, so you got to speak for yourself, sweetheart.
It's actually the opposite. It's top down.
Master Builder Allah with the $2 says, you studying your redemption manual, I see. Sean Brewer with the $5 says, Uncle Jeff, but most times black people vote for shit that hurts them. In Durham, North Carolina, black people voted to have the freeway run through their neighborhood in the day. So, Uncle Jeff, I know you had a final point. I don't know if you remember exactly what it was, and then we got to get Modern Renaissance Man in.
Oh yeah, I remember what it was because this is how I'm interrupting less, not at all. But I actually write down the thoughts I have while other people are speaking. I suggest
shit like that.
Conservatism and what you're talking about, Angry Man, is absolutely wonderful in a vacuum. It's fantastic. It's fantastic if you take out what conservatives do to keep God where they put God. The same God that they said that the God they're talking about gave you a Bible before he thought you had a soul. And they operate under that same energy. The conservatives, and regardless to how you stack your bread, bruh, I'm right here with you. I like low government. I like low tax, but I am not at all deceived to believe that the words conservative, as they mean by those who hit the switches, mean a goddamn thing for me in this skin. I cannot educate. I cannot relocate myself. I cannot earn myself out of this skin. I done had too many. I done been too many places where, prime example, Angry Man, you hit Powerball. Damn the money you doing. Damn your hustling, bruh. Hit Powerball for 400 million. I can take you right now to a community full of conservatives that won't let your ass move in.
But Uncle Jeff.
I get what you mean. I understand. But what you're saying basically is that you lean toward the smart teachings of the Dark Star. Yeah, there you go. You lean toward the smart teachings of the Dark Star, and I don't blame you, as do I. But I don't play around with I'm gonna vote my way into this or into that, because the people, the demographics that run this shit are the lowest voter turnouts. The only people talking about trying to go behind a velvet curtain and pull a lever to change some shit is the people who ain't really doing shit for themselves in mass. And that's changing.
Angry Man. One question for you.
Renaissance turns.
My bad. I was making the bot gang.
What's going on, everybody? Shout out. Can you guys hear me pretty good?
Yes, sir. How are you?
Doing good. Some really good points made here. One of the things that I want to kind of touch on here real quick is when you guys were talking about the whole thing dealing with Marxism, right? So what I want to know is this: when did it ever work? And what I'm saying that for is this: okay, when y'all talk about, we're not going to talk about Karl Marx himself, but then you talk about the theory of Marxism, which it had everything to do. His theory was about class conflict. So if we were to say that Marxism and capitalist, all that stuff is the same, if that's the same, then why was Marxism trying to overthrow capitalism if it's the same? Because that's what it was about. He was literally trying to throw the imbalance of power between capitalists and the working class people. He felt that power was not balanced, it was not right. Therefore, the people that are the working class, they should overthrow the capitalists so everybody can be equal, right? So here's the deal. There was some countries that took in what Marxists taught, and look how it ended. I don't know if y'all know about that. Between was the Soviet Union, China, Cambodia, Cuba, over 100 some odd million people murdered with that type of ideology brought in. So what I'm saying,
go ahead.
So what I'm saying is this: with all of that being done, I'm just saying, where has it ever worked? And also, that's why the new deal that you got going on right now, and I'm not going to get deep into it, That's why Marxism went from being about classes to now they actually put it under the guise of colorism. They tried to bring it in during the 1960s movement, but it was beat out by the civil rights movement. So again, all I'm asking is this: if that is something to be today, based off of what Karl Marx taught himself, that type of ideology, if it didn't work then, what are we to think that is going to work now?
Let's say we don't.
I can answer that.
Did capitalism work?
Anybody's in favor of applying Marxism right now?
No.
No, right? It's just an idea. It's the theory. It's in
Right.
a perfect place. It would work, but because people are greedy, it will never work. That's all we said.
So
Right. So wait. We answered it. We answered you.
I guess my
Mario.
question is, isn't that his point though? That if you
because it's never been practiced. It's an angry man's theory where we can support angry man. Whatever is implemented becomes corrupt. That's the main problem that's happening.
So
So
this has never been implemented Marxism.
My theory.
What about the countries? What about the countries
don't
he
y'all see
named,
my
though?
hand raised?
Well, hold on, because I
That
want to
doesn't
make
matter.
sure, like
fuck,
his
man?
question actually gets answered. So
It was never fully implemented.
he named some countries where he said they used it. So the rebut is it was never fully implemented. Is that the answer?
All countries was always mixed economies, because even in China, when they say it's communism, there's private property there. There are people that actually own the rights of production. It was never implemented. The same capitalism was never fully implemented. It's always a mixed economy. It's not a pure state of Marxism where you literally decide that everybody is common on almost the same thing. It never happened.
The socialist governments, the Soviet Union, China, Cambodia, and Cuba all implemented that type of theory into their. You can go. Don't believe me? Go look it up.
No, it was it was not a process. It was me just my food thing.
It's
But
not the rules, it's the
that's the
rulers.
point. Modern Renaissance man. Let's say we concede to that. Did capitalism work over here?
Over here?
Yes.
Capitalism
Really?
is working.
Wait, podcast. Ask him a question, because he said something. Look at how many people communism killed. You know how many people capitalism killed?
Thank you.
Do you have any idea of the damage that
It's ridiculous, man.
that literally has millions?
Okay, so give me an example. When you say, look how many
Let me
people
give you an
capitalists
example.
killed,
Let me give you an example.
So this is what I'm
Please.
saying. We're capitalists
Yes.
publicly executing people.
No, let me give you an example. When
Oh,
you
yeah, I
no,
got
I got this. Oh, remember that thing like Flint, Michigan, or something like that? When or Monsanto, remember that
Absolutely.
shit? When people pollute the waters, when people pollute the like, you know how many things that shit kills? That's capitalism killing people. It's literally they saying, you know how capitalism kills people? You are a $200,000 person. You get cancer. Your insurance doesn't cover your shit, and now you're broke because you had to spend all your money for a private company, a private insurance, so
That's
they can
good.
get their bill when you
Okay.
could come to Portugal and have the same treatment for free. That's how capitalism kills people.
That is a far reach. That is
Inflation and the cost of living.
But you guys, okay, we built on the premise.
I can turn around and say Marxism did it too, based off of equity, by saying that people that have access to medical card and everything like that, they're being killed the same exact way because they're being under the guise of Medicaid. All of them being treated the same way, and more of them are dying. Versus those that actually have insurance. You know what I'm saying? And that's free. That's from the government.
I gotta say this. That is, I get what you're saying, Fatty, but that is a far reach from someone having that is a far reach from a dictator taking people out of their homes by force and executing them
publicly.
Okay.
Come on.
But what if you have examples of that?
I have one example. I have one example. Oh my God! 2 planes attacked. 2 planes hit 2 buildings and 3 buildings fall. So now we're going to grab our shit and you are going to Iraq. We're going to kill 1 million people. Take all their oil. We're going to Afghanistan, taking all their Isn't that capitalism, greed? I want money. I want resources.
but
I will
it's not.
fuck up other people's shit to get their money. Isn't that literally capitalism?
Yes, but you're being too, you fatty.
What am I doing
being
wrong?
far too. I absolutely agree with you, but you're being far too broad. This is a big crayon question.
Oh.
This is a big crayon question. You need a big crayon answer. When was it that capitalism drugged people out and shot them The Rock Springs Massacre of September 2nd, 1885, when the railroads were done and the builders of the railroads were done with the Chinese, they got them together and massacred them.
Checkmate.
I don't know what that is, but
okay, if you really want to look at capitalism, how it's not talking about your black ass, look at the more than 70. There were more than 70 cities like Tulsa in America that were utterly rioted and destroyed.
That is a better example than people dying from poisoned water. I'm just saying.
Exactly. That's why I used it. No, Angryman, I gotta push back. I gotta push back. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. If I may, gentlemen, can I please sugar on top, or I'll just shut up and do it on my own show. Look, it is not. It is the same thing. It's just slicker.
It is.
It's the same shit, Angryman. It's just slicker. But since you got, that's what I said. If you want the Fatty gave you a question in Periwinkle Blue, an answer in Periwinkle Blue. You wanted blue. You want, when was the time that American capitalists took some people out and shot their ass up? That's one. And if I dig further enough, I bet you I can find 20.
Like,
There's no way.
Who gives a shit?
No
Angry
way.
Man, this is what you're doing, bro. You're making a free range chicken argument. Right? Like, it's okay for us to eat these chickens because we took care of it before we slaughtered it. Get the fuck out of here with this dumb shit.
That is not.
What difference does it make? What difference does it make?
Doing.
Bro, listen, if you want me to remain calm, give me the same respect y'all giving the rest of these niggas. I'm not just talking to you, Angry Man. Angry Man, what difference does it make how they killed them? What difference does that make? I'm asking you legitimately, what difference does it make?
It makes a difference because, number one, when you're talking about poison water, and you're talking about cancer, and you're talking about all of these different things, it is different than someone dragging you out of your home and blowing your head off.
Wait, I want you to see what you just did. I want you to see what you just did. I asked you what's the difference, and you said it's different. So give me the answer without using the word different.
The reason why it's different is because you don't have to live in a neighborhood that has poison water.
You have no idea.
The reason why it's different, is because you don't have to intake things that's going to cause cancer.
Angry Man. So, well, I got you, podcast. This is how it works, Angry Man. A greedy private company wants to build houses, right? And because it's cheaper, they buy the legislator, so they actually not regulate the way that they build the houses. Now you fill that shit with asbestos, or whatever the name is in English, that gives you cancer by breathing that shit, or they pollute your houses because the water, because there's no regulation, or they dump that shit into a river that goes into the flow of water, and now people dying by the millions of cancer because they have no idea they're living on a building that is full of asbestos and the shit actually
power lines.
And would you be saying, Fatty, that they deliver? So are you saying that the ones that built the houses deliberately knew that it was cancer in that stuff?
Absolutely.
Yes.
They literally in New York, they literally remove.
I suggest you watch Aaron Brockovich.
If we use the example of asbestos, right? If we use the example of asbestos, are we saying that when they first started building those houses back in the 1930s,
yes, it's like the copper.
No, that's not what we're saying.
Okay,
no,
okay.
That's not. Here's what we're saying. Okay. Here's what we're saying is that once they found out,
they didn't stop.
Oh, no. Not only did they not stop, Beans. Not only did they not stop, when they found out that lead in paint was bad, when they found out that asbestos was bad, do you know what they started doing? Building houses for poor people with the shit that was left over that they couldn't use in the 70s.
Let's go.
This was done. And I'll look it up for you if you like. But
so
I saw this on 60 Minutes.
All right, so
if you need an example of a modern company knowing good and hell well they are poisoning people, Brother Renaissance, I refer you to the movie Aaron Brockovich.
Okay, so real quick.
I've seen that movie.
So
okay, then I don't understand how you're confused.
Modern Renaissance man. Modern Renaissance man.
I don't understand what point you're making.
Hold on a second.
Okay, there's a question. There's a question. After seeing the movie Aaron Brockovich, if I may ask you this question, brother. After seeing
Uncle-
the movie Aaron
is my
Brockovich,
mic on?
could you tell me?
Yes,
Uncle
absolutely.
Jeff,
Your
can
mic
you
is
hear me?
on. Absolutely.
Can you hear me? So, modern Renaissance man, they gave you several examples at this juncture. Is the argument that because it wasn't direct, it's pulling people out of this house is not as bad, or do
No.
you concede the point at this juncture?
No. So the point that I was making was there's a difference between someone going into somebody's house and pulling them out and killing them based off of ideology versus somebody actually starting to do something initially with building materials and didn't know that building material was cancerous or hazardous to humans. Now, I'm talking about initially. Now, if that happened afterwards, where all of a sudden when the stuff hit the fan, they knew, hey, breeding asbestos and kill people, lead paint kills people, and then they turn around and still end up doing it for profit. Of course, that's ridiculous. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about the initial intent. The people that did this stuff during the Marxism stuff intentionally did this. Now, in this house example, they didn't intentionally do that and knowing it was going to kill people because they didn't know.
Okay.
But the ones that killed the people under Marxism knew.
Okay, so and then what about like the dumping? Because there were several examples, so I just want to mine out the examples you were presented with. So what about the alleged dumping of chemicals in those water supplies, right? That got people sick knowingly, and they would continue to do it. Would that make sense? Would that resonate?
Yeah, I literally was looking this up as y'all mentioned. I don't know anything about Flint, Michigan.
This is crazy.
You never heard of Flint, or
no? I didn't know nothing about no dumping water or anything.
So does food count?
Okay. How about the train? Hold on, Ali. Hold on, real quick. Hold on. I just want to add. I remember most of them. If I don't get to it, how about the one Uncle Jeff presented, where as opposed to paying those Chinamen, you get rid of them? That resonates, and then like Tulsa, things of that nature.
See that right there. I mean, I get what Uncle Jeff is saying, but those one of those deals where like when you guys are saying this stuff to me that I don't know or I haven't heard of. I'm writing this down, so I can't say that Uncle Jeff is wrong or right because I want to know some context. Like, did they really just say, "Okay, we done with y'all"? Pow, 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 pow. Or
That's
was there
exactly
some type of
what they did.
Okay.
Was there some conflict? Did the Chinese people say, "Look, y'all gave us work, y'all just gonna dump us? This ain't happening. We gonna revolt against y'all," and then they killed them? I don't know the details in that. So,
did you see? Let me ask you a question. Did you see that movie? It just came out. It's based on history. It has Leonardo DiCaprio. It's called Black Snake. It's about the Native Americans in the Midwest.
Yeah.
And so they were susceptible for things like diabetes, right? But they continue to kill them all because they lived on the land where all the oil was. And so they damn near erased the whole tribe to get access to the oil by not giving them right medicines and feeding them food that was destroying them.
Yeah, it's called Killers of the Flower Moon.
Killers of the Flower Moon. Take a look at it. It's on Apple Plus. It's a hell of a movie. Like if you like that type of shit. And then last question I have, and y'all could I want Joseph to be able to say something. Angry Man can jump back in. Burglary and robbery ultimately have the same result. Does that resonate at all? Like, do you take it by force, or if you break in my house when I'm not there, does it matter?
Yes, it matters.
Yes.
Okay.
Matters.
Modern Renaissance man. Everybody else answered. Just wondering.
Oh,
Okay.
Not to the bigger point. That's
yeah. I'm just looking at the outcome. You see what I'm saying? Because if I rob you with gunpoint, I still take your shit. If I break in your house while you sleep, I'm burglarizing, but I'm still taking your shit. I just figure,
Took shit.
How far, when we talk about capitalism killing people, do we go as far back as slavery? What British did it to Indians?
I don't think we have to.
So let's leave that point. If we're talking about what's literally in our houses, man, the food.
But Ali, here's my only thing about interjecting is the picture has been illustrated, right?
Okay, so we good. That's all I'm asking.
I just don't want to. You know what I mean?
So for a good faith conversation. What Bean's saying. What I know. Can the brothers concede?
Joseph answer.
Have the brothers conceded that saying that capitalism isn't killing people?
Not but modern shit. So Angry Man hasn't conceded, but modern Renaissance man said he gonna do his due diligence. I think that's what I heard.
If I agree with Beans and all y'all, there's no way that the it won't hit. But I was gonna add one more just so it.
Add it real quick. We got to get Joseph in, man. He's been patient.
Food that creates diabetes, heart related problems, overweight, depression, suicide, alcohol, cigarettes. All that is part of capitalism, and food kills more people than anyone.
Oh, but that, you know what that's gonna hurt, especially the things you named, is Angry Man's initial point about choice.
Choice.
Go ahead. Well, no, I'm just saying when you put those in there, that's what's gonna.
That's a choice.
Let's let
Not
Joseph get in.
actually.
I can't get in the game, bro. I can't get in the game.
Angry Man,
Niggas
just
hit me with a barrage of shit and then interrupt me in the middle of my fucking statement.
Yeah, and this is the Angry Man feature, right? So I just want to get Joseph in because he been patient and Angry Man. You can go off.
I'm going to be quick because I already lost patience with this shit. Everybody jumping in thinking that this is Fight Club. You know, I lost my point, but I just want to.
They've been decently organized.
I want to address Uncle Jeff. Look up the reason why the American Revolution started. Also look up 1942. 42 USC 1983. That's called qualified immunity. We're still under the British rule. Also, too, you said that the 8-hour 5-day work week started in other countries. Officially, it actually started in America from Henry Ford, September 25th, 1926. That's all I gotta say.
That's factually incorrect.
That's not incorrect.
I can literally read it. Okay, I'm just starting with Wikipedia because this is what I learned in high school.
Is it a quick read, Uncle Jeff?
Yes. I'll read one sentence. The 8-hour workday originated in 16th century Spain. I remember that because that was one of the first things I had to study after getting my ass whooping. The 8-hour workday originated in 16th century Spain.
In America.
I guess you know, Joe, I guess the argument is there ain't nothing new under the sun. America knew Spain was there, and then we adopt. You adopt a lot of stuff from things that work. I think that's the argument. That's
right. All countries adopt ideologies, and they adopt blueprints. Our justice system is adopted by Norway, Sweden.
That's the point
like
he's
that,
making. Yeah, the
know,
ideology was already developed
in America, and also I wanted to address Renaissance about something, but it's like I'm over this shit, man. Y'all have a good day.
Be safe. Go ahead, Angry Man.
Look at God.
Yo, the fact that y'all are literally sitting here trying to substantiate an argument that somebody dying from water that has been polluted because some freaking corporation was negligent in whatever they was doing as far as dumping whatever is the same thing as a fucking dictator going to a neighborhood and having the soldiers pull people out of their houses, put them on their knees and blow their brains out is crazy to me. I thought this was a logical conversation.
Yeah.
That is crazy. That is not the same thing on no level. Just because the outcome is the same does not make it the same thing.
Yo, Angry Man, you on some bullshit. Hold on, Fatty, please.
Right? Is that what you're saying?
You on some
You know why?
bullshit.
You know why? Because this is what you keep arguing. You keep arguing that it's not the same, right? They're synonymous, right? There are things about them that are different, and there are things about them that are the same. If you're highlighting how it
same.
If you're highlighting how it's different, okay. And then somebody else highlights how it's the same. Okay. The point the fuck that matters is that both of the ideologies lead to people dying. So why can't that just stand as the point? Why do we have to highlight how it's different at all? When the greatest point that's being made about it is that both ideologies, whether it's Marxism, capitalism, communism, whichever one you want to ism pick, is they all lead to the same goddamn outcome. I said that shit an hour and a half ago. And we still arguing like this one is better than this one. That's why when I asked Modern Renaissance Man, did capitalism work? He said yes. Uncle Jeff said the country is fucking dead. So how did it work? We can't never get to the real questions because we argue.
Because critical thinking requires you to examine the differences in something no matter what the fucking outcome is. If your argument is the outcome is the same, then there's no point in you even bringing up the details of anything. You can just say white man bad, money bad, everybody die like a fucking caveman. That's all you got to say.
I would agree with you.
All you gotta say,
Hold on,
all you gotta say is, white man bad, capitalism died. That's all you gotta say.
Well,
So,
I need to.
But
I need.
if we're going to have an intellectual conversation,
right?
Context matters in critical thinking.
Absolutely, Angry Man. Thank you for saying that. Clipped again. I'm clipping all these good talking points that you're making right now to use against people, right? Absolutely, context matters. Here's the problem. You don't need to tell me how it's different when we're discussing the outcome.
I do.
You don't have to talk about how it's different.
I do.
There's no context to be discussed when we're talking about the outcome.
I do. If
we're not arguing, wait, Angry Man, wait. Do you understand what I'm saying? If I'm arguing, wait, listen, Angry Man, listen. I want to make sure you understand what I'm saying. If you're arguing that capitalism is great, and I'm arguing that Marxism is great, right? Now we have to have a conversation about the context of each ideology to determine which one is better. But if we're arguing that, well, this motherfucker is fucked up, and then somebody says, well, this ideology, people say that, and we say, well, that motherfucker is fucked up too. They both lead to the same conclusion. Why do we have to highlight how it's different?
There's a great answer for that.
Because
there's a great answer for that, Beans.
Please, Angry Man, let Uncle Jeff give it.
If I could. And I don't want to interrupt you, Angry Man. If you, I don't want to be the one to interrupt you. If I'm in your way, go ahead and speak.
This is why I'm not effective at responding to these niggas. Because every time they hurl a bunch of shit at me, other people jump in and start talking about other stuff. I never get to address what they're saying.
I thought you did.
What he's saying is illogical. It is illogical. You're talking about a death sentence. How that death sentence is carried out matters.
Okay.
That's not what the fuck we talking about.
No. Can we talk about that for a second? Let's talk about that.
Oh my God.
It was brought up like capitalism. And again, I don't understand where people in black skin get this pragmatic benefit of the doubt that they give to any of this shit. But anyway, it was brought up that capitalism was different than blank because blank will pull you out your house and blow your brains out. Could I have an example of somebody getting shot up by capitalism? I'm telling you, if I dig, I can find one that is as recent as the time it took me to buy the battery in my car. There is no taking blood off the hands of capitalism. And it's been naked, it's been nasty, it's been ugly, and some of it has been recent. Now, should it be divided from poison water? Absolutely, in the context of dragging somebody out their house and shooting them in the head. However, as I land the plane, you cannot, I repeat, you cannot take barbarism and blood off the hands of capitalism. I don't know how you do it.
I have a question for you, man. Angry Man.
Yo, to that stupid chick in the chat room talking about I'm not an intellectual. I do a show every day. You can come to my show and debate me, and you can pick the topic.
Angry Man,
I don't know why y'all listen to these fucking idiots in the chat.
Angry Man, let me ask you something real quick. I have a wife.
Am I going to get to answer it?
I hope so.
He didn't ask you a question.
He asked you a question. I mean, I did.
No, I'm asking you, Fatty. If you ask me a question, do I get to answer it?
Oh.
Absolutely. Sir. So, I have a wife. She takes a knife and she stabs me in the back. I die. Right? I have a wife.
Thank you.
She poisons me with, she puts metal on my food every day for 2 years. And I die because I got so many metal in my organism that I end up dying. Are both of them murderers and they deserve the same time in jail?
That is a straw man argument, Fatty.
Oh my man, they're doing the same thing.
This is where they get to do all of the childish. And I don't get to explain.
We are childish. We know, you know it's better.
And I don't get to explain.
Man, damn, we being childish, but you always got to make about you can't explain, nigga. Your name is in the title. Talk.
No, my name might as well not be in the fucking title, because if it really was in the title like that, y'all would shut the fuck up and let me talk.
That's about 17 unnecessary words.
This bullshit gaslight game that y'all do every goddamn time, where you sit back and pretend like I'm being ridiculous when I'm really not. Because if that's what we gonna do, I'm gonna just go ahead and leave, because I'm not gonna argue with you niggas like we do on Fight Club. That time, that period, and that chapter of my motherfucking life is over. You niggas ain't gonna give me no goddamn headache. If you want to have a conversation, we can have a conversation, but act like you're actually an adult and not in 5th grade.
Nigga, you keep putting
My
your
bad.
hand
I
in your
stepped-
face, sitting back, all that.
I stepped off, Angry Man. My bad. Go ahead, make your point.
You took the jacket off though. The whispers is on the bus.
Yeah, y'all bothering me, man. Y'all hurt my feelings about my jacket. Go ahead, Angry Man.
To rock. So number one, Fatty, you're presenting the argument in a way where I can't answer it no other way but to the affirmative, so I prove your fucking point. But again, you're leaving out certain things. If you're talking about the difference between your wife poisoning you over time and somebody just pulling out a gun and blowing your head off, there is a difference, because one of them could possibly be avoided much easier than the other one. If you're getting poisoned by your wife, you might actually get sick before you die, go to the doctor, find out you're being poisoned, and avoid losing your life, as opposed to her walking up to you and just blowing your fucking brains out. Those are two different things.
I can dodge.
Fatty, the question was, did it kill him?
Yes, he
That
killed
was-
him. Both of them
Right.
killed
That's-
him.
that's-
Yes,
that's-
both of them died.
He want to accuse us of strong.
Yeah, both of them died.
Did it kill him? The fact that when they said capitalism killed people, you
Again,
turned into choice.
Again,
Angry Man.
Again, Ali, when the conversation first initially happened,
okay,
and you said Marxism, and Modern Renaissance Man said you got dictators killing people in the street, and then y'all brought up those references. When Uncle Jeff brought up the reference of the Chinese being executed, what did I say, Uncle Jeff?
Said that it was exactly
Man, there's been so much foolishness I forget. But
he said it was a good enough example. He said that's a great example.
That was the best example. I said
acknowledged
that right then and there, that part of the conversation was over. So I'm not talking about the fact that the outcome is the same. I'm not arguing that. What I'm arguing is that to say that someone dying of being poisoned of asbestos or poisoned water or something, I'm saying it's not the same as a dictator blowing your head off. The outcome is the same, but the circumstances are not the same. That is my entire argument.
That's fair, Angry Man. This is why I think we are being disingenuous in this conversation. Sorry, Ali, I'm going to seal the question. When the CIA went to Colombia and grabbed tons of cocaine to flood the streets so you motherfuckers die so they can finance their wars, which is capitalism. They are trying to get the much amount of money to do whatever they want. What? What did I do say wrong?
Again, this is why you keep making bad examples.
How are they bad
I know crackheads that's been crackheads since I was a kid. They still alive.
And
you're not using a good example.
Okay, y'all, please hold on. Hey, Angry Man, one last example then, and I'm gonna ask if this counts. Nope.
Why are we
Hey,
still
I know
talking
being
about this?
okay. Go forget it. I mean, I don't know why
He
everybody.
already conceded. He already conceded to the argument.
I don't
What
get
he's
it.
saying right now.
I know, but it's shocking to me. It was just shocking to me. We ain't bring black
Ali,
people.
listen, what he's saying right now is that his only point is to highlight the difference, right? Cool. Let's let it land, bro. Because we not, it's like it's gonna become circular, right? It's what I said a few minutes ago when I was just asking him. We understand nothing is exactly the same.
It's never the same.
It's different. Some shit is the same. So it's like, why do we even need to talk about what's different?
Because people need to be right more. Everybody needs somebody to be wrong.
Right. The point that Fatty, when Fatty gave the example that he gave was just to highlight the modern Renaissance, man, that capitalism also leads to people dying. That was it. There was the simplicity of the example that he gave. There was no fucking reason to highlight any differences.
But here's the problem.
You got it, Angry Man.
Here's the problem, though, Beans. If that's what you're arguing, is that capitalism leads to people dying, so does old age, so does car accidents, so does a myriad of shit. This is why the context matters.
Right, but we weren't talking about those things. We were talking about Marxism versus capitalism. There was a juxtaposed of two ideas.
What's the point?
No reason to talk about any of that other shit.
The point that modern Renaissance was making is how extreme it is with Marxism, where you have a dictator that thinks he has the right to blow somebody's head off just because he felt like it that morning.
Yeah, what was the reason?
And that you won't accept that ideology. See, capitalism doesn't say if you don't accept capitalism, this is what's about to happen to you. When Marxism was going around with that ideology, it was if you don't accept this Marxism way and this revolution, you are the enemy. Therefore, bang, bang, bang.
America. Oh, what? You
so again, I said,
one second.
Intention.
Well, I want to ask him. I want to ask him more questions than pursuing that point right there. So, modern Renaissance man, what would people getting their heads blown off for? Like, did they detail it?
Yeah, like if you're gonna read Karl Marx, a lot of his books that he have out with the theories in there. Once that started to revolutionize, it was all about overthrowing. I think the word they use, I can't pronounce it right. Like we just call them bougie people. It was like the bourgeois or something like that. And that was a higher class of folks that all of them were capitalists. So his thing was they need to have equity. Everybody needs to be on equal planes, not having to work for it, but because of the fact that there was an imbalance of power. So in order to do that, it had to be violence that was intended. And if you weren't a part of those working class people that wanted to have that violence, then you one of them, which means death. So whenever that did get utilized in those countries that I named off, it was atrocious. And then when the new neo-Marxist people came about, they said, well, look, we're not going to go about it the way that they did, like how Karl Marx did it, even though they still believed in Marxism. Their thing was, we're not about to do this whole genocide, and if you don't accept our way, you got to die. So what I'm saying with that, and my initial thought process was, when it came to how the forefathers brought this country as where it is today with capitalism, where did capitalism ever say that if you don't accept this ideology of capitalism, then you are going to die? Versus them saying, look, with capitalism, if you do X, Y, and Z, you can achieve it just like we did. Now you can go all over to these different extremes. I can give you an example, and I talk about this all the time. I get in trouble with my own American Medical Association all the time when I say, if we know that chemo has a 90% fail rate, why are we pushing it? Why are we studying? Now I get it now because it's $1 billion industry. So I get that, but at the same time, with that being said, and them giving this information to our patients, people still want to take their chances with chemo, even though we tell them it has a 90% fail rate. So somebody can say, well, Ty, they go capitalism is killing people just to make money, but it's telling you
Hamp, to put this to bed, and I'll put it in the back chat or in the chat room. I just Googled the brutality of capitalism. I got 5 articles. I could just put them in, and then we can put all this to bed.
And he didn't answer what happened to Gaddafi. He said, when did the country, what happened when Gaddafi said, I will not negotiate in dollars, I will negotiate this the way I want, and what happened to him? What happened to him, modern Renaissance? What do you think that was? That was greed and money that had nothing to do with democracy, that had anything to do with controlling the money and resources so we can negotiate in dollars. That's literally what happened. Either you comply to the rules of our society in capitalism, or we depose you, kill you, and put somebody that will.
And they said they did that under the guise that they said that this was capitalism. That was their word.
Oh my, no, they said we're going to sell democracy. That's what they do when they go to war. They don't say we're going to fuck you up and steal your oil. They say we're going to do democracy. What they say as nothing to do with
with America, they made up all kind of things saying there was weapons of mass destruction, blah, 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 blah. I get all that. But my point is when it came to the ideology behind it, no one's saying that, hey, I believe in capitalism, therefore if you don't, you deserve to have your life taken.
Yes.
But what's the point? Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hey, podcast. I just want to say briefly, fuck your hoodie.
Fuck your hoodie too, Angryman.
I should have rocked it.
But modern Renaissance man, what is the point? This is what I'm not understanding. What is the point of highlighting the differences if they both fail?
No, it was the intentions is what I say. Remember when we first started this off, I kept on saying the intent.
Did you hear my? Did you?
Now, use the whole
please answer his question. Please answer his question.
Right? Did you hear my question?
What's we're very intentional.
Highlighting the differences if they both fail. What's the point?
If they both fail,
he didn't concede that capitalism failed, though.
He didn't,
It
even
still
though
remains, though, right? It doesn't matter if he concedes to it or not. It's still
Well, but you're asking him to answer a question that he doesn't agree with the premise of the question. Though.
Can I
Hey,
answer?
can I answer?
So you can't answer the question
Modern
like that.
Renaissance.
You can't answer
Modern
the question.
Renaissance.
Yeah, that's the point.
Do it to
You
me.
can't.
No, you can't.
Do it to me.
Modern Renaissance.
No.
Hold
I
on, y'all.
can
To Hamp's
answer it.
point. Hold
because
on
I
to
don't do
Hamp's
that.
point. Can we go to Hamp's point?
I can
In
answer
fact,
it.
just so you're not disingenuous, Hamp, we asked you if America is failing. You said no, correct? But the party that you
Who's
represent,
no? Who said that?
Modern
Sorry.
Renaissance man said no.
Modern
he
Renaissance.
He
Wait,
said
what?
capitalism. He said capitalism hasn't failed.
Right.
He said it's not failing, right?
Right.
What is your party and what you support intentionally too? Because I respect you and love you as a brother. When Republicans are saying make America great again,
Damn,
and they
check
said
my-
America has failed, what does that mean?
What do you mean? You said what is my what?
The support, what you support? You support.
I'm
the
not.
Republican Party,
I'm not a Republican or a Democrat.
Okay, do you support Trump?
Yes,
Does he say make America great again?
he says that.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? When you go down a whole line of things and making America great again. Come on. Wait. See, here we go again. The minute you say, oh, come on, dude, what's the point of doing it? It's no time out. So here's the deal.
Are you pinpointing the
one of the
slogan?
biggest issues you will find on a lot of these panels that the minute you try to get your thought out, when you do all the what you're literally doing is you grabbing the steering wheel and you think you know where I'm going with it, and you don't.
There's a red herring.
So again, just like it was an assumption that you thought that I was a Republican. I mean, when I say you, I'm talking about a person in general. It's an assumption that you think I'm a Republican.
And I concede.
Ali, remember?
I concede them.
I'm not. No, like
Because I believe usually conservatives associate with Republican. That's why.
That's another thing too. I don't call myself conservative. I
know, but can we move away from that? We stay on the point. So if you support Trump, he says make America great again. What does that mean? I'm just asking you. What does that mean? I don't know.
Well, in this case, I can take that down an avenue of saying based on how our country is being run right now versus how it was 4 years ago. America was great 4 years ago. So bring that greatness back 4 years ago. If you want to just throw that as a quick point, I can say that. I can say, in the 80s, life seemed to be a whole lot more easier back then. So make America back to where it was back in the 80s. Somebody can argue and say it was better in the 90s. So when we say make America great again, of course, somebody can throw the caveat in there and say, when was America ever great for black people? Then we can go down that avenue as well.
But Modern Renaissance man, I want to address something really quickly, right? Because I can't believe Hamp just said this shit, bro. All of you niggas went to college. Right? If you've ever been on a debate team, you've had to debate for shit that you didn't agree with. But now that I'm sitting here asking a question, the reason why you can't answer it is because you don't agree with it. This is why I be saying in the white spaces versus over here.
Everyone
This silly ass shit, bro.
clearly.
Wait, you answer my question, Modern Renaissance man?
Said a
Well, let me address.
Did I say that I can't answer because I don't agree?
No, I'm saying that you're.
I didn't say that.
The comparison. I don't give
never
a fuck.
said that.
I don't really give a fuck how you the type of question you ask, but just note that if he didn't concede and doesn't agree, whether he answers or not, it's not a fully genuine answer because he doesn't agree with the two premises that you are putting against each other. So I don't know what you mean about college, but generally speaking, if you want to be genuine, stay genuine.
Yes, what I mean by college is that you don't
That's
have
all
to
it is.
necessarily agree with something.
Also, this isn't a debate team where I'm going to debate a premise because that's the team I'm on. We're having a conversation that's fluid, and you can't just present a question that is not genuine and expect somebody to answer because they went to college.
I absolutely can, and I take.
I'm just saying all of that doesn't make a lot of sense. Like the correlations you drew didn't make a lot of sense, generally speaking.
I take umbrage to you saying that I take umbrage to you saying that my question is disingenuous when it's based on my premise. Okay. Angry Man been yelling for the last 45 minutes about his premise. I mean? No disrespect, no shade, Angry Man. But I'm saying we all have takes that we're giving. We all have premises that we're addressing. So that doesn't make my question disingenuous. It's a simple question. If they both fail, what's the point of highlighting the differences? That's not a disingenuous question.
Well, that's the point, right? He doesn't agree that capitalism failed. So why would he answer that question in the first place? Because the question doesn't make sense because he said it didn't fail.
Absolutely. But what does that have to do with me highlighting my point? That's why I'm asking the question. Everybody's been doing that all show long.
Yeah.
Everybody's been asking the question.
Uncle Jeff and Angry Man, let me say this one last time. If we don't connect, we just don't connect, right? Mm-hmm. He was saying, Beans, ask your question one more time, please.
You might need a Heimlich.
No. What did he? I forget. Is it when he put the question together? It said that Which one failed worse? Sorry, Beans, what'd you say? Which one failed worse? I forget the verb.
No. The question is if both the ideologies fail, Marxism
That
and
part.
capitalism, if they both
Stop right there.
fail,
Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there, Beans, please. That's why I'm saying the question is disingenuous, because he doesn't agree that capitalism fails, so it can't even be a part of the equation. That's all.
Why does that hold on, man.
But you see what I'm not saying you are trying to trap. I'm just saying like that part right there is what breaks it down, because he doesn't believe it failed in the first place.
Wait. So listen,
go ahead.
I'm trying to say this the most respectful way that I can. You can't determine why I'm asking a question. I'm not trying to trap him. I'm trying to get him.
I said I didn't say you were.
No, you literally
I didn't
just
make a
said
determination. I said I'm not saying you were trying to trap him.
Oh, you said I was. Okay.
Yeah.
That's my point.
No.
Here's my thing.
Now say sorry.
You have degrees. So this is what I'm saying. You know that you can't answer a question regardless to whether or not you believe or agree with it, right? So the point of me asking the question is because I'm trying to highlight the unnecessariness of the context. That's why it makes he's presenting an argument that is moot at best, because he's trying to suggest that, well, Marxism is so bad. But the things that he's saying is problematic with Marxism exist in capitalism, and they both fail. So why highlight the differences? Why? When you get the same outcome, that is not disingenuous.
I literally said a minute ago, I can answer the goddamn question.
If you say context, I'm reporting your channel.
Angry Man said he can answer. I'm just saying in terms of when I'm on Renaissance. I just heard the question how I heard it.
To be genuine between podcast and modern Renaissance, can we then define what it means for capitalism to fail or not fail? Can we say for him that when he says it does, I believe it hasn't failed, he would have to say why he doesn't believe it's failed. So we would have to define,
which is a different question,
right? We'd have that. I think that would be a genuine question. Podcast. If he doesn't believe it hasn't failed,
yeah.
Give us examples of how it isn't failed, but we would have to determine what it means for it to fail and not have failed.
What would be the metrics that
it's 78% of the population living check to check? Would that mean it didn't fail or it failed? Or are we going to base it off the companies that's formed and thriving? What would we base in capitalism thriving and not thriving? Because what's the definition? How are we going to come to it? If we're looking at the definition and saying how it failed or didn't fail, I think he would be. Does capitalism work right now, podcast?
This, of course not. The question would be, what is the thing that exists in in capitalism, right, that doesn't exist in Marxism, and vice versa, right? Because again, the reason why I'm asking him the question is not to try to change his mind. That question is, to me, is leading right to me trying to change your mind. I'm not trying to change his mind. That's what I'm saying. Even if you don't concede that they both fail, but if you look at them and you can see that they both fail, right, then what would be the point of the context? Because we can present the failures of capitalism, but that doesn't mean he will necessarily agree with it. So my point is just to get him to understand that part first, right? So then that way, once we give him the diagram of how it's failing, then he's already accepted the fact that, okay, the context is irrelevant.
Now he had time to use Chat GPT, and now he has the answer. Thank you very much, Ali.
So before, it takes so long.
Both of you for the 2 minutes that you're giving.
Let's try this real quick. Angry Man said he can answer the question as is. Let him answer, then Uncle Jeff jump on in. Go ahead, Angry Man.
No, you know what? Beans is right. Nobody can answer the question. This is why we're having a goddamn debate about who can answer the question, even though I fucking said a minute ago I could answer the goddamn question. This is stupid as shit, bruh. This is dumb as fuck. This is dumb as fuck. The reason
That's
why
contradictory. It's either stupid as shit or dumb as fuck. You have to pick.
That's your man's.
Angry Man, I apologize. Ilkan Ali was terribly rude. And
y'all talk too much at the wrong times, man. Go ahead, Angry Man. Answer the question if you want to.
The differences between the two beings is choice. The difference between the two is one can possibly be avoided and the other one can't. And that's why the context matters.
Yes, but Angry Man, that's not true for all things, right?
It's true for this thing. It's true for this thing. It's true for this thing because
not
at the
every
end of the
component
day,
of it.
at the end of the day, in a capitalist society, regardless of what's going on that can possibly take your life, there is a possibility that it is a definite or it may not be a definite. In a dictatorship, you having your life taken by the dictator because you don't adhere to whatever it is a definite. It's not something you can avoid. Someone coming to the soldiers being sent to your house because you live in a society where you're not allowed to do certain things, like not allowed to have freedom of religion, not allowed to believe in what you believe in, or allowed to do this. Them sending soldiers to your house, you are definitely dying.
Okay, so I can see, and I can see, and I can see to the difference. I dare y'all to spend 5 minutes on how they the same.
I have a
I
question.
know it ain't gonna happen.
I agree with podcasts.
They're not gonna do it, right? But that's okay. I'll just be the bad guy as
Like,
usual.
answer that.
Yeah, Uncle Jeff. Well, Uncle Jeff had his hand up. Angry Man, you can reply to it, and Uncle Jeff jump in.
I want to go back to Make America Great Again, and I'm not going to use it as a question because once you make something interrogative, it give too much wiggle room. So in the declarative, Make America Great Again has absolutely no implication for great for people who potato salad don't have raisins in it. As simple as that. Every decade that you brought up, brother, with the 90s, the 80s, the 70s, the 60s, without having to study, I could give you 3 things in each of those decades that anybody who potato salad tastes good could tell you that America was not great. It has never, with the exception of the 50 years after slavery, 50 to 100 years after slavery, black people had it pretty good. With the exception of that, there is no time that America was great for us, ever. The greatness he was talking about was during the same time that he said the Central Park 5 should be put to death. That great? How about when he wouldn't let people move into Trump Towers that was black? That great?
Ham, can I ask you a question?
This is not a bash Trump. I'm not to bash him because I don't see him as any different than the other snake. I don't see him different. But to high hurdle, Make America Great Again, if your mama potato salad tastes good, that's a long reach for me. I don't know how you get there. And again, if you would like, MRM, bring up a time when America was great. I challenge you. And I can give you 3 to 5 examples from 60th and Damon in Chicago where it was not. And I'll land there.
So no, what you just got done saying is exactly what I was talking about. So you talking about when you just mentioned the late 1800s with slavery ended all the way up to the early 1950s?
No.
Blacks would say
a little earlier, but yeah, go on.
Really? Yeah, late 1800s into the
early 1900s.
Yeah. So if you was to ask me when was America ever great? Now, the question was when was America ever great, right?
Yeah.
Now, if I answered that question like it was versus when was America ever great for black people, that wasn't the question though. It was when was America ever great.
Hold on, just a second. Right. Hold your thought. I'm sorry. Let me apologize real quick. Whenever I speak, I ain't talking about nobody else but black people. I'm black people first. Go ahead.
Gotcha. So here's the thing. If America was great for black people during that time period, and I answered the question by saying from the late 1800s, whenever they were, apparently this, how they were thriving. We increased in 100-folds in all occupations. We were married more than white people. We were actually called the new middle class of America. And I said that's when America was great.
But that's not what you said.
Right. No, I ain't get to answer it. So what I'm saying is this. If I said that right now, that's when America was great. And I said that's what Trump meant. Then what would y'all say?
I'd say what my part of the y'all, I'd say he's as full of shit then as he was with Trump Steaks, Trump Airlines, or
Trump
any of the
University.
myriad of businesses that I'd have to Google to look smart to say that he's a failed businessman. I'd
Right.
say that it would have to line up to the rest of the lies that he is told that I'm not going to document here.
Got you.
And
but
then
if
I would
was
ask
to-
you,
if I was to-
I would ask you, where is it that black people get this pragmatic benefit of the doubt that they give to rich old white men? I just don't get it.
So then what you just got done saying, if I was to take that and I was to bring up points that what he did do versus what you said he did, then what would be the argument then? If I can show you, oh, Trump did this, he did that, and this right here is how it benefit black people, blah, 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 then what can we say?
Here
Or if
would
I
be
say
the
that Trump
argument.
gave loans when
Here's-
he tried to
I'd
help
like to
Jesse
answer
Jackson
that.
run, when he tried to help Jesse Jackson run for president. Or,
Bad
you know, if
idea
I was
right
to
there, but go ahead. Yeah, that's not helping us. Jesse Jackson being our president doesn't do shit for us, but go ahead.
Right, but then we using the context of him being black. You said when you talk about anybody, you're talking about black though, right?
Yes.
So Jesse Jackson was black.
Jesse Jackson was also the man that wiped Dr. King's blood on his shirt so that he could look like he had something to do when he was shot at the Lorraine
Right,
Motel.
I get all that.
So
but
no,
what I'm saying-
Jesse Jackson is a bad example.
I get all that, but the thing is, you said black.
I don't understand your point. Yes, I said black, but I don't know what your point has to do with that.
Because I can use that same argument saying that you said Donald Trump did this, look what he did, look what he did. But then I'm saying, look what Donald Trump did, and it looked like somebody looked just like us on this panel.
What does look have to do with it, brother?
Because you said every time you talk about anybody, you're talking about black.
No,
Whooping his ass
no,
right now.
okay. Well, I see.
Let him-
Can I keep
Patty, let
talking
him
or
go,
stop,
man.
Ham? Should I stop?
No, it's actually decent. Y'all going back
Okay,
and
I'm
forth. Go
trying.
ahead.
I'm trying to talk to this man if I could.
See how we
Okay, I'm the what you're bringing up is African American tokenism. Of sure he takes pictures with people. Sure he gets behind people. But his original objectives are not for you, brother. They're not.
So
He's
when he
not,
was-
you are not in his interest. And I don't understand when I hear people say, "Oh, I'm for Biden." Well, did you forget that his number one
Crime bill?
mentor was Strom Thurmond, a member of the Ku Klux Klan?
Mm-hmm.
Did you forget that he eulogized Robert Byrd, a
KKK.
grand cyclops of the Ku Klux Klan?
Wizard.
Did you forget that? So when you say, well, I'm for Trump, have you forgotten that Trump don't give a fuck about you?
Oh, no.
Oh, so then,
No.
okay. Oh, that's
No,
fantastic.
absolutely
So
not.
hold on,
Whoa,
hold
time
on,
out.
hold on.
Absolutely not.
Since
So
you
here's the deal.
haven't forgotten that he doesn't give a fuck about you, could you please outline where your support from him comes from?
Policy.
Which
I'm not
one?
talking about. No, I'm not talking about Trump as. I'm not talking about Trump as the person. I don't care about Trump.
I'm not me either.
Right.
Me either.
I'm talking about the policies, like the one that he was about to implement, the platinum plan, before he didn't win this next election. I'm talking about that policy.
About can't mean. We people bring up the platinum plan. He about did it. He didn't do it. It's
I'll
about.
tell you what, if you give me the opportunity to actually speak, I'll tell you exactly what the fuck he did, and we could chill out on all this Trump derangement syndrome.
Sure.
Because it's out of hand.
Absolutely.
Okay, number one, first thing he did is he actually changed the structure of the way African Americans and HBCUs actually get their money. Instead of them having to wait 10 years, instead of them having to apply for it every single year, he fixed it so that they only have to apply for it every 10 years, and he increased the amount of it. That's one thing he did. The other thing he did is he actually signed the jail reform, the prison reform thing that made people that were nonviolent offenders get released early, 90% of which were black. Those are two things he did. He also did the opportunity zones, which gave black people the opportunity to actually capitalize on engaging in what y'all call gentrification. In fact, there was a lot of black people that engaged, that actually benefited from that because they was all up on YouTube showing people how to do it. There's a number of things that he's actually done for the black community, not to mention the fact that y'all want to say it's tokenism, but the truth of the matter is you can go back for as long as I don't know how long and see Trump with numerous black people, not just taking pictures, but always being around black people, always engaging with black people. Not to mention the fact that there are numerous stories that black people have came out with talking about his generosity. You talk about Trump Towers. There was actually a woman that was squatting in one of his buildings that was black. He let her stay there.
You know why? That's
hold on. Let me look. Look, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Because this conversation goes on all the time. And my thing is this. If we're going to sit back and say that people that are white are just inherently evil and their whole mission in life is to fuck over black people, there's really no point in this conversation, because I know I'm not going to sway any opinions about this, because there's no way for us to know that man's heart or know what his intentions actually are.
What about the time that he was convicted by defrauding people time and time again? Because we're not mind readers. We don't know
defrauding people like what
his thoughts are. What about his actions? What about his actually? People who like Uncle Jeff talk about. Uncle Jeff talked about a bunch of things. We get Trump University, Trump Airlines, thousands of people that complain that they never paid them. You have literally, he was convicted by having discriminatory policies against what? Like, no, I am. This is why I kind of was like, the Trump conversation are not going nowhere, because you guys don't listen to actually what happened. It's like basketball team A versus basketball team B. We might not read what he has inside of his head, but this man has track record for 30 years of actually doing some wrongdoings, including to African Americans. My question again is, why do you believe a liar? And my question to ANGRYMAN and to Modern Renaissance is, nobody will believe AMP if he was a known liar. Nobody will believe a podcast if he was a known liar. Nobody believe any person on these panels if they have track record of lying just because. That motherfucker, in my opinion, is a liar. So I'm asking you once again.
They believe him because he's effective.
Who the fuck walking this globe is not a goddamn liar?
I'm not a liar.
You sound crazy right now.
I am not a liar. Lying is a pattern of behavior. Everybody lies, but a pattern of behavior.
Fatty, should the president of the United States be a liar?
Yo, check this out.
I just asked you. That's a great question for you.
Check this out.
If everybody lies, it's moot, Ali.
Check this out.
No, it's not.
Let's first of all.
Again, if he's effective, who cares if he's a liar? Now, can I ask a question that's actually relevant? Did anyone bring up the history of capitalism?
No.
For instance, that it was started in the 14th century. Did anybody bring up the fact that capitalism, first of all, was a worldwide thing? So it wasn't just like America just said, "Hey, let's just get everybody else on our program." Did you guys realize that there was a conference that took place and all of the aligned nations agreed to this to make America the world reserve currency?
So what point is that?
Exactly.
Listen, I came in here late, but the point I'm trying to make is we're talking about Trump. Sorry, go ahead. What were you saying?
Young Bull, you saying that doesn't change the fact that capitalism in the United States is a completely different monster than capitalism around the world. We're talking about everybody use capitalism in their own countries, but in the United States, it's rampant capitalism. It's not just the regular run-of-the-mill, let's try for great.
The most successfully. We had to go and then expand globally because they already ran out all the profits within the nation. So when they first started capitalism, that is true. When they first started capitalism,
true.
Can I finish, Jeff? And then you can
finish your point. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. When they first started like doing this whole profiteering scheme, they said, "Hey, let's just get everybody in the nation on it." When they realized, "Hey, we only can milk a certain amount out of these people. Let's just expand globally." And that's when they got everybody else at that conference on board. So tell me what part of that isn't true. The part that they couldn't contain it within America alone, or the part they had to expand? Or tell me what part wasn't true, Jeff.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, you said it wasn't true.
Okay,
so which part
go back just a little bit to what you said actually about capitalism with regard to
the fact that it started here and then that they ran out all the profit here, so they had to expand globally.
If you're discussing in that particular time period, then you are absolutely right.
Okay.
And forgive me for misunderstanding you.
No, it's fine. That's why I said let me finish because I know.
My bad. Okay, keep going.
Oh no, I'm good. I just want to.
Oh, okay. Well, then here's what I was thinking.
About the history of
here's this shit I was thinking. Is that the evil sentence, the evil concept in capitalism, is the concept of enough money. There's never enough money. That's why we send shit overseas. Again, the people. The people, and you can fill a short school bus with the people who made these decisions, the people who made the decisions to outsource all of our work to other places so that we don't work, we're not on the verge of going out of business. They were already billionaires with a B, the people who made these decisions. So that's what I meant about running out of options and money. There are plenty here. There are plenty here. If we would stop, if we would sell other things other than these funky ass cars that ain't nobody buying, that's the problem. The only thing that America exports is culture. Nobody wants shit from you. That's the problem.
That I agree 1,000%.
Can I please finish?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Angry Man. I just wanted to cover the history real quick. I'm sorry.
Again, Angry Man, I thought this was open. That's why I was speaking.
Nope. So here's my thing, and this is why the Trump discussion always annoys the fuck out of me. When Trump was in office, I, along with a lot of people, had no idea what he was going to do. But when he was in office, Barack Obama made a statement that they would never pour steel in America again. When Trump was in office, they started pouring steel again. When Trump was in office, the unemployment rate was the lowest it had ever been in a minute. When Trump was in office, gas was almost $1 a gallon again. When Trump was in office, there were numerous things that were going on that were of great benefit to this country, whether you were white, black, green, purple, orange, or pink. And because you Negroes are so damn upset about angry tweets and other shit, you now got a motherfucker in there that is damn near destroyed everything that got turned around in 4 fucking years, and you're sitting around pretending like it ain't happened. And what's so funny to me about it is, as much as y'all got to say about Trump, who's not even holding office right now, you ain't got no real smoke. That fucking corpse sitting up there that's been screwing up this country for the past 4 years.
Wow. And that's the difference, right? He is brain dead. He should.
All of us say that.
Nobody
likes
me.
I don't know who's making that argument.
He's incompetent. He shouldn't be there. Do you see how easy it was?
You're making that argument because you're talking about a motherfucker that ain't even in office no goddamn more.
No,
well, we've been talking about a bunch of. We've been talking about
Joe
dead
Biden?
people.
Hey, hold on. Hey, Uncle Jeff, who likes Joe Biden? Who likes Joe Biden? Who likes Joe Biden?
Yeah, nobody.
Just do it. Who on the panel likes Joe Biden?
Okay, but guess what? Guess what? You don't like Trump, but we got to hear about it. You don't like Biden, but you're quiet.
What?
So should we not talk about it at all? Should we not talk about it at all, Angry Man?
Have the same smoke.
He's the same smoke. Nobody likes him.
Okay, how much time do I have to smoke out Biden so we can put this to bed? Because I don't give a fuck about either of these rich old white men. Let's make that fucking clear.
But Jeff, that's
and the truth of the matter is, the truth of the motherfucking matter is, and this ain't to nobody specific on this panel, the truth of the matter is, niggas in this country still have a fucking slave mind.
Absolutely.
So you're gonna talk shit about the motherfucking white dude that ain't your slave master, but you ain't gonna talk shit about the one that's your slave master. And that's the goddamn Democrat.
Yeah, that couldn't be. That couldn't be here. That couldn't be here.
You just did the pot calling the kettle black.
That couldn't be here. I tell you why. I tell you why that couldn't be here. Because I believe it was me that brought up Strom Thurmond and Robert Byrd, 2 members of the Klan that Biden was close to. I believe that was me.
That's why I did not include you in that. However, you brought up Strom Thurmond.
Sure.
There's a black man who used to work in the White House that actually did business with Strom Thurmond. Do y'all know what his name is?
Angry Man.
What's his name?
Lord Anderson.
Sure.
So the reason why I bring that up is because regardless of what Trump's temperament is, regardless of whether he's a racist or a classist, regardless of whether he gives a damn about black people or not, if his policies were effective and they actually benefited us, as opposed to Biden's policies that are not effective and don't benefit us, I'm gonna vote for his ass every day of the week and twice on fucking Sunday.
And that vote will not matter a fart in a tornado as to whether he gets in or not.
Well,
that's the other thing.
Absolutely.
And these policies you're discussing,
Trump is a great president for 1988. You're at the end of a fiat currency. And at the end of all fiat currencies throughout human history, the same shit happens, to include conversations like this that are at least 30 years old.
Let me read these.
Perfect.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Free my grandma with the $2 says, here's money for no reason. Salute, my brother. And then the Black Dragon with the $5 says, we have a federal government which has a military in which all ranks are treated equally through a ranking hierarchy, including salary and comp. Will with the $5 says, Will with the $5.
That's hilarious.
Will with the $5 says, China under Mao implemented full-scale socialism, which resulted in a famine that killed between 50 million people. Red Pill Ranger with the $5 says, capitalism is working. That's why we're all y'all able to sit on YouTube all day and talk shit and get money. Facts. I never seen people hate and exploit the same thing.
Facts.
HQ
Keep looking and living.
HQ with the $5 says, ask them what they mean about smaller government. It seems to mean starve the people, or better yet, fuck the poor people. Judah with the $2 says, Fatty has a wide range of knowledge. Pay attention. Miss Parker with the $2 says, Uncle Jeff is correct. All in Chicago. Tony Golden with the $2 says, the Bolshevik Revolution showed Marxism deleting people. AL with the $5 says, properties of asbestos have been known for hundreds, if not thousands of years. It was specially linked to mesothelioma in the 1930s.
Right, because they had X-rays and stuff back then.
LL Music TV with the $2 says, AM, what up? Peace to him in the panel. Good chat. Salute, my brother. Lauren Mack with the 20 ball says, missed the opportunity for capitalism because I would have dropped Josephine. Money makes the world and show go round. Anyone hit the like button, cuzzos, indeed. Gurkha was popping with the 20 ball. He said, send Beans home. What Beans is that? AL with the $5 says, blood from American capitalism. Banana wars, diamond conflict, Afghanistan war, Iraq war, etc.
If you had a Marxist society, we wouldn't even be having this damn conversation because you wouldn't even have no fucking internet.
No, everybody would have internet.
That is not true.
In a computer.
That is true.
No.
And the reason, you know the reason why it's true? First and foremost, let's be clear about this. There are actually economists with fucking degrees that have given lectures on this. So you'll have to forgive me if I trust their word over you niggas' opinions. Okay?
You can find an economist to say anything.
First and foremost, socialism and fucking Marxism does not inspire competition. The reason why you have the things you have today, like the internet, is competition of businesses.
Nikola Tesla died broke. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You know why he died, bro? You know,
because Edison stole from him.
Because of communism, right, man?
Yeah, because Edison stole from him. Edison stole a lot of his designs.
You want to know why he died, bro?
He's a super chat.
Because he did not know how to conduct business. He was just an inventor.
One last thing, Amp. If Tesla was born today, Amazon will steal his shit and sell it for $9.99. There's literally what would happen if he was born today. He will invent something. He would invent something. They will patent that shit, take him out of business, and sell it for $9.99. That's exactly what would happen.
Fatty, that's a nice try.
That's what they do now.
Fatty. If Tesla was born today, he'd be Elon Musk. Stop.
No.
Okay. You can't do it. Angry man, I love you. I love you. You know that, brother.
Come on, y'all. I got a rack of
can't
stats
do
to
that.
read.
That's not fair.
How can I not do that?
That's not fair, and I'd like to answer it uninterrupted if I could.
I'm trying to get
just said that Tesla died broke because of bad business.
Yes.
Now, unless you are going to inject good business into your sentence to make him now, then the same thing happens, because the argument is, which I kind of push back on as well, that somehow
although factual, it's a tainted way to look at Tesla because he was victim to the predators around him. Because Thomas Edison is the exact inverse. That greedy motherfucker didn't invent shit.
Okay, can I respond to that?
Sure.
I'm better at business today than I was 10 years ago. You know why? Because of the goddamn internet and information. Tesla was born at a time where he didn't have that readily available information. If he was born today, he might be better at business because he has readily available information.
Well, then you need to inject that might be. You need to inject that might be before you go. You can't
go. Then why don't all of us just do a swan dive off of a goddamn building? Because I'm telling you right now, this morbid ass shit that y'all are on, this freaking pessimistic mentality, it's crazy. I can't handle it. I can't handle it, especially being a person who was born with nothing, with shit. And right now, as we speak, I have a lot. So I'm sorry, y'all are making a weak argument against the society we live in, America, and capitalism as a whole. Y'all sound crazy right now. I'm sorry, because I would not have been able to do this in a communist country.
Absolutely.
I would not have been able to do this in a Marxist country.
No way.
Absolutely, but the mud you started in isn't any browner than the mud I started in. And I too, Angry Man, am not living on my mama's couch.
Exactly.
I'm doing all right.
Exactly.
But I'm not gonna, but I cannot. Here's where we part company.
Let me read the super chat, y'all. I'll let y'all go for a little while, but I gotta read the super chat.
Okay, fuck it. I'll do it on my own show. Good point.
Yeah. I mean, y'all had a little back and forth, you know. JJ Carver with the $5 says, I wish you niggas could differentiate between political ideology and economic systems. Red Pill Ranger with the $5 says, people that only see the outcome and not the road that took them there are simple, and their life is going to be constant chaos. That's how it matters. Judah with the $5 says, AM started losing some steam after the capitalism discussion. Great discourse, gentlemen. I always learn something new when I tune in. Salute, my brother.
I didn't lose steam. I just wasn't allowed to talk.
Red Pill Ranger with the $2 says, need to be right definitely isn't gender specific. Tony Golden with the $2 says, MAGA means bringing jobs back to America. JJ Carver with the $5 says, a country's political ideology greatly influences the success of economic systems. Sean Brewer with the $2 says, modern facts, ellipsis, give me 4 years ago with Trump. Rashawn with the $5 says, capitalism toppled government through IMF, CIA, paid mercenaries, etc. They commit genocide just to steal resources to keep capitalism alive. Deborah with the $10. What's up? She said, hello. Capitalism has pulled more people out of poverty than any other system in the entire world ever. This is a proven fact. Whether you like it or not, sorry, not sorry. Rashawn with the $5 says, Habakkuk 2:12. Woe to him that buildeth a town with blood and establish a city by iniquity. Red Pill Ranger with the $5 says, people that hate America and capitalism really need to travel. I've seen Iraq and Afghanistan. Y'all whiny, ungrateful, lazy crybabies don't like it, leave. HQ with the $5 says, Trump is an idiot and a lot of idiots will vote for him. Arnold Allen with the $2 says, what year did most white people stop being racist? EBD with the $2 says, Trump is America's Hitler, quote unquote. Yes, he actually is.
Wow.
HQ with the $2 says, Trump did nothing for blacks. Sad that y'all think so.
Wow. You're a fucking idiot.
HQ with the $2 says, the delusion is real.
Yes, it is.
It's real. You're a fucking idiot.
HQ with the $2 says, Trump did none of that delusion.
You're a fucking idiot. Go look it up.
Sean Brewer with the $5 says, Unc gives us one thing Trump said or did that hurt you in his 4 years. And please don't deflect like niggas do.
That's a question.
Am I allowed to answer that, or you gonna leave it up to what's up?
What? Like, I've been letting y'all interject. You gonna act like y'all haven't? On the super chats? You want to answer this?
It was aimed directly at me.
So everybody else answered, and then I guess I'll go. I just don't want to
Yeah,
get in the way. I don't want nobody in my
Yes,
way. Whatever you want.
Go ahead, Uncle Jeff. Go ahead.
Give us one thing Trump said or did that hurt you in his 4 years. Let's start right there. For the sake of your argument, absolutely nothing. You're right. I'm wrong. How about that? If we really want to smoke some weed and talk about it, you know these photo ops that this man takes with black people and uses them as pawns? It influences people to believe, which is the same shit. When I hear this argument that he was around black people, I don't know what the fuck that means. So were the slave masters. I don't know. Just because you're in, I'm not one who likes to invite people into my culture. I don't. So y'all have to forgive me. I don't hate nobody. I'm just incredibly pro-black. So I'm not deflecting. He didn't say anything directly to me. You are right. He hasn't said anything directly to me. But the problem is you think he can do something directly for you because you don't understand that the presidency is the front seat of a fucking roller coaster, that the person on the front seat don't tell you how fast the roller coaster go, what time it leave, how many people on it. The president is the individual that wins the popularity contest that the unwashed masses will take shit from the people you don't elect from best. That's what a president is for. It's not even arguable. So I don't get into. I'll say this and I'll land the plane. I don't get into what presidents can do for me because we haven't had a good. Could somebody pretty please with sugar on top to include the 16 before George Washington and the 8 black ones before Obama? Tell me one president that was good for your black ass. And I'm telling you, I don't see one.
Donald J. Trump.
Okay, great. Then him. I'm wrong.
I said it. Donald J. Trump.
Absolutely. I stand corrected.
I made more goddamn money under Trump than any other fucking president. And the moment Joe Biden got elected, I lost 20 stacks.
God.
Wow.
The moment his ass got elected.
Yep.
And now that's in 500. He's doing all-time high.
And it's killing
All right, guys. I'm gonna read these now. All right, I'm gonna read these. Unless the question is $100, we ain't answering it. HQ with the $2 says he is an insurrectionist, a traitor to our country. Omar Smith with the $5 says Trump, Meldrick Taylor, Troy Smith, Patti LaBelle was regulars in my hood when Meldrick was a champ.
So was crack.
HQ with the $2 says the delusion about Trump is real. Smooth with the $5 says referencing Hamp's academic background to point out a minuscule error reeks of insecurity, especially when nobody flaunted a degree in your face.
The person that keeps sending $2 super chats doesn't like Trump. What a surprise.
Vet Life with a $10 says the Trump conversation is a wash. Trump has done plenty of good things, and yes, he has done quote unquote bad things. That's most people. Move on. Either way, America was rolling when he was in office, like it or not. Red Ranger with $5 says YouTubers hate capitalism. Same YouTubers send me a super chat or cash app. You can't make this shit up. Sean Brewer with the $2 says, but Trump was bringing jobs back. Y'all watch CNN.
Them jobs ain't coming back.
Vet Life with the $5 says Fatty Ali Beans. When have y'all ever talked about Biden on a panel? I'll wait. Fuck out of here. Still love y'all though.
Biden trash.
He's fresh.
HQ with the $5 says both Biden and Trump.
He in a diaper, please.
Both Biden and Trump are problems, but Biden is way better. Trump is an insurrectionist. Off with this. God damn.
This nigga gotta be trolling.
How?
He's a woman.
That's a woman.
Stop being sexist.
Shadow Dragon TV with the $5 says vote for policies, not your personal feelings. They all lie and they all don't care about you or the nigga next to you. Trump puts America first. Omar Smith with the $5 says what 70+ old man don't know members of the Klan? Can't tell the brothers to play football and toughen up.
I answered that question in the chat.
Tell them
I answered that question in the chat and shut it down, and I'll answer it here.
Nah,
If you
we
want
done
after
answering them
this,
shit.
I shut that ignorant shit down already.
Rebel Rose with the $2 says, shout out to Hamp. Love the structure argument. Yeah, everybody did a good job. Kenny 3 Stacks with the $10 says, paying my tithes. Salute my brother. Good discussion. Shalom, bro. Rebel Rose with the $2 says, salute to Uncle Jeff and the rest. Abba's Child with the $2 says, AM speaking facts. Listen to him. Easy Money Jones with the $2 says, the only Trump we acknowledge is Tiana. Easy Money Jones with the $2 says, capitalism is a race to the bottom. Y'all slow.
Damn.
Smooth with the $2 says, Hamp and Fatty are brothers. I don't care what nobody's saying. Canary in the coal mine with the 14 Canadian was popping. He said, Deuteronomy 17:15-20. Be sure to appoint over you a king the Lord your God chooses. He must be from among your fellow Israelites. Do not place a foreigner over you who is not an Israelite.
Ooh.
Damn.
God.
Barack Obama.
To the person that said capitalism is a race to the bottom. Yeah. Just like not being able to shoot a jumper is a race to the bench.
Ranger with the $2 says, for content creator, y'all done respect the format. Mo Abdi with the $5 was popping. Says, stop capping. AM preach. Black community complain the most, but at the same time vote the least.
I'd love to shut that shit down too.
The Asians
I'd
vote
love
the
to
least.
shut that. Thank you, Jews and Asians.
Yeah. Jay Miller with the $2.
Fuck out of here with that.
AM said he only had 30 minutes 2 hours ago. The real Pookie with the $2 says capitalism is not a political ideology. Mike Brown with the $5 says, how do you all determine if your life is better or worse with those in office? Devin with the $2 says, Trump, my nigga, Trump 2024. HQ with the $5 says, you're an idiot for touting an insurrectionist traitor to our country. Sean Brewer with the $2 says, he deflect like I thought. Checkmate.
Boy, people raggedy with that word. I answered your funky ass question, nigga.
I'm almost done. I got two more. Easy Money Jones with the $5 says, Fatty is showing he has a better understanding of U.S. politics than the Americans on the panel. This should be embarrassing.
Damn.
Kenny 3 Stacks with the $5 says, Unc still not addressing the policy. Shaking my head.
I have one.
I don't know what.
Smooth with the $2 says, I prefer capitalism. This coming from a European. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I got to go pick up the kids. I'll see y'all tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern with the ladies' POV. We talking about sex rations. That should be interesting. Salute to my OG Mac. Let's do some final thoughts. Jeremiah, you got a final thought, Playboy?
Yeah, I just wanted to. Sorry that I came super late, guys. I was busy today.
No,
but like, who was like for and against capitalism? Like, I just, my final thought is I'm for it. Obviously, we all benefit from it if we have equity. The problem is that most people don't either want to understand economics or they just want to like make excuses. But we can all benefit from it. That's the whole point of the system. Not all be at the top, but we can all get somewhere. That's my final thought.
Boo. Who next? Hold on, I can't see my screen. Oh, Mac, final thought.
One, I will always be down for capitalism. Anything else is a joke and always a waste of time. And another thing too, if anyone sits here and believes that the last election, that somehow or another Joe Biden had more votes than Barack Obama, y'all delusional. That did not go right, because there's no way in the world you're gonna tell me that Biden had more votes than Barack Obama. You're gonna tell me that everybody gonna go vote for the guy who did the eulogy for the KKK visit? So yeah, so I'll sit here and say this: if you want to believe that was right, okay, then you're completely delusional.
Word. Fatty, final thought.
So, one policy, Trump made tax cuts for the millionaires permanent on the first days when he got into office, meaning that now you have to pay the cut that he took from the billionaires. There's one policy that is blatant and nobody can deny it, right? Second part, nobody's against capitalism. We're about mixed economies that actually care about the people. Stop sending money to places that is not your people are not there, while your people is starving on food stamps or living on the sidewalk. That's what we're talking about. Mixed economy that protects our people. The third part, I wanted to ask Angryman something, but it does not going to answer because his final thoughts. I heard you talking about with Snowman about men are behaving like women and they are asking for tangible things to women now. I want to talk with you about what's wrong with a man that makes $200,000 to say, I want a woman that makes the same because now she has something to lose. And in his marriage, he needs to last because if he doesn't last, we both lose. I don't understand how is that moving like a woman or something. So I want to ask that conversation because Coach Greg Adams actually talks about this. Either don't play or play with somebody that's something to lose. I don't understand it. And the last thing, please buy the Angry Man Standard. It's on Amazon.
Oh.
No way, I didn't get it. I live in Portugal. That shit took for motherfucking 30 days, but I got it, so you have no excuse. Okay? So please, the guy is angry. He's a man. He has a standard. So buy his book. Okay? Appreciate it. Thank you very much. And fuck you, angry man. Fuck you too, Amp. Because I didn't like that motherfucking jacket that you had in the beginning of the show.
Jesus
I have no
Christ.
idea why you can rock that. So appreciate you, friends. Ram, Uncle Jeff, Mr. Beans, Angry Man, Ali, and Mr. Omek. I appreciate y'all. And fuck Trump.
Jesus Christ.
What do you say?
Beans, any final thoughts?
He said F Trump.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my God. Go ahead, Beans.
I'm trolling.
I just want to say shout out to all the white channels
With blackface
that maintain the intellectual standard. I appreciate y'all for existing. You helped me out with my mental issues. Angry Man, fuck you, because you ain't came to neither one of the goddamn Fight Club alarm shows. To the person who said we don't never talk about Biden, I don't talk about Trump either, dumbass, because I don't vote and I don't really give a fuck about that shit. But we did do a show about Trump where nobody was really bashing him. We just talked about what we all believe he's going to win. And so we talked about what we should be asking for, what we should be looking forward to, because we understand sometimes you have to do business with the enemy, right?
Wow.
Problem is that you people in the chat, and I know y'all gonna kick me down every time I come over here now, I don't care. Y'all are fucking stupid. That's the problem.
There is that.
You are. You think that because you on Ham's channel, you're just supposed to agree with him. Somebody, why would you bring up his degree? I didn't bring up his degree.
Don't do that. That's not.
Oh,
that's
really?
not-
I don't get to say what I want to say?
Well, not
Exactly.
like that, right? You know what I mean?
So they get to say whatever. Oh, I forgot.
No,
They paid to say
what I'm saying, but you see what I'm saying? Like to be
I
like,
said
oh,
it in
they
the-
agreeing with me for the sake, like that's not. You know what I mean?
Come on, dog.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't bring up your degree. I said you went to school.
No, I didn't. I didn't overcorrect for that. He just made a super chat. You know what I mean?
I'm saying though, like, dog, like, so this is what I'm saying. Like everybody else was addressing the chat. I don't get to address the chat.
What I'm saying is, you see how you said like, oh, because they're over here, they gotta agree with me. Like that would be distasteful. That's all.
You don't think that happens in real life? You don't think that people's chats agree with them
I wasn't
because
saying much. I was just saying that the question in general was broken. Even Uncle Jeff agreed with me there. It was just the question itself.
You got it.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck out of here. This nigga You lucky you one of them people we can't say y'all name and shit on these YouTube channels. You one of the originals. But nah, other than that, super dope show. Angry Man, Jeff, Fatty, Ali, Modern Renaissance Man, Jeremiah Oback, everybody, like, that was dope. I'm inspired. I'm ready to do some more shorts and do my show for today too, man. So super dope show. Super dope show.
Yeah. When you got a show today?
Yeah, I'm about to go do one in a minute.
Okay.
I wasn't gonna do it, but this like got me motivated now. Y'all got my juices flowing. So
Yeah, y'all had a hell of a dialogue, man. Make sure I
Hell
drop
yeah.
Bean's link in the chat. He about to pop it off. Modern Renaissance, man. I appreciate you coming through, bro. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, this was a really good conversation. And as always go into a conversation with my mind open, knowing that the person who might be talking might have the opportunity to teach me something that I don't know, which is good. This is one of the few times where I actually was in a conversation where I'm actually able to write down questions to go back and look into and research some stuff.
Mhm.
Thing I want to bring it to is that I'm gonna just say this: for people that may not believe in capitalism, you know who do? Those ones that's flooding in through that southern border, and they're gonna come in and start winning, while a lot of us gonna be sitting back complaining, talking about we was kings and oh, where's our reparation? They're gonna come in and start taking advantage of that system called capitalism, right? So all in all, though, this was a really good show. I really enjoyed it. I think it was my first time coming up here. Shout out to everybody on the panel. And yeah, I'm looking forward to doing this again because it's the first time I actually been on the panel in some months. And I think I was on there. What was that? The other one I was on there, Beans, you were on there. I tried to come on yours, but you wouldn't have me. I thought you I thought you was a Chi-Town brother, but forget you. No, I'm just playing. But no, I just want to say that though, really good conversations here. I really do enjoy everybody's perspective, everybody's intellect on there. This is what makes this all great because the way I look at things is what I learned in medicine. I never looked at anybody who knew more than what I did as a threat. I looked at everybody that might know more than what I do as a means of bringing more artillery to my arsenal. So I agree. And I pretty much what a lot of things that people said on there, I disagree with some of the things folks said on here, but overall, I enjoyed it. And I thank y'all for all y'all perspectives.
Indeed, brother. Appreciate you hitting the link, man. Shoot me an email when you get a chance. I'll put it in the back chat. The email itself. Uncle Jeff, any final thoughts?
Yes, sir. I want to thank you for having me on, and I want to put to bed the following. Anything I love, I reserve the right to criticize. Because I criticize capitalism does not mean that I don't believe in it, that I don't use it. That's binary thinking. People have a binary thinking disease now. It's all or nothing, left or right, hot or cold. No. I'm looking at capitalism as a pit bull. It's not that pit bulls are bad. It's their crazy ass owners. It's not that German shepherds are bad. They're racist because of what they were used for. So now when you get around a puppy and you hum "We Shall Overcome," the thing starts growling. Why? Because of its past. I am a Marine. Don't ever question my patriotism. I'm black. My people have fought in every fucking war for this country. You don't ever question my patriotism. And I get the right to criticize this place, especially since my people didn't come here in boats and most of us didn't. This is my fucking land. And I'll talk about capitalism whenever I like. And if you don't like it, fuck yourself.
Welcome to the
border people are here to make you a permanent underclass. They are not rushing this border. They are being let in. We have state-of-the-art weapons that could vaporize their asses now. That's not their purpose. They are put here to make sure that you niggas are borderline slaves again. Yeah, I think that's it.
When I go next, I got a dip, bro.
Hey, Uncle Jeff. Oh yeah, you go ahead, Angry Man.
To that lady in the chat that keeps screaming insurrectionist, you obviously did not pay attention in civics class. Okay, something came awry in that election. Those people had every right to go down there and protest. If it was an insurrection, they would have been down there with firearms. Okay, so stop saying shit that ain't true just because you heard it on CNN. And to quote Thomas Jefferson, the tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. You feel me? So stop coming in here talking about some, oh, he was an insurrectionist. He was an insurrectionist. Shut your stupid ass up. Shut your dumb ass up. Don't nobody want to hear that shit because you obviously don't understand the damn country you live in. Thomas Jefferson said, does the government fear us or do we fear the government? When the people fear the government, tyranny has found its victory. The federal government is our servant, not our master. Now, I know y'all don't like the forefathers, but a lot of the shit they were saying, I don't know why y'all don't throw it back in the face of these motherfuckers today, because they were saying some real shit, whether you agree with it or not. But anyway, other than that, man, I gotta go. Hamp, I appreciate you for having me up here.
Yo, man.
Uncle Jeff, you know I love you to death. We could debate all day, every day about this. Beans, you got a big ass head, nigga, and I don't like your hoodie. Ali, always a pleasure. Mac, I ain't get to holler at you, but salute to you, bro. Holler at y'all later.
Hey, Angryman, I appreciate you, bro, man. Salute, man. Y'all get the book.
Get the book.
Pin to the top of the chat. It's in the description and all that, man. Man, been putting in pain for a long time, man. So appreciate you coming through. We had a great interview session, and the session with the brothers has been awesome. Ali, final thought?
So first of all, ain't none of them white men my daddies. They ain't found nothing for me. I'm I'm either indigenous, Israelite, or Egyptian. I agree with a lot of mostly what I guess got the concept of most of the brothers that I see I've like-minded with. The system ain't working for anybody, and it's failing everybody. People broken, families broken, people having kids less, relationships less, losing manhood and womanhood. Most people in debt, people living check to check, food killing us. Countries globally are failing their people, while few people at the top sitting and watching over everyone. And by 2050, everybody gonna be gay. But I appreciate all the brothers that come up here to have a conversation. I think y'all, especially a lot of brothers that are on the panel, there might be some that's missing. And y'all are some of the most like favorite people I have loving having conversations with. You know, some of us might gaslight a little bit. We all take turns, possibly. We headbutt each other and collide. But some of y'all are one of my most favorite people to have conversations with. So I love us that we at least we get to somewhere. I think if the brothers that on this panel, I think a lot of us could solve a lot of issues if on this panel, off this panel, together if we're more intentional.
Word. Big O with the $10 says, "Unc, we got dope now. Crack gone, but we still good, and it doesn't matter who the president is. President to us. Wake up, Unc. Philly in the building. The creative for do for self. HQ with the $5 says, insurrectionist exclamation point. With your stupid ass butt hurt bitch talk. Nah, damn HQ. Tonight it's gonna pop, man. Sex rations. Every time I say, people are like, what the hell are you talking about? But just consider the two words used in the sentence. And then we'll see if we can mine that out with the ladies, man. So all the legends will be there tonight. Bean's about to go live. Y'all tune in. I appreciate y'all, man. It's been dope. I gotta pick up these kids, man. So 9 p.m. Eastern. I dropped the link in the chat so you can turn on your notifications, but we generally start on time, you know? Interesting convo today. It took a lot of turns. Salute the Angry Man. We definitely got more understanding in terms of the book, and I hope that the ladies, if there was assumptions, there's a lot of things Angry Man said that actually are in favor of the ladies, and it's not all of what you hear often. So I hope that was taken into account. The conversation in terms of who's what and the different ways to rule and shit like that, that was awesome, man. It was a great listen. Like to be a present spectator to where I can interject as much as I need to or want to, but I generally like to sit back and let the brothers talk, and that shit was awesome, man. So salute.
Perfect.
But tonight it's up 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, whatever that is in the Pacific. God damn. Shout out to OG Speed. God damn, man. Salute to OG. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.